Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
1. Chapter 1, Introduction, edited. Come down, everyone, it's dinner time already, Yorichi called out while serving food at the table. Ishida hasn't returned home yet. How many times have I told him not to be out this late? She thought. Mom, Ishida hasn't returned yet. Should I go and bring him home? Ichiro, the older son of Yorichi, asked while walking down the stairs. Yes. Before she could finish, the main door of the house was pushed open by someone. I'm home, did you guys wait for me? Ishida asked as he walked inside. I've told you so many times not to be outside so late. Yorichi said, holding one of Ishida's ears. It hurts, I won't do it again. Promise, Ishida said as Yorichi let go of him. But what's the problem with being outside? I didn't even go that far. It's not like a demon's gonna eat me or something, Ishida said. You stupid boy, how many times have I told you not to say things like that? Yorichi said. Yeah, that's true, said Yuzu, who came out of the kitchen with some more food bowls in hand. Even demons don't eat stupid idiots like you, that would make them sick, she said as she put the bowls on the table. What's that again? I can't hear you, can you speak any louder? Ishida said. After this, everyone took their places at the dinner table. Ishida went up to his bedroom, freshened up, and sat at the table last. As everyone settled around the dinner table, the clinking of dishes and the aroma of the food filled the room. Yorichi served the last plate, her earlier frustration now replaced with a warm smile. Ishida, you need to start being more responsible, Yorichi began, her tone gentle but firm. One day, you'll have to look after more than just yourself. Yeah, I get it, Ishida mumbled, shoveling rice into his mouth. But seriously, Mom, I was just at the edge of the forest. It's not like anything could happen. Ichiro, the older brother, glanced at Ishida with a mix of concern and curiosity. The forest edge? You know that's where the moonlight barely reaches. It's always so eerie there. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, Yuzu chimed in, her eyes wide with a hint of fear. But also, strangely beautiful. Ishida smirked. That's why I like it. There's something calming about it, almost like the moonlight is watching over me. Yorichi gave a small, bittersweet smile. You've always been drawn to the night, Ishida. Even as a baby, you'd stop crying the moment you saw the moon. Maybe I'm just a night owl, Ishida joked, but there was a faint glimmer in his eyes. Ichiro leaned in, his voice low and serious. You know, they say the moonlight has a way of revealing things hidden in the dark. It shows the true nature of things, and people. Whatever, Ishida shrugged, though he couldn't shake off the feeling that Ichiro's words carried more weight than usual. Yuzu nodded thoughtfully. It's like those stories Grandma used to tell us. Remember? About how the moon would guide lost souls. Yeah, Ishida replied, his tone softer. I remember. Yorichi placed a hand on Ishida's shoulder. Just promise me you'll be careful, Ishida. The world is full of darkness, but the moon can be your guide if you let it. I promise, Mom, Ishida said, his voice uncharacteristically solemn. I'll always find my way back home. Character details. MC name, Ishida Hitosuki. Age, 14. DOB, September 4th. Physical appearance, height, 5 feet 4 inches. Hair color, white. Eye color, blue. Build, skinny. Personality, a very confident person who tries to keep himself away from everything and has a don't care personality. Sometimes a little egoistic, or you could say proud as well. Takes nothing seriously. 2. Chapter 2 Reawakened. Chapter 2 Reawakened. The night had settled in, casting a silvery glow through the windows of the Hitosuki household. After finishing dinner, the family members went to their respective rooms, bidding each other good night. The house gradually fell silent, save for the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. Ishida lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. His mind wandered back to the edge of the forest, the moonlight, and Ichiro's cryptic words. He sighed, turning onto his side, trying to find a comfortable position. Just as sleep began to take him, a faint, eerie sound reached his ears. At first, he dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but the noise grew louder and more distinct. It was the sound of screaming, desperate, blood-curdling screams that sent chills down his spine. Ishida sat up, his heart pounding in his chest. "Is that?" he whispered to himself, straining to hear more clearly. The screams continued, mingled with sounds of struggle and chaos. Panic surged through him. He couldn't just ignore it. Throwing off his blanket, Ishida rushed to his door and flung it open. The hallway was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls as he made his way towards the source of the noise. He reached the top of the stairs and froze, his blood running cold. Downstairs, the scene was one of utter carnage. His family lay lifeless, their bodies torn apart, blood pooling on the floor. Standing amidst the massacre was a dark, menacing figure, a demon, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. "No!" Ishida screamed, his voice breaking with anguish. Without thinking, he charged down the stairs, his fists clenched in fury. "I'll kill you." The demon turned to face him, a cruel smile playing on its lips. "Another one? How delightful." Ishida lunged at the demon, throwing punches with all his might. But his efforts were futile. The demon easily dodged his attacks, its movements swift and effortless. It struck back, sending Ishida crashing into the wall. Pain seared through his body, but he forced himself to stand, his vision blurred. "I won't let you get away with this," he growled, his voice filled with determination. The demon sneered. "You humans are all the same, weak and pathetic." With a roar of rage, Ishida launched himself at the demon once more, his strikes fueled by desperation and sorrow. The demon toyed with him, batting him aside as if he were nothing more than an insect. Finally, the demon grew bored of the game. It grabbed Ishida by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Time to end this," it hissed, tightening its grip. Ishida struggled, gasping for breath, his vision darkening. In his final moments, his thoughts turned to his family, their smiles, their laughter, their love. A single tear slipped down his cheek as he whispered, "I'm sorry." With a brutal twist, the demon snapped Ishida's neck, and his lifeless body fell to the floor. The house, once filled with warmth and life, was now silent, consumed by darkness and death. Chapter 3 As Ishida slowly opened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in complete darkness. It seemed like an unending void stretched out all around him, with not a single trace of light to be found anywhere. "Where am I? Why am I still alive? What's going on?" Ishida shouted into the emptiness, but his voice echoed back with no answer. In a flash, the memories of what had just happened flooded back to him. His mind replayed the recent events with his family. His face went as white as a sheet, and tears welled up as a rush of panic surged through him, leaving him utterly frozen in place. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. "No!" he cried out, a desperate howl echoing in the silence. The weight of his failure crashed down on him, and he questioned aloud, "Why am I here? Why am I still breathing when they aren't?" His voice trembled with anguish, filled with self-loathing. "I failed them. I couldn't protect my family," he lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Overwhelmed by grief and shame, he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Ishida Hitosuke, you have been reawakened from your death." Out of nowhere, a massive screen appeared before his eyes, interrupting his muddled thoughts as he tried to piece together the chaos surrounding him. What had just happened? Why was he here? Reawakened? What does that even mean? Why am I back? He muttered in confusion, his voice tinged with despair. "I don't want this. I have no purpose left. I just want to be gone," he continued, a deep sorrow lingering in his words. "But what about the demons who took your family from you? Don't you crave revenge? Don't you want them to suffer the way you have? Or are you just going to let them walk free like a coward?" Ishida's eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the situation. The words seemed to come from nowhere, yet they echoed loudly in his mind. Who was taunting him with these questions? Who was behind these mysterious messages? His thoughts were a jumbled mess, struggling to grasp the reality of the moment. Suddenly, Vivid images of the demons' faces flashed in his mind, the monsters who had ruthlessly torn his family from him. He recalled the horror of standing there, powerless, as the nightmare unfolded before his eyes. A surge of anger coursed through him, initially directed at himself for his inability to act. But then, as the mysterious words echoed in his mind, a new understanding dawned upon him. The voice was right. How could he let those demons escape justice so easily after all they had done? His anger transformed swiftly into a burning hatred, fueling a resolve he hadn't felt before. Excellent. I can sense your anger and hatred rising within you. You're now prepared to return to the world and seek justice for your family's tragic loss. But, how can I possibly do that? I'm utterly powerless. I couldn't save them back then because I was too weak, and all I did was stand there, crying helplessly as I watched there. Ishida's voice trailed off, overcome with emotion. You don't need to worry about power at the moment. Just tell me, do you wish to avenge your family? Are you ready to fight and defeat those demons to honor them? Do you want to become the player, Ishida? Player? What does that even mean? Does it mean gaining powers? Ishida wondered to himself. But he quickly focused his thoughts and responded, yes, I want power. I want to avenge their deaths. I truly do. Excellent. I didn't anticipate you'd accept my offer so quickly, but I'm genuinely impressed. Now that you've agreed, I'm obligated to fulfill my promise. However, I must warn you, it won't be easy. You'll need to work hard and dedicate yourself to the task. I'm ready. I want this. I'm determined to do whatever it takes, Ishida declared, his resolve solidified as he prepared to seek revenge against those demons, no matter the challenges ahead. Great. Soon, you'll be entering the real world. But don't worry, I'll be right by your side, helping you every step of the way. You'll need to put in a lot of effort to become stronger and prepare to seek justice for your family. Are you prepared to return to the world? I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about or what sort of abilities you mean, but I accept. I'm ready, Ishida declared. The moment he spoke, the shadowy surroundings began to flicker, and before he knew it, he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 4. As Ishida slowly opened his eyes, he noticed the ceiling above him. Hey, you're awake, Ishida, said a voice nearby. Ishida turned his head to see who it was. In the corner of the room stood a familiar man, busy with some herbs on a table in front of him. As Ishida looked closer, he recognized the person. Akira-san, what are you doing here? And why am I here? Ishida asked, puzzled. Akira replied, you've been out for 3 weeks. Someone brought you here and asked me to take care of you. Once I made sure you were okay, they left. Akira then turned to face Ishida, walked over, and sat down beside him. You've been unconscious for the last 3 weeks, Ishida, he added. Ishida's expression shifted yet again, as he gazed at Akira with a mix of curiosity and a hint of hope. What about my family? He asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Akira paused, glancing out the window, seemingly trying to avoid meeting Ishida's eyes. I spoke to that man, he began, hesitating before continuing, and he told me, they passed away. Although Ishida had already known the truth deep down, he couldn't help but cling to the hope that Akira might say something different. But when those words didn't come, his face fell back into its usual unreadable mask. Breaking the silence, Akira gently asked, how are you feeling now? I want to go back home. Is that possible? Ishida inquired, a longing in his voice. Akira nodded, if you wish to, you can go. You didn't have any major injuries that needed treatment. You were just unconscious, so I looked after you until now. Thank you for that, Ishida replied gratefully. But I really need to leave now. I need some time alone. He paused before adding, by the way, do you know who brought me here? Akira shook his head. No, he arrived with you unconscious, and you were covered in blood, so I didn't ask too many questions then. From what I know, he was likely a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I see, thanks, Ishida said. Some moments later, Ishida got ready to leave as Akira packed some foods and medicine to take with him, which he might need if something goes wrong. Welcome, player. Ishida stepped out of Akira's house and began his journey home, walking along the quiet road. As he walked, a screen popped up in front of him, catching his attention. He paused for a moment, deep in thought. Quest to become strong has appeared. You have daily missions to complete. Do you wish to view the tasks you need to accomplish today? Yes, no. Daily tasks. Ishida wondered aloud, pondering the idea for a moment before deciding. Yes, he affirmed after a brief pause as he continued his walk. Quest directions. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal. Incomplete, push UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, curl UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, curl UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, squats. 0/100. Incomplete, running. 0/10 km. Warning, failing to complete this daily quest will bring punishment associated with this quest. These are the daily missions. Are you saying I have to do these tasks every day? Ishida exclaimed, as he stopped walking and read all the tasks he was given. Yes, these are simple workout plans. However, today's daily missions hold extra importance. Extra important? Why is that? Ishida asked with curiosity. You'll find out once you complete today's daily mission. Though Ishida was in pretty good shape, he hadn't committed to a rigorous workout routine. He was accustomed to exercising and going for runs about 3 to 4 times a week, but nothing too intense. The workout plan displayed on the screen, however, was far more demanding than what he was used to. It seemed overwhelming, with exercises that were several times more challenging than his usual routine. I suppose it's a good thing I had to come home already. I can probably manage to cover 5 to 6 kilometers on the way, Ishida thought to himself. His house was situated in a sparsely populated area, quite a distance from the bustling town where most people lived. The main markets and shops were located there, so Ishida and his family often had to travel a considerable distance to purchase necessary items or food. Living in the heart of the town, Akira's shop and home were about 10 kilometers away. This meant that simply running back to his house allowed him to finish his exercise routine. But how am I supposed to run with my arms full of groceries? He muttered to himself, glancing at the bags of food he was carrying. Inventory accessible. Would you like to view your inventory? Yes, no. Ishida contemplated for a moment, then selected yes. Inventory. Food supplies. Empty. Medicinal items. Empty. Equipment. Empty. Miscellaneous. Empty. Currently you have spot for 10 items in your inventory divided in 4 categories, which you can increase later. Okay, so how do I put everything in inventory? Ishida thought as he unknowingly put the bag in front of the inventory screen, and suddenly they disappeared from his hands. The screen text changed instantly as well. Inventory. Food supplies. Dried fish, X3. Rice balls, X5. Herbal tea, X2. Medicinal items. Healing ointment, X1, restores health over time. Antidote, X1, cures poison effects. Equipment. Empty. Miscellaneous. Empty. Fantastic. That turned out perfectly. Ishida cheered, relieved to have his hands free at last. He positioned himself like a runner, closing his eyes for a moment. I can do this. He whispered with determination, as he began his running challenge. 5, Chapter 5, Training begins, edited. 6 days later. Just like he had been doing for the past few mornings, Ishida woke up at the crack of dawn to tackle his daily missions. Initially, these tasks were quite challenging and required a lot of effort to complete. However, as the days passed, they gradually becoming easier for him to handle. After finishing all his missions for the day, Ishida sat down, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He glanced at the screen in front of him, reflecting on his progress and the improvements he had made. Name Ishida Hitosuke. Level 1. Job None. Fatigue 0. Title None. Breathing style Not applicable. HP 230/230. MP 180/180. Attributes. Strength 38. Vitality 23. Agility 20. Intelligence 18. Sense 10. Remaining points 6. Ishida pondered over his 6 leftover points, mulling over where to allocate them. Where should I use these points? He wondered. After a moment of consideration, he concluded, I believe boosting my strength and agility is essential. With that decision, he carefully split the points between these 2 crucial stats, making sure each received the attention it needed. Name Ishida Hitosuke. Level 2. Job None. Fatigue 0. Title None. Breathing style Not applicable. HP 230/230. MP 180/180. Attributes. Strength 41. Vitality 23. Agility 23. Intelligence, 18. Sense, 10. Remaining points, 0. He had kicked off his journey just 6 days ago, and already, he had made impressive progress with his stats. Thanks to the boost he initially received and the extra points from completing daily missions, his performance had soared. So, what's the plan now? Ishida inquired eagerly. Your real training begins now, so get ready. Starting tomorrow, you'll embark on the true path of your training. A.N. What do you think about the series so far? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Just a heads up, some chapters might be shorter like this one, but don't worry, I'm committed to bringing you the best content I can. Thanks for your support. If you enjoyed reading, please consider dropping power stones and leaving a review. It really helps. Don't forget to add the story to your library. 6. Chapter 6. Nichiren Blade for Ishida. The next day. Quest directions. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal. Complete, push UPS. 100/100. Complete, curl UPS. 100/100. Complete, curl UPS. 100/100. Complete, squats. 100/100. Incomplete, running. 9/10 kilometer. Warning, failing to complete this daily quest will bring punishment associated with this quest. Gasping for breath, Ishida was nearly done with all the missions he had been assigned. As he leaned over, trying to catch his breath, everything seemed so tough. It had been like this for the past few days, each one blending into the next with the same exhausting pattern. Yet, somehow, he managed to stand up straight. I can't give up. I must keep going. I need to get back at them. He thought determinedly, pushing himself to keep running. Total distance ran 10 kilometers. You have completed running 10 kilometers. At last, it was over. Ishida sank to his knees, finally able to sit down and catch his breath. A notification popped up, you have completed the daily quest to become strong. Rewards are ready. Do you want to accept them? Y/N. Rewards. Ishida wondered as he stared at the screen for a moment. Without hesitation, he replied, yes. The following rewards are available. Smiley face. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. Additional stat points, 5. Reward 3. Nichiren Blade ×1, LV.1, level upgradable with time. The moment the rewards appeared on the screen, a bluish glow enveloped Ishida, gently lifting him to his feet. Within seconds, the aura disappeared, and he felt rejuvenated, as if all the exhaustion from his workouts and running had simply melted away. I feel so energized. I bet I could handle those tasks 3 or 4 more times. He exclaimed. Then he paused and added, hold on, just because I said that doesn't mean I want to repeat the same task again. Starting today, the real training to become stronger begins. Check your inventory to find the new item added. Alright, let's open the inventory. Ishida instructed. The screen shifted, revealing the familiar inventory screen, but this time there was a brand new item waiting for him. Inventory. Food supplies. Empty. Medicinal items. Empty. Equipment. Nichiren Blade, LV.1. Skills unlocked, none. Miscellaneous. Empty. Ishida gazed at the blade on the screen and reached out to touch it. As his fingers connected with the display, the screen flickered, and suddenly he could feel the real weight and shape of the blade in his hand. The moment he picked it up, the blade began to shimmer, shifting its color from a shiny silver to a deep, dark black. 7. New quest. Why did the color change all of a sudden? Ishida wondered aloud, puzzled by the unexpected shift in the blade's hue as soon as he held it in his hands. The Nichiren blade's color change happens when it recognizes its new owner. Each blade takes on a different shade depending on the user's spirit and skills. As you practice and become stronger, the blade will show your journey by changing colors, and it might even shift hues again later on. So, the sword can change to different colors over time. Ishida mused to himself, intrigued by this new discovery. Fascinating. He exclaimed. Quest available, unknown. Do you wish to accept it? Y/N. What do you mean by, unknown? What am I supposed to make of that? Ishida muttered, confused and expecting some kind of response from the screen. But there was nothing, leaving him to ponder for a bit. Here are the rewards for completing this quest. 1. Additional stat points, based on quest performance. 2. Unlock breathing form. 1. Any of one breathing form will unlock, after completing the quest. 3. Unlock new skill. 4. Gain experience and level up. Will you accept the quest? Y/N. Really, now you're tempting me with all these rewards. Ishida grumbled, his face reflecting his annoyance. Looks like I don't have much of a choice, so yes, I'll accept. The player will be teleported to place of the quest in 1, 2, 3. After a countdown, the surrounding of Ishida again vanished into darkness, as suddenly once again he was standing in a dark place, as he couldn't see anything anymore, with only a sword in hand. Received, instant teleportation potion, it's available at the inventory. In any dangerous situation, you can use it. Inventory. Food supplies. Empty. Medicinal items. Empty. Equipment. Nichiren blade, LV.1. Skills unlocked, none. Miscellaneous. Instant teleportation potion. As Ishida read the messages on the screen, a wave of anxiety washed over him. A dangerous situation? What kind of quest is this? He wondered aloud. When the darkness lifted, he found himself in what seemed like a jungle. Strange growling noises echoed around him as he surveyed his surroundings. Without a doubt, demons were lurking everywhere. It was clear they weren't pleased to see him, and they certainly weren't there to offer a warm welcome. Quest, survival quest begins. Last for 2 o'clock hours to finish the quest and claim your rewards. 2 hours? Are you kidding me? 8. Moon breathing unlocked. Ishida looked around and saw that demons were closing in on him from all sides. He felt the pressure of their presence. I just need to get through the next 2 hours. That's all I need to focus on. Maybe staying away from them is the best plan, Ishida thought, trying to keep his cool. Suddenly, one of the demons jumped at him. Ishida noticed just in time and swung his sword. He barely managed to push the demon back, and in the rush, almost let go of his sword. Oh man, these 2 hours are going to feel really long. He said to himself, realizing just how tough this was going to be. He was feeling more and more nervous because it was his first time holding a sword. He had never practiced or learned how to use it before. With no clue what to do, he had to think of a plan right then and there to fight the demons. Maybe he could come up with something to deal with them or just keep running around until the 2 hours were up. What should I do? Hurry, hurry. Just as he was trying to think of something, another demon suddenly leaped at him from the other side. Instinctively, he raised his sword in front of him to block the attack, using all his strength to try to push the demon back. While he was concentrating on the demon in front of him, the first demon suddenly attacked him again from behind. Just as Ishida managed to gather his strength and shove the demon he was holding away, the other demon's attack hit him before he could regain his balance and prepare himself. Ishida's heart raced as he fought against the overwhelming swarm of demons. Surrounded on all sides, he felt their evil intentions closing in on him, making it hard to stay calm. The sword he held felt strange and heavy in his unskilled hands, almost as if it didn't belong to him. Every time he managed to repel one attack, another demon sprang at him, its claws slicing through the air. His movements were wild and uncoordinated, driven by pure instinct and desperation. Blood dripped down his arm from a new wound, and a sharp cut on his cheek stung painfully. Panic twisted inside him, threatening to take over completely. Ishida's back hit a tree, leaving him with nowhere to run. Cornered and unable to move, his mind spun rapidly. The demons advanced, their eyes shining with excitement, and a cold fear seized Ishida's heart. Almost instinctively, Ishida's body reacted on its own. His breathing became steady, his grip on the sword tightened, and he felt a strange but reassuring energy flowing through him. Moon breathing technique unlocked. First form, moon slicing activated. His sword swept through the air in a smooth, graceful arc, carving a crescent shape. The motion felt instinctive, as if his body had always known how to move. From his swing, a brilliant blade of moonlight appeared, slicing through the advancing demons with swift and elegant accuracy. The demons shrank back, their bodies disintegrating into ash as the moonlight powerfully cut through them. Silence settled over the battlefield, leaving Ishida breathing heavily, his heart pounding from the rush of adrenaline. Survival quest, time remaining 1 hour and 10 minutes. I actually defeated the demons. I did it all by myself. Ishida thought, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fully grasped what he'd accomplished. In just a few moments, he had taken down 4 or 5 demons effortlessly. There was something written on the screen then, but I couldn't catch all of it, Ishida reflected. In that moment, He had acted purely on instinct to defend himself from the demons and hadn't fully realized what he had accomplished. A.N. What do you think about the writing? I tried to do my best. I hope you like it and thanks for reading. If you liked it, drop power stones and add this to your library for more updates, thanks. 9. Quest completed. After that fight he had with the demons and killed 5 demons alone in a blink of eye, the other demons started getting away from him. But still those who attacked, he somehow or the other managed to get through them. Survival quest, time remaining 28 minutes and 17 seconds. More 28 minutes. I thought it should have ended by now. Ishida thought, as he sat down beside a tree. He had some minor cuts in his cheeks and some other places, but not too major yet. Name Ishida Hitosuke. Level 4, EXP 300 needed to level up. Job, none. Fatigue 25/100. Title, none. Breathing style, moon breathing. First form, moon slicing. HP 128/230. MP 180/180. Attributes. Strength, 41. Vitality, 23. Agility, 23. Intelligence, 18. Sense, 10. Remaining points, 5. Ishida glanced at the screen displaying his profile and noticed something unexpected. Moon breathing, first form. He mumbled to himself, trying to recall when he acquired these abilities. Hold on. Was it just before I defeated those demons for the first time? Did a screen pop up then? Could it be that these new breathing forms are the reason I managed to defeat those demons so effortlessly? Ishida rested against the tree, breathing heavily, when he suddenly heard a noise from the bushes. Before he had time to think, something quickly rushed toward him, moving so fast that its shape seemed blurry. He quickly rolled to the side, just barely dodging the dangerous attack aimed at him. In front of him stood a demon, unlike any he had ever encountered. Its skin was a deep red, and its eyes shone with an evil glow. Without saying anything, the demon charged at him again, its claws slicing through the air with frightening accuracy. Ishida managed to block the first attack, but the force of it shook his entire arm. The demon's attacks came at him like a raging storm, each swipe of its claws deliberate and powerful. Ishida's heart was racing, beating loudly in his chest as he fought to keep up, his actions guided solely by instinct. Fatigue, 30/100. HP, 100/230. A razor-sharp claw scraped his side, leaving behind a burning cut. Another blow landed on his arm, sending a shock of pain through him. Blood seeped from his injuries, and he could feel his energy slipping away. He staggered backward, struggling to breathe and clear his mind. Survival quest, time remaining, 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Desperation gripped Ishida's mind tightly. He realized he needed to act quickly, but uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Deep down, he believed he had the strength to overcome the demon, yet the challenge was figuring out how. I must concentrate. I can't lose my cool. I have to fight. I have to fight for my family's sake. If I can't beat this demon, how will I ever face the one who took them from me? As memories of his family's tragic end flooded his mind, along with the image of the demon responsible, Ishida's entire body began to tremble with rage. The desire for revenge burned fiercely within him. Centering his thoughts, Ishida calmed his breathing, tapping into the same determination he had felt the last time he battled demons. Moon breathing technique, first form, moon slicing activated. As the demon charged at him, Ishida moved with surprising speed and agility, hiding how tired he really was. He quickly dodged the demon's frantic attack, with the moonlight drawing a bright line in the air behind him. In one smooth and determined move, he performed the moon slicing technique. His sword sliced through the air in a graceful arc, creating a path that was both stunningly beautiful and incredibly dangerous. The demon, frozen in mid-lunge, had no chance to respond. Ishida's strike moved through it smoothly, as if the demon were just a shadow. For a brief moment, everything seemed to stand still, the air thick with suspense. Then, the power of the moon slicing became clear. A slender line of light appeared across the demon's body, and seconds later, it split in two. The demon's eyes widened in shock as its body crumbled into ash before it even touched the ground. Survival quest completed. Fatigue, 75/100. HP, 50/230. As the system notifications popped up, Ishida dropped to his knees, his body weary and on the verge of collapsing from the intense fight he had just endured. The shadows rose once more as the jungle around him disappeared into darkness. In the blink of an eye, Ishida found himself in front of his own house again, the very place from which he had been whisked away to that jungle for the quest. He was completely drained, unable to even stand, as he struggled to keep his eyes from closing. Survival quest completed. Rewards available. Do you want to accept the rewards? Y/N. Gazing at the screen, Ishida somehow managed to lift himself into a sitting position. With great effort, he whispered a single word, "Why, yes." Rewards acquired. Reward 1. Attribute points, plus 10. Reward 2. New skill unlocked, moon breathing, second form, crescent moon dance. Reward 3. Skill unlocked, strong will. Reward 4. Experience point, 1000, level, 6 carat. Stat point, plus 10, available for leveling up to 6. Special reward, full recovery of current physical condition, activated. Messages began to appear one after the other, and as soon as the final message arrived, just like before, all of Ishida's exhaustion and fatigue disappeared instantly. Every cut and bruise he had received during the quest healed completely, as if they had never existed. Re-energized, Ishida got to his feet and tested his stamina by bouncing up and down. He was as strong as ever. "I'm as good as new." That was one intense fight. He remarked to himself with a sense of satisfaction. 10. Chapter 10. Name Ishida Hitosuki. Level 6 EXP 1200 needed to level up. Job none. Fatigue 00/100. Title none. Breathing style moon breathing. First form moon slicing. Second form crescent moon dance. HP 230/230. MP 180/180. Attributes. Strength 41. Vitality 23. Agility 23. Intelligence 18. Sense 10. Remaining points 25. Ishida sat on his bed, pondering over the 25 points he had to allocate. Where should I invest them? He wondered, reflecting on the survival quest he had just completed that night. During the battle, his sensing skills were lacking. He hadn't noticed the incoming attack until it was almost too late. I should put 7 points into sensing to improve that, he decided. I'll also allocate 3 points to agility, 5 to vitality, another 5 to strength, and the last 5 to intelligence. This way, I'll have a well-rounded skill set. He mused, feeling satisfied with his plan. Name Ishida Hitosuki. Level 6 EXP 1200 needed to level up. Job none. Fatigue 00/100. Title none. Breathing style moon breathing. First form moon slicing. Second form crescent moon dance. HP 280/280 carat. MP 230/230 carat. Attributes. Strength 41 plus 5 46 carat. Vitality 23 plus 5 28 carat. Agility 23 plus 3 26 carat. Intelligence 18 plus 5 23 carat. Sense 10 plus 7 17 carat. Remaining points 0. Hold on, I get what HP and fatigue stats are for, but what exactly is MP? What does MP stand for? Ishida asked, puzzled. MP stands for mana points, which are used to activate your skills. But during the survival quest, I used the breathing technique, and I didn't see my MP decrease. My HP dropped and fatigue went up during the battle. Ishida said, scratching his head in confusion. Remember, using specific skills and breathing forms will consume MP mana points. So, not every moon breathing form drains my mana. That's a relief. Ishida thought with a sense of comfort. I should get some sleep now. I've got to wake up early to tackle those daily quests. He settled into bed, ready to rest and recharge for the challenges ahead. The following morning, just like he had done over the past few days, Ishida got up at the crack of dawn. He planned to head to the market to pick up a few things and hopefully earn some money. He decided to sell some fruits from their little garden and a few flowers too. Until I join the Corps, selling these is my only way to make a living. I could go after bounties and hunt down demons for cash, but is it right to prey on people's fear of demons? Ishida pondered as he made his way to the bustling market. Okay, one subtle change for the readers who read the previous chapters before they were edited: the passive and active skills have been removed. Everything else will stay the same. If you have any questions or ideas regarding the series, please comment in the comments section. 11. Chapter 11, Self-Training. After returning from market. Quest directions. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal. Incomplete, push UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, curl UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, curl UPS. 0/100. Incomplete, squats. 0/100. Complete, running. 0.1 kilometer. Warning, failing to complete this daily quest will bring punishment associated with this quest. Ishida pondered, what might happen if I skip a day's worth of tasks? What sort of punishment would I face? He mulled over this thought while stepping into his house, setting down all the groceries and ingredients he had picked up for cooking in the kitchen. After organizing everything, he headed out again, determined to finish the remaining chores he hadn't tackled yet. About 40 minutes later, he finally reached his last exercise for the day. Just one more squat to go, he thought. With that last squat completed, the task scene showed, squats, 100/100, completed. The moment he finished the quest, just like every other time, all his tiredness vanished, and he felt completely refreshed and at his peak once more. So, that's it. No special reward this time. Ishida wondered, slightly disappointed as he headed into the kitchen to start cooking. I suppose I'll need to keep up with my sword training, he mused, chopping vegetables. From what I've heard, the Demon Slayer Corps is holding their final exam in a month. If everything goes well, I might get the chance to join them and become a member soon. He felt a surge of determination while preparing the ingredients, envisioning his future as part of the Corps. That afternoon, Ishida committed himself to improving his swordsmanship and honing his combat skills against demons. Although he had managed to defeat demons during the survival quest, he wasn't pleased with his performance. The battles felt more like instinct-driven fights, where he wasn't fully conscious of his actions. To address this, he began with meditation to enhance his focus, particularly on mastering his breathing techniques. This practice was essential for maintaining concentration during battles. In his final battle of the survival quest, he had learned a crucial lesson: staying focused and calm was key to winning any fight. Determined to improve, he incorporated these principles into his training routine. For the next 20 days, Ishida continued with his daily training by himself with the daily task given by the system. Ishida began with a series of fundamental sword drills. He executed each swing, vertical, horizontal, and diagonal, with meticulous precision. His goal was to ensure every movement was deliberate and controlled, reinforcing muscle memory and perfecting his form. He transitioned into practicing combination strikes, blending different sword forms into a fluid sequence. This exercise was crucial for developing adaptability and flow in combat, allowing him to transition seamlessly between attacks. Drawing on the lessons from his previous battles, Ishida focused on refining his moon breathing techniques. Starting with the first form, moon slicing form, he practiced tracing arcs of light with his blade, visualizing the power and grace of the crescent moon. He then moved on to the crescent moon dance, the second form, focusing on its sweeping motion and the precision required to execute it effectively. To improve his reaction time, Ishida incorporated quick draw exercises. He practiced unsheathing his sword at lightning speed, aiming to surprise any opponent with a swift and powerful initial attack. Ishida set up an agility ladder on the ground, using it to practice his footwork. Moving quickly and precisely through its rungs, he focused on maintaining balance and speed. This drill was essential for improving his maneuverability in battle. He set up a series of swinging sandbags, simulating incoming attacks. Ishida practiced dodging and weaving through them, honing his reflexes and ability to evade strikes while keeping his sword at the ready. In between sword drills, Ishida incorporated short sprints across the garden, enhancing his cardiovascular endurance. These sprints ensured he could maintain energy levels during prolonged battles and quickly reposition himself as needed. 20 days later. With these training drills for 20 days straight and daily tasks given by the system, Ishida had grown into a more masculine man even with his young age, and even his height increased by a good number, from 5.4 inch to 5.6. Name: Ishida Hitosuke. Level: 11, EXP 1200 needed to level up. Rank: None. Fatigue: 00/100. Title: None. Breathing style: Moon breathing. First form: Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form: Pearl Flower Moon Gazing. Third form: Loathsome Moon, Chains. HP: 380/380. MP: 350/350. Attributes. Strength, 46 plus 13 59 carat. Vitality, 28 plus 10 38 carat. Agility, 26 plus 14 40 carat. Intelligence, 23 plus 12 35 carat. Sense, 17 plus 10 27 carat. Remaining points, 0. A.N. One big update is the new names for the breathing style techniques. These have been updated to match the ones from the Demon Slayer wiki, which I should have referred to from the beginning for accurate details, but it's all good now. Also, what do you think about the series? Do you feel like everything's happening too quickly, or do you enjoy the speed of the storyline? Let me know your thoughts. 12. Defeat the Darkness Quest. Is there really no new quest? Like a special one? I want to see how strong I've become after training for the past 20 days. Ishida exclaimed as he wrapped up his morning routine, something he had grown accustomed to recently. Over these 20 days, Ishida noticed a significant change in himself, thanks to the system's assistance. He felt he was no longer just a regular human, he was something more, something special. Initially, he would prepare and eat meals like anyone else. But soon, he discovered that even if he skipped meals, with system rewarding him with full recovery after completing his daily tasks and training, this meant he never felt hunger in the usual way anymore. Ishida sat in the garden, eagerly scanning the screen for any updates about a new quest after finishing the system's daily quest. New quest unlocked, quest, unknown. Rewards for the quest, unknown. Do you want to accept the quest? Y/N. Wait, the quest is unknown, the rewards are also unknown. So you are not going to give any information regarding the quest at all? Ishida asked in confusion. Quest level, 6. Quest level? My level is currently 11, so level 6 quest should be easier for me, Ishida thought, as he questioned straightforwardly, what was the level of the previous quest? Survival quest, LV, 2. Level 2. Does that mean this quest will be 3 times harder than the last one? Ishida wondered aloud, a hint of excitement in his voice. Suddenly, a slight smirk appeared on his face. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, he thought. I want to challenge myself with this quest, so the tougher it is, the better. Yes, I'm ready for the quest, he exclaimed with excitement. The moment those words left his lips, he got up quickly. Just like before, everything around him suddenly turned pitch black. After waiting a little, he felt solid ground beneath his feet again. This time, though, it wasn't the soft grass he had expected, it was something much harder. Even when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that nothing had changed, the darkness surrounded him completely. Quest begins, defeat the darkness. Quest challenge, defeat all enemies, 0/. Wait, how am I supposed to fight in this pitch-black darkness? Ishida murmured softly, almost to himself. He found himself in a massive cave, completely engulfed in darkness. There wasn't a hint of natural light to be seen, making it impossible to see anything at all. What Ishida didn't know was that the cave was crawling with demons. These creatures were hungry for his blood, ready to pounce and tear him apart in this dark abyss. I should have worked on my sensing skills more, Ishida thought, feeling frustrated with himself. Suddenly, he detected movement around him. With no other option, he shut his eyes, trying to concentrate all his energy on his sensing ability to pinpoint the demons lurking nearby. Focus, take a deep breath, he reminded himself. As soon as he felt an attack coming from his left, he immediately lifted his sword to defend himself. The force behind the attack was powerful, making it tough to block, but he managed to push back with all his strength, sending the demon flying backward. Ishida quickly tried to regain his focus, attempting to sense how many demons surrounded him. I'm not entirely sure, but there must be at least 15 demons around me, he thought, feeling the enormity of the challenge. Can Ishida overcome this daunting obstacle and defeat all the demons in such difficult conditions? 13, Chapter 13. Alright. Stay focused. I've spent the last 20 days preparing for this moment, this battle. No matter what stands in my way, I will fight. Ishida reminded himself. The attacks came relentlessly, but Ishida relied on his ability to sense his surroundings, allowing him to see through the darkness. As some attacks got dangerously close, he skillfully used his blade to block and deflect them. After continuously dodging and parrying a barrage of attacks, Ishida began to feel the immense pressure of their force. It became clear to him why he had been entrusted with this mission now. This challenge was 3 times tougher than anything he had faced before in his previous quest. He found himself with no room to maneuver, as demons encircled him, launching attacks from every direction one after the other. "Alright, now it's my turn," he declared. With a burst of agility, he expertly dodged all the attacks and swiftly moved to the other side of the room, creating a significant gap between himself and the demons. The demons took a moment to realize Ishida's new position, but once they did, they charged at him again, launching a fresh wave of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Ishida steadied himself and raised his blade in front of him. "Now it's my turn," he murmured, taking a deep breath to channel his energy into the weapon. "Moon-breathing first form," he proclaimed, moving swiftly toward the demons. "Dark moon, evening palace." With those words, Ishida swung his blade in a graceful horizontal arc, creating a crescent shape. In an instant, a storm of chaotic crescent blades erupted from his sword, surging toward the approaching demons. As Ishida unleashed his attack, the crescent-shaped slash sent a swirling storm of blades slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. The chaotic crescents tore through the demons with unstoppable force, catching them completely off guard. The demons, unable to respond quickly enough to the sudden and fierce assault, were hit by the crescent blades. In mere moments, 3 demons were obliterated, their bodies turning to ash and vanishing without a trace. Quest Challenge: Defeat enemies 3/ Fatigue 50/100. HP 240/280. After defeating the first 3 demons, Ishida felt a surge of confidence wash over him. He knew he still had many enemies to face, so he kept his focus sharp on the battle ahead. With steady hands, he skillfully dodged the oncoming attacks that followed his initial victory. His confidence bolstered, Ishida prepared himself for the next wave of demons charging toward him. He gripped his blade tightly, declaring with unwavering determination, "I am not done yet." Each move he made was fueled by his resolve to overcome the remaining threats. Taking a deep, steady breath, Ishida refocused his mind on the battle, the demons, and his blade. "Moon-breathing second form, pearl flowers moon-gazing," he shouted, springing into action with renewed vigor. With a flurry of graceful movements, his blade danced through the air, unleashing a rapid barrage of crescent-shaped slashes. The crescents flew outward in a dazzling display, resembling a shower of shimmering petals illuminated by the moonlight. The speed and precision of the attack were overwhelming, catching several demons in its path. Unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, the demons fell one by one. The crescent slashes sliced through their defenses, cutting deeply and leaving them utterly vulnerable. Amidst the chaos, 5 more demons were incapacitated, their forms crumbling into ash and scattering in the wake of the powerful attack. Quest Challenge: Defeat enemies 8/ Fatigue 70/100. HP 220/280. Ishida took a brief moment to assess his situation. Fatigue was beginning to set in, but the success of his second form invigorated his resolve. He knew he needed to end the battle decisively. Without hesitation, Ishida transitioned into the next technique. Moon-breathing third form, loathsome moon, chains, he declared with fierce concentration. His blade moved in a complex, intertwining pattern, creating a series of slashes that resembled chaotic chains. The attack surged forward, expanding outward in multiple directions. The remaining demons, now fewer in number, found themselves ensnared by the intricate web of slashing arcs. The chained crescents tore through the remaining demons, their chaotic motion leaving no room for escape. Overwhelmed by the multifaceted attack, the demons succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Quest Challenge: Defeat enemies 15/ Fatigue 65/100. HP 220/280. MP 230/230. 14. Chapter 14, Quest continues. As Ishida tried to sense the area around him, he realized he couldn't detect any more demons nearby. Confused, he wondered aloud, is the quest really over? There's no notification. Does that mean I haven't completed it yet? Then, a prompt appeared. Would you like to continue the quest? Y/N. Just as I suspected, the quest isn't finished yet. It's asking if I want to keep going. Fatigue 30/100. I still have most of my HP, and my fatigue is slowly going down. Besides, there's no way I'm backing out now, not after only dealing with those weak demons, Ishida thought to himself. Determined, he said, yes, I want to continue. As soon as Ishida spoke, the ground beneath him started to shake. He struggled to keep his balance as the trembling continued. After a few moments, the shaking subsided, and the darkness surrounding him faded away, allowing him to finally see his surroundings. He realized he was in a cave, standing in a small section of it. The rocky walls enclosed him tightly. As he glanced around, he noticed one side of the cave wall beginning to slide apart, revealing an opening that looked just like a door, inviting him to step through. As soon as Ishida saw the path open up, he stepped inside without giving it much thought. The moment he crossed the threshold, the cave closed behind him just like before, leaving no sign that a path had ever existed. Ishida glanced around, utterly amazed by his surroundings. This place was nothing like the stony cave he had been in moments ago. Instead, he found himself in a softly lit corridor that seemed to belong to a grand mansion. Plush carpets lined the floors, and the walls were beautifully decorated. How strange. What kind of challenge could be waiting for me in a place like this? Ishida wondered aloud, as he began to walk down the hallway. He kept looking around, hoping to discover some clue or detail about this mysterious location, but there wasn't much for him to find. As he kept walking down the hallway, he eventually arrived at the very end, where a massive gate stood before him. Curiosity got the better of him, and he instinctively moved to open the door. But just as his fingers brushed against the gate, he felt an overwhelming energy emanating from behind it. This immense force made his hand tremble slightly. I feel strange for some reason. There's something behind that door, and my instincts are screaming that it's incredibly powerful. But what could it be? Ishida wondered to himself. Just as Ishida was about to open the door, a clawed hand shot towards him, targeting his head. He reacted swiftly, ducking just in time to avoid the attack. As he turned slightly, he caught sight of the demon that had tried to strike him with its claws. Gathering his strength, he pushed the demon back, making it stumble 3 or 4 steps away. When Ishida turned away from the door and looked back down the hallway he had just walked through, he saw 3 demons standing there. One of them was the very same demon that had already tried to attack him. The presence of whatever's behind that door is so powerful, it completely masked these attacks, Ishida thought to himself. No, I can't let that distract me right now. I need to concentrate on the battle in front of me. With renewed focus, he steadied his mind and prepared to face the 3 demons standing in the hallway before him. Demon 1, level 7, Demon 2, level 0.7, Demon 3, level 8. Suddenly, numbers appeared above the heads of the demons, indicating their levels. Ishida was puzzled, as he'd never seen such markings in his previous battles. This was a new development compared to the demons he had encountered before. Could it be that the demons I fought in the cave also had levels, but I couldn't see them because I was focusing with my eyes closed? He wondered. If I'm at level 11, does that mean these demons are nearly as strong as I am? Can I take on all 3 of them by myself in a 1-against-3 battle? Ishida questioned, trying to gauge the situation. 15, Chapter 15, What Just Happened? Ishida stood tall in the hallway, right before the grand entrance of the mansion. He wasn't alone, 3 demons were standing in his path. It looked like he had to take them all down if he wanted to finish his quest. The challenge was that these demons were far more powerful than the ones he had battled before. They were nearly as strong as he was, making the fight tough because he had to face 3 formidable foes at once. The air was thick with tension, and the powerful presence behind the gate loomed large in Ishida's mind, but he forced himself to focus on the immediate threat. The demons moved with an unsettling grace, their eyes locked onto Ishida with predatory intent. The first 2, both level 7, began to circle him, while the third, a level 8 demon, remained slightly behind, watching and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ishida knew he had to act quickly. He couldn't afford to be overwhelmed by their coordinated assault. Taking a deep breath, and focusing his mind on himself and the blade in his hands, moon-breathing second form, pearl flowers moon-gazing. He shouted, launching into the attack with a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes. The shimmering petals spun through the air, aimed at the 2 level 7 demons. The demons responded with surprising agility, dodging and weaving through the barrage of attacks. One managed to leap over a crescent, closing the distance between them. Ishida barely had time to react, twisting his body just in time to avoid a vicious swipe aimed at his torso. The second demon lunged from the side, claws outstretched. Ishida parried the blow with his blade, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms. He staggered back, trying to regain his footing as the demons pressed their advantage. Fatigue 30/100. HP 190/280. The third demon, seeing an opening, charged in with a feral snarl. Ishida braced himself, knowing this attack would be even more powerful. The demon's claws slashed through the air, and Ishida barely managed to deflect them with his sword, but the force sent him skidding across the corridor floor. Stay focused, Ishida muttered to himself, pushing through the fatigue that threatened to slow his movements. He knew he had to end this quickly before his energy ran out. Drawing on his remaining strength, Ishida executed a daring maneuver. He feigned a stumble, luring the closest demon into striking. As it lunged, Ishida pivoted sharply, using its momentum against it. His blade cut through the air in a rapid arc, catching the demon off guard and slicing through its neck swiftly. The demon's eyes widened in shock before its body dissolved into ash. Ishida found himself on the defensive once again, parrying their relentless blows as he searched for an opening. I can do this, just a little more. Ishida thought, trying to self-motivate himself for continuing the fight. Now, I have to do it, he thought, as he finally found the opening he was looking for. Moon-breathing third form, loathsome moon, chains, he shouted, as his blade moved in intricate patterns, creating a chaotic web of slashes that expanded outward. The second demon, LV.7, caught in the flurry, struggled to evade the attack. The chains ensnared it, leaving it vulnerable. With a swift, decisive motion, Ishida delivered the blow, again at the same place as the previous demon, at the neck. That reduced the demon to ashes. Only the level 8 demon remained. Pant, pant, pant. Ishida was breathing heavily, feeling his exhaustion build up quickly, even faster than before. His face began to lose color as he struggled to keep his concentration on the battle. With each passing moment, it became increasingly difficult to stay focused. The demon was relentless, charging at Ishida with its next attack. Just in the nick of time, Ishida managed to raise his blade and block the strike. However, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before another attack aimed straight for his head. With his blade already engaged in one hand, Ishida realized he couldn't block this next blow in the same way. Thinking quickly, he used his free hand to grab the demon's arm, halting the attack just before it connected. Mustering every ounce of strength left in him, he pushed the demon back just enough to create a small gap between them. Fatigue gnawed at his muscles. I can't be defeated now. I can't lose. I didn't come all this way to lose. Losing is not an option anymore, after all the hard works I put in. Nah, I have to fight, he thought. He remembered his training, the countless hours spent honing his skills, and the determination that had brought him this far. In a moment of clarity, Ishida saw his chance. He sidestepped a vicious swing, countering with a precise thrust that pierced the demon's defenses. The demon staggered, its movements faltering. Now is my chance. Seizing the opening, Ishida channeled every ounce of his remaining energy into one final attack. Moon-breathing first form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. He shouted, unleashing a powerful horizontal slash that cleaved through the air with deadly precision. The crescent-shaped energy swept over the demon, tearing through its form. The demon let out a final, anguished cry before disintegrating into ash, leaving Ishida standing victorious. Fatigue 90/100. HP 52/280. Reward EX.P 4000. Reward instant heal available. Do you want to take it? Y/N. Instant healing? How's that even possible? Ishida wondered to himself. Despite his skepticism, he couldn't afford to refuse the chance given his current state. So, he eagerly agreed, yes. In the blink of an eye, all his tiredness vanished completely, and his HP was restored to full almost immediately, just like it was before. Wait a minute. The quest isn't over, and I've already received the instant heal. Ishida asked himself, turning to face the massive door. A realization struck him. Do I need to finish the quest by taking down whatever's behind that door? Is that why I got the instant heal now? Because my next opponent is incredibly strong. I barely survived the battle with those demons, and if the power I felt coming from that room is anything to go by, it must be at least twice as strong as the demons I just faced. Does this mean I'm outmatched against the enemy? He wondered. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he brushed it off with determination. No, I can't afford to lose. I have to win, no matter what. Chapter 16, Can Ishida fight back? What could be hidden inside this room? What sort of strong demon might be waiting with such an intense energy? Ishida wondered as he approached the door once more. There's only one way to find out. He whispered to himself, then without hesitation, he pushed the door open, which creaked loudly, by stepping inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, the formidable presence he had sensed earlier grew even stronger, surrounding him and becoming more distinct and unmistakable. As he stepped inside, Ishida noticed that the room was quite sparse, much like the hallway he had just left. There were a few scattered chairs and other furniture, but overall, it felt empty. The walls, however, had the grandeur of a royal mansion. I can definitely sense the presence, but where is it coming from? He wondered aloud. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing from the far side of the room. Someone, or something, was approaching his side with measured steps. In just a few moments, a mysterious silhouette emerged from the opposite side. At first glance, the demon before Ishida resembled the ones he had encountered and defeated in the hallway earlier. However, as it approached, Ishida noticed it wasn't quite the same. This creature was noticeably taller, and its body color differed from the others. Unlike the demons from outside, this one bore a stronger similarity to a human. Level: unknown. If it's anything like the ones I faced outside, its main strength will be its sheer power and those claw-like hands. But even if it's a bit stronger, I know I can defeat it without much trouble. And I must do it. Before Ishida could finish his thoughts, the demon suddenly disappeared into thin air. Where did it go? Ishida wondered aloud, caught off guard by the unexpected disappearance. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ishida sensed an attack heading his way. Instinctively, he drew his blade in front of him to block the oncoming strike. The attack slammed into his blade with such force that Ishida was pushed backward, nearly crashing into the wall behind him. No, this one's stronger than the 3 demons I fought before. It might even be at a higher level than I am. Ishida thought. But I have to fight, no matter what. The demon lunged forward, its right claw slicing downward toward Ishida's shoulder. Ishida reacted swiftly, raising his sword to meet the attack. The clash of claw against blade sent a sharp, metallic ring through the air, vibrating up Ishida's arms. Using the momentum, the demon pivoted on its left foot, swinging its other arm in a wide arc toward Ishida's side. Anticipating the move, Ishida ducked low, feeling the rush of air as the claws narrowly missed his head. He took this chance to strike, lunging forward with a thrust aimed at the demon's exposed midsection. The demon twisted away with a speed that was almost blurring, countering with a backhand swipe from its right claw. Ishida barely managed to twist his body, the claws grazing his armor with a screech. Seizing the moment, the demon spun around, delivering a powerful kick that caught Ishida in the ribs, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing to the ground. Pain flared through his side, but Ishida rolled to his feet, only to find the demon already closing the distance. It leapt into the air, both claws poised for a deadly double strike. Ishida crossed his blade above him, catching the blow but feeling the crushing weight drive him down to one knee. With a growl, the demon pushed harder, its face inches from Ishida's, eyes burning with a feral intensity. Ishida gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to shove the demon back. He staggered to his feet, gasping for breath, as the demon prowled around him, searching for another opening. Ishida knew he had to stay focused, every move a calculated effort to survive against this formidable foe. The room seemed to shrink around them, the battle a dance of life and death, each movement critical as the demon continued its relentless assault. 17, Chapter 17, New Breathing Form Unlocked. Ishida realized he needed to take action because this battle was becoming one of the toughest he had faced since his reawakening. The challenge was clear, he had to come up with a creative plan to truly confront the demon, and it was obvious that defeating the demon wouldn't be a simple task. Fatigue, 65/100. HP, 130/280. MP, 230/230. The demon again with swift claw, launched Ishida to a corner of the huge room of the mansion, as Ishida struggled to stand on his feet. His hands bleeding, his whole body was completely torn apart by the demon in front of him, and his HP lowering at a very high rate, and also the fatigue was catching up to its max at the same time. Can I really win this battle? Ishida questioned to himself, as the demon started closing in on him at the corner of the room. As he looked back at the all things, all the memories of his family flushed out in front of him, and their death and his vow to avenge their death with, "No, it's not a question if I can or not, I have to," no matter what, I have to fight. I can't be defeated, he thought, as his grip on his blade got stronger than before, as closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, Ishida. Calm down. The demon who was closing on him reached him at the corner of the room, as he went for the finishing attack on Ishida, as he went with his claws to attack on Ishida's head, but before the attack could reach Ishida with his speed and agility evaded the attack as the demon's claw hit the corner wall of the room as Ishida stood beside him now. Seeing the opportunity, he didn't waste a moment, as he launched his blade into an attack immediately, driving his blade into the demon's knee with a swift, decisive thrust. This attack forced the demon to stagger, creating a brief moment of vulnerability. And now is my chance, Ishida thought as he brought his blade in front of him as he focused his energy on his blade once again. Moon breathing first form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace, activated. Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Ishida shouted, swinging his blade in a graceful arc. Instantly, a storm of crescent blades erupted, slicing through the air with fierce precision. The crescents crashed into the demon, leaving deep, glowing wounds. The demon staggered back, momentarily stunned by the swift and relentless assault. Ishida, now ready for his next move, kept his blade poised, eyes locked on his opponent. Okay, don't stop. Seeing the demon stagger, Ishida seized the opportunity. With swift determination, he called out again, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. His blade arced gracefully through the air, unleashing another torrent of crescent blades. The newly formed crescents surged forward, slicing through the space between them with unerring aim. They struck the demon relentlessly, each impact leaving glowing trails across its hide. The demon reeled, its defenses crumbling under the relentless barrage of attacks. Ishida stayed focused, his heart pounding with adrenaline as he prepared to strike again, ready to exploit every opening. As the demon struggled to regain its footing, it let out a furious roar and charged at Ishida once more, claws poised to strike. Ishida, though battered and weary, stood his ground, eyes locked on his approaching foe. With determination burning in his eyes, he decided it was time to unleash another technique. As the demon closed in, Ishida took a deep breath and focused his energy into his blade. Moon breathing second form, Pearl Flower Moon gazing. He declared, his voice echoing through the chamber. In an instant, Ishida swung his sword in a series of graceful, defensive arcs. Crescent-shaped slashes formed a shimmering barrier around him, each one poised to intercept the demon's attacks. The crescents moved fluidly, almost as if they were dancing in the air, creating a protective shield. The demon's claws met the crescent barrier, and with each impact, the slashes deflected the blows, redirecting the force away from Ishida. The demon roared in frustration, unable to break through the elegant defense. With the demon's attacks deflected by the shimmering crescent barrier, Ishida knew he had only a moment to turn the tide of battle. The demon, fueled by rage, snarled and prepared to charge again, but Ishida was ready to escalate his assault. Summoning every ounce of strength and focus left in him, Ishida readied himself for the next strike. His heart pounded, adrenaline surging through his veins as he channeled his energy into his blade, feeling the weight of his determination and the memories of his lost family pushing him forward. Moon breathing third form, Loathsome Moon, chains. Ishida calmly stated. With a powerful swing, his blade unleashed a series of crescent-shaped energy chains. These crescents, interconnected and flowing like a river of light, surged toward the demon with relentless speed. The chains wrapped around the demon, binding it in a brilliant, silvery hold that shimmered with otherworldly power. As the attack unfolded, Ishida's blade began to shift, its dark hue transforming into a radiant, silvery sheen. The unexpected change seemed to amplify the crescents, intensifying their glow and power. The demon struggled against the chains, its movements growing sluggish as the crescents cut deeper, sapping its strength. The demon's roars filled the chamber, but it was clear that Ishida's assault was overpowering. The chains tightened, their silvery light reflecting in Ishida's determined gaze. The demon's form began to falter, its defenses unable to withstand the onslaught of the third form. With one last mighty effort, the crescents tightened their grip, delivering a crushing blow that destroyed the demon. The creature let out one last, pitiful scream as it crumbled to the ground, its body breaking apart under the unstoppable power of Ishida's attack. At that very moment, Ishida also fell to the ground, exhausted from the battle. Fatigue 95/100. HP 50/280. He was barely conscious, struggling to stay awake. However, His growing fatigue suddenly came to a halt right at 95%, before it could reach its highest point. Quest completed. A screen popped up right in front of him, and Ishida felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw the notification that the quest was finally completed. Rewards available. Immediate instant heal would be activated in 3, 2, 1. Once the countdown hit 0, the instant heal provided by the system kicked in right away. Ishida began to feel his strength and health returning, slowly coming back to full power. Fatigue 25/100. HP 230/280. Right away, his fatigue level began to drop, and his HP started to recover, gradually returning to its normal level. Rewards for the quest available now. Do you accept the rewards? Y/N. Yeah, like I'd ever turn down a reward after busting my butt in that fight, Ishida said as he got back on his feet. As he stood up, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his side, despite the instant heal. Wow, that was intense, he mumbled to himself, rubbing his sore muscles. Even with the healing, it feels like I've just run a marathon. He carefully stretched his arms, noticing the stiffness in his joints. I guess instant heal doesn't mean instant comfort, he joked, grimacing a bit at the leftover soreness. My body's still pretty achy, and those bruises are definitely making themselves known. Taking a deep breath, he tried to shake off the lingering tiredness. Well, at least I'm not completely drained, but I definitely need some downtime after this, he confessed. That fight really took a toll on me, and I can still feel it deep in my bones. Despite the discomfort, Ishida couldn't help but grin. But hey, I did it. I completed the quest, he said with satisfaction, letting a wave of accomplishment wash over him. Now, let's see what rewards I've earned for all this effort. Of course, I accept, he declared. Available rewards are: Reward 1. EXP total, 15,000, including the EXP from the 4,000 EXP, level, 17 EXP, 3,200 needed to level up, 30 stat point is rewarded for leveling up. Reward 2. New breathing form, 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, unlocked. Reward 3. Additional stat point, 10 available. Reward 4. Special healing potion ×4, available in inventory. After a while, Ishida was relaxing on his bed in his bedroom, looking over the stat points and rewards he had earned from finishing the quest. I've got 40 stat points in total. I think it's time to spread them out across my stats, Ishida pondered. But I've realized that strength isn't as crucial in battles as I once thought. Based on my experiences, it's not the most important. So, I'm going to focus more on boosting my other stats, especially my sense stat. With that in mind, he opened his player profile to check his current stats. Name: Ishida Hitosuki. Level: 17 EXP, 3,200 needed to level up. Rank: None. Fatigue: 15/100. Title: None. Breathing style: Moon breathing. First form: Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form: Pearl Flower Moon Gazing. Third form: Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form: Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. HP 380/380. MP 350/350. Attributes: Strength 59. Vitality 38. Agility 40. Intelligence 35. Sense 27. Remaining points 40. So, the new breathing form will use up 50 MP each time. Fascinating. Ishida mused to himself as he turned his attention back to his stats. I have 40 points to work with, so let's get to distributing them. I'll start by adding 1 point to strength to make it an even number. For vitality, I'll put in 7 points since that will boost my HP as well. Next, I'll add 6 points to agility because it helps me dodge attacks and move quickly. Then, 5 points to intelligence, since I might need a high MP stat for upcoming breathing forms. Finally, I'll put 11 points into the sense stat. I know that's a lot, but I really think it'll be worth it, Ishida concluded confidently. HP 450/450. MP 400/400. Attributes: Strength 59 + 160. Vitality 38 + 745. Agility 40 + 646. Intelligence 35 + 540. Sense 37 + 1148. Remaining points 10. Alright, it's time to get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, it's back to training and tackling daily quests. Though, to be fair, they never really stop, and I actually enjoy doing them, Ishida said with a contented sigh as he settled into his bed. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. 18, Chapter 18. After 8 days. Name Ishida Hitosuki. Level 18 EXP 5200 needed to level up. Rank None. Fatigue 00/100. Title None. Breathing style Moon breathing. First form Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form Pearl Flower Moon gazing. Third form Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. HP 500/500. MP 480/480. Attributes. Strength 60. Vitality 45 + 550. Agility 46 + 450. Intelligence 40 + 848. Sense 48 + 250. Remaining points 00. Over the past week and a bit, Ishida has been working hard on simple daily tasks and training to get better at using his breathing techniques. Now, he's all set to head out for the big final exam. The exam is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Since the place where the exam is being held is quite far away and the journey there takes a long time, Ishida figured it would be smart to start his trip a couple of days early to make sure he arrives on time. It's good with the inventory given by the system, I don't have to carry anything on my hands, so it would take less time to even reach there as well. Inventory. Food supplies. Dried fish, X3. Rice balls, X5. Herbal tea, X2. Nabe, X1. Onigiri, X2. Medicinal items. Instant healing potion, X4. Empty. Equipment. Nichiren blade, X1. Miscellaneous. Empty. Ishida scratched his head, wondering why he bothered grabbing the food in the first place. I guess I'm just not used to this new version of myself, he mused. I don't even need to eat anymore. It's going to take some time to get used to this. He was dressed in a long black jacket, with pants and boots to match. His black sword was securely tucked in its sheath at his side. Ishida wanted to make sure no one questioned why he was attending the exam without his weapon, so he put it as a normal slayer would do. Image. These clothes weren't his usual style either. They were a reward from the system for finishing the regular daily quests. Before heading out, Ishida took a moment to visit the back of his house, where his family's graves lay quietly. He knelt down in front of them, feeling the familiar ache in his heart. "Please, give me strength," he whispered, his voice soft but filled with determination. "Mom, big brother, sister, pray for me. Help me find the power to become strong and avenge your deaths." With these words, he said his goodbyes and set off on his journey to the location of the final exam, carrying their memory with him. 19. Final selection begins. Ishida stepped out of his house and headed towards Fujikazan Mountain, where the final selection was going to happen. The system told him that it would take him over a day, around 38 hours, to get there. On his way, he'd pass through lots of villages and markets. Luckily, the system found the quickest routes and shortcuts to help him reach his goal faster. But since Ishida didn't have enough money to travel faster, he chose to keep walking to get to his destination. With his speed and a little help from the system, covering that distance wouldn't be too much of a problem. As the day ended, Ishida kept moving forward, not even stopping when night fell. The day of the big final exam had finally arrived. Ishida showed up at the spot a bit later than everyone thought he would. He had taken a break and rested along the way, which slowed him down. Luckily, even while traveling at night, he didn't run into any demons. He did feel their presence nearby, but he was careful not to engage them. He didn't want to waste his energy and strength before the important exam. When Ishida finally got to the mountain's location, he was surprised to see the whole area filled with wisteria flowers. He stood there for a moment, a bit confused by the sight. But Ishida's thoughts were all about the final selection exam he came for. He didn't want to waste any time, so he headed straight in. After walking a bit, he found a staircase. Climbing up, he realized he had reached the place for the final selection. There was entrance gate with seals on it, and inside, he saw others who were also there to take part in the final selection. Ishida didn't pay much attention to the others. He walked right past them, noticing the curious looks they gave him, but he ignored them all. Well, all except one. "Hey there. Nice to meet you, I'm Sakura," she said. Ishida halted when a girl stepped in front of him. She had long, flowing black hair and bright reddish eyes, and she was dressed in a simple pink kimono. Image. Hi. Ishida replied, feeling a bit awkward as he wanted to move past her. But before either of them could continue the conversation, another voice interrupted. Good evening. The voice chimed, capturing everyone's attention. Ishida and Sakura, along with the others, turned to see two little girls standing together. They spoke in unison. You have arrived tonight for the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Thank you all for being here. Here on Mount Fujikazan, you'll find several demons that were captured alive by the Demon Slayer swordsman, one of the girls began, pausing before the other girl continued. The wisteria blossoms prevent them from escaping. These blossoms grow all over the mountain, covering everything from the base to halfway up. But beyond this point, the wisteria stops, the first girl resumed. So, from here on, the demons are confined and very hungry. To pass the final selection, you must survive for 7 days within the wisteria's protection. She paused, having explained everything that needed to be said. Now, your trial begins. They announced together, signaling the start of the challenge. Ishida stood there with a look of determination on his face, confident that he could handle whatever came his way during the trial. Hey, are you scared? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Sakura said with a reassuring smile, still standing beside Ishida as the announcement had just concluded. Ishida glanced at her briefly but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned and made his way toward the entrance, with Sakura following close behind. 20. Final Selection 2. As soon as Ishida stepped into the area beyond the wisteria forest, where the selection test was happening, he could feel demons all around him. There are a lot of strong demons here. This is going to be an interesting fight, Ishida thought. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed someone nearby. It was Sakura, standing right next to him. Whoa, what? He exclaimed. Sakura smirked. Oh, you knew I was here without even looking. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. I'm Ishida. Just Ishida. Now, you can head your way, and I'll go mine, he replied, as he continued to walk deeper into the forest. Okay, whatever. It's not like I need any help. I just thought teaming up might make it easier to complete the trial since there are so many demons. But if you're not interested, fine, Sakura replied with a shrug. Ishida gave a slight nod, and they parted ways, with him following his instincts deeper into the forest. After a while, I have to stay here for 7 days, Ishida reminded himself. That means I shouldn't get into fights unless I have to. But I bet they're judging us on how we handle ourselves here. So, in every battle, I need to stay calm and perform well, he thought, pushing further into the dense forest. Suddenly, he sensed demons around nearby. As out of nowhere 2 demons jumped at him at the same time. With incredible agility and speed, he evaded both demons as they almost clashed into one another. Level 3. Level 4. Huh, these are low-level demons, Ishida thought, as the demons looked at him with bloodlust. They tried to attack him, almost racing with each other to strike first. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. He said. In an instant, the crescent-shaped slashes left by Ishida's sword hit both demons in a single cut at their necks, causing their bodies to fall to the ground and turn into ashes. Good, he said to himself, as he continued walking again. I wonder what she's up to, he thought, picturing Sakura in his mind. But he quickly pushed the thought away. Why should I worry about her? I've got my own mission to focus on. Besides, she seems tough enough to handle herself. Plus, I don't even know her, he reasoned to himself. Close to where Ishida was, Sakura carefully navigated the forest after splitting up with Ishida. She was confident in her ability to fend off any demons lurking about. As she moved, her senses were heightened, every rustle and shadow putting her on edge. She was determined to prove her strength and bravery in this daunting task. Out of nowhere, she heard a rustle in the thick foliage. Before she could fully react, a demon sprang at her with a fierce intent. Its hideous face twisted with a sinister grin as it spotted her alone, seemingly an easy target. Reacting swiftly, Sakura jumped back, just escaping the demon's sharp claws. Her heart was racing, but she steadied herself by focusing on her training. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. She shouted, her voice resonating through the forest. She twirled gracefully, her sword slicing through the air in a smooth arc. The demon was caught off guard by her agility and precision, making it stumble back, though it wasn't done yet. With a growl, it charged at her again, its eyes blazing with anger. Sakura gritted her teeth, feeling the intensity of the battle. She knew she had to stay calm and collected, just like her mentors had taught her. As the demon lunged, she sidestepped, using its own momentum against it. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance, she announced, her motions turning into an elegant yet deadly dance. Her blade cut cleanly through the demon's neck, reducing it to ash. Catching her breath, Sakura took a moment to gather herself, her heart still pounding with adrenaline. She scanned her surroundings to ensure there were no more threats, then allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Not too shabby, she murmured, pushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Meanwhile, Ishida kept moving forward, encountering and defeating a couple of low-level demons that dared to attack him along the way. With each encounter, he dispatched them with ease, his movements sharp and efficient. The final selection continued, testing his skills and resolve as he pressed onward through the challenges the night brought. 21. Final Selection 3. 2 nights went by quickly, and neither Ishida nor Sakura faced any real trouble. Ishida spent his time wandering through the forest, occasionally running into demons. However, most of these demons were pretty weak, like level 6 or below, so they weren't really a big deal for him. Meanwhile, Sakura had a few minor skirmishes but mostly stayed put in one spot. She focused on defending herself against the demons that occasionally showed up around her. On the third night of the final selection, things took a turn. Sakura, who had been sticking to one spot for quite a while, finally decided to move on and explore a bit further. It wasn't long after she started walking that she heard someone yelling for help. Help! Help! Echoed through the trees. At first, she hesitated, unsure of what to do. But curiosity and concern got the better of her, and she chose to investigate the cries. After some time, she arrived at the source of the screams. What she saw made her freeze in shock, her face turning pale. There stood a terrifying demon, much taller and more menacing than any she had encountered before. Right before her eyes, it devoured a human, leaving her completely stunned. She was utterly shocked, trembling with a mix of fear, disgust, and anger as she watched the demon devouring a human right in front of her eyes. Before she could gather her thoughts, the demon turned its gaze towards her, noticing her presence. "Ah, another meal has arrived, huh? Why don't you come over here and put up a fight, unlike the coward I just ate?" The demon taunted, its voice sending shivers down Sakura's spine. She felt paralyzed and uncertain about what to do next. Can I really fight it? Or will this be the end for me? I don't want to die. What should I do? Sakura's mind was a whirl of confusion as she struggled to decide whether to stand her ground or retreat. She realized that escaping wouldn't be simple, especially now that the demon had spotted her. The demon let out a disappointed grunt, another cowardly human. I can't stand weaklings. But hey, I won't turn down a meal that walks right up to me, it said, its words dripping with contempt. Sakura, on the other hand, tried to calm her racing heart. She focused on taking deep breaths, recalling everything she had learned over the past few years. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance, she murmured, readying herself for the fight as she charged towards the demon. With graceful movements, she swung her blade in a winding motion, her body moving in sync as if she were performing a dance. Her blade aimed straight for the demon's neck, slicing through with precision. Once she landed back on the ground, she took a moment to catch her breath, trying to process what had just happened. Did I defeat it? Did I really get it? She wondered, glancing back to see the outcome of her attack. What she saw next left her even more stunned. The demon stood there, completely unharmed, without so much as a scratch on its neck or anywhere else. Her attack had failed utterly. Well, at least you're not a coward, the demon said, its voice dripping with malice. But you're definitely foolish for trying to take me on. Now, I'll enjoy turning you into my next meal even more. Sakura found herself frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. In the past 2 years of training, she had never encountered anything like this. Though she had faced only a handful of demons during her training, none had been this formidable. The demon wasted no time and started advancing, its hands reaching out to grab her. Sakura was aware of the danger, but her body refused to respond to her mind's desperate commands. Why can't I move? I have to get away. I don't want to die like this, she thought frantically, yet she remained frozen in place, unable to budge as the demon's hand drew closer. She shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the inevitable. But the impact never came. Tentatively, she opened her eyes, curious and confused about what had happened in front of her. "I hope I wasn't too late. Are you okay?" asked the person now standing in front of Sakura. He held his sword firmly, effortlessly blocking the demon's attack. With a simple swing, he pushed the demon back, showing his strength. The demon sneered, "Another nuisance. You people have no manners. Interrupting a meal is quite rude. You could have waited your turn." Ignoring the demon's taunts, Ishida turned his attention back to Sakura. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "Yes, I'm okay. Thanks for helping me," Sakura replied, still catching her breath. "But, he already killed the boy before I got here," she explained, knowing that Ishida must have heard the same scream that had drawn her to the scene. "I see," Ishida said with a nod, understanding the situation. He stood up and faced the demon, determination in his eyes. "Stay here, I won't take long to deal with this," he assured her. 22, Final Selection, 4. "It won't take long, huh? You sure like to brag for a human. I don't think you know your place yet, but I'll make sure you do." Before the demon could finish talking, Ishida was already set with his move. "Moon breathing, 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy," he announced. -50 MP. MP 430/480. Ishida dashed toward the demon and leaped into the air. As the demon tried to strike him, he dodged every blow effortlessly, thanks to his quickness and agility. In a split second, he soared into the sky, the moonlight wrapping around his sword and giving it a soft glow. This light created a swirling storm of slashes around him. Each time Ishida swung his sword, crescent-shaped cuts filled the air, creating a powerful whirlwind that looked like a moonlit storm. The demon was having a hard time keeping up, its claws swiping at nothing but empty air as Ishida moved like a dance of light and shadow. His speed and agility made it easy for him to dodge every counterattack. Noticing the demon's struggle, Ishida decided to change his approach. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and shifted into the third form of moon breathing, called Loathsome Moon, Chains. Ishida let loose the chain slashes one after the other. Each swing of his sword created glowing chains in the air, forming a complex pattern of interlocking crescents. The demon was caught in this bright web, unable to break free from the constant onslaught. The chain slashes cut deeper with each swing, every arc of light slicing through the demon's defenses with perfect precision. As the last crescent cut through its form, the demon let out a final, defeated roar before it dissolved into shadows. Sakura stood behind Ishida, completely amazed as she watched him take down the demon without even breaking a sweat. The speed, the movement, how many years did he train to get this good? Is he even human? She wondered, her mind buzzing with questions as she witnessed Ishida effortlessly vanquish such a formidable demon. EXP plus 1000. Level 18, 2800 EXP needed to level up. Ishida glanced at the notification about his experience points and thought, I can gain experience by defeating these demons too. I thought it was only for completing quests. He tried to recall, did I get experience from defeating the demons earlier? I didn't notice, but I must have, right? He pondered, trying to piece it together. What are you staring at? Sakura asked as she walked over and stood next to Ishida. Nothing much. We still have over 3 days and nights left. I hope you make the most of this time. Ishida replied, turning to head off. Wait, you can't just leave on your own. She protested, quickly following him. Ishida paused and turned back to face her. And why's that? He asked. Because we need each other's help to survive. She insisted, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. We. Ishida raised an eyebrow. I mean, I need help to survive, Sakura admitted. I've been training for the last 2 years, but I don't have experience fighting demons as strong as the ones here. You seem like a really experienced slayer, so, maybe you could help me get through this selection trial. She suggested hopefully. Ishida let out a sigh at her proposal. So, what do you say? She asked, eager for his response. Initially, when Ishida was leaving his home to attend the final selection trial, he figured it would be best to work alone because of his unique situation with the system. Yet, here he was, faced with an unexpected request for partnership. Now, even though Ishida wanted to turn her down, he found himself asking, how many demons have you killed so far? Huh? Sakura was puzzled by his question. Do you mean in these 3 days of the final selection, or overall? In these 3 days. Ishida clarified. 6. I've killed 6 demons, Sakura answered, looking curiously at Ishida. But why do you ask? She wondered, trying to understand his sudden interest. Just because if I'm going to have someone with me, it's better to know they're capable and I won't have to protect them all the time, Ishida said as he continued walking. Sakura understood his point and followed him. Thanks. By the way, what breathing style do you use? I heard you mention moon breathing earlier. I use water breathing, you know, Sakura said. Good. Ishida replied simply. Why did you decide to become a demon slayer? She asked, curious about his motivation. I don't need to tell you, Ishida replied, keeping his reasons to himself. In this way, Sakura and Ishida continued through the remainder of the final selection, with Ishida often helping Sakura to survive in various situations. Despite the challenges, they managed to work together, navigating the dangers of the forest. As the 7 days of the final selection came to an end, both of them emerged from the forest, having successfully survived the ordeal. Throughout their time in the forest, Ishida found it challenging to complete his daily missions, especially with Sakura's constant barrage of questions. He often deflected or avoided answering to keep his focus. Nevertheless, he managed to complete his daily tasks and used the instant heal ability regularly, which was one reason he felt no fatigue as they left the forest. So, it looks like we're joining the Demon Slayer Corps as teammates. Sakura declared cheerfully. What do you mean? I only agreed to work together for the trial, Ishida replied, maintaining his initial stance. Yeah, we'll see, she said with a playful smile, brushing off his reluctance as she walked past him toward the spot where the two girls who made the announcements earlier were standing. Ishida shook his head, a hint of amusement on his lips, as he followed her. Welcome back. The two girls said in unison, their voices harmonious. Congratulations. We are pleased to see that you have returned safely. One of them paused as the other continued. Now, first we shall issue you all uniforms. We will begin by taking your measurements, and then your rank will be inscribed. There are 10 ranks in total, she added, as they began calling out names one by one to proceed with the measurements and ranking process. Kino. Kainato. Hano. Hinoto. Sachino. Sachinoto. Kano. Kanoto. Mizuno. And Mizunato. Currently, you are at the lowest rank, Mizunato, one of the girls announced. We will now assign each of you your own Kazhigai crow, the other added, clapping her hands. Suddenly, crows flew overhead, descending to each and every one of the newly selected slayers. Do I really have to take this? Ishida asked, sounding uncertain. I'm afraid so. These Kazhigai crows are super important. They're mainly used to keep in touch with others, came the reply. Alright, now for your sword. You'll need to choose a piece of ore from this collection here, she explained, revealing a table packed with all kinds of ore. Hold on, I already have a sword. So I don't need to pick one, right? You have a sword already? Sakura asked, clearly surprised, and the others turned to him with the same astonished look. Ishida was taken aback when he realized he was the only one with a fully customized and forged sword. He understood it was because of the unique system he had, something he preferred to keep under wraps. With a sigh, Ishida joined Sakura in selecting their ore for sword forging. The process would take over 10 days to complete. In the meantime, they would receive assignments from the Demon Slayer Corps, communicated through the crows each of them received. Sakura and Ishida were assigned the same mission, effectively pairing them as a team. While Sakura had requested this arrangement, Ishida wasn't thrilled about it, but he found himself with no other option. 23. Forest Mystery 1. Name Ishida Hitosuki. Level 19 EXP 6400 needed to level up. Rank Mizunato. Fatigue 00/100. Title None. Breathing style Moon breathing. First form Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form Pearl Flower Moon gazing. Third form Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. HP 500/500. MP 480/480. Attributes. Strength 60. Vitality 50. Agility 50. Intelligence 48. Sense 50. Remaining points 0.5. Ishida glanced at the screen and saw he had 5 stat points ready to use. I'll figure that out later, he thought. But then he remembered something important. When I used the fifth form of moon breathing during the trial, it took away 50 MP, and my MP went down. Now I get how it works, he realized. Sakura, walking next to him, asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing much," Ishida replied casually. She seemed curious and asked, "I've been wondering, why did you decide to join the Demon Slayer Corps? What made you choose that path?" Ishida kept walking, not saying a word in response. "Hey mister, I am asking you. Aren't you listening?" she asked again. "I am. But, I have no interest in responding to your questions now, so stay silent," Ishida responded. "I just asked a simple question, you don't need to be that cold like that," she murmured. "I'm heading back home now. Got some stuff I need to take care of there. So." Ishida trailed off, trying to hint at her to head out too, but he couldn't quite find the words to say it directly. "Okay, I'll go too," she replied. "But hey, when we're back at our place, how are we supposed to handle our mission?" she asked with curiosity. "We'll kick off our mission once the Demon Slayer Corps finishes forging our Nichiren blades. They'll send the swords to us when they're ready," Ishida explained. "Plus, when it's mission time, each of our crows will get the details about where we need to go." "Oh, I get it. How come I didn't catch any of that before?" she wondered, looking confused. Ishida just shook his head while walking away. "You should probably focus on the road now," he called back, leaving Sakura standing there. After a few moments, she headed off as well, taking a different path as they're split in two directions. Sakura was super thrilled about the news of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. She got so caught up in her excitement that she dashed out before they were even done with their announcement. As she made her way out, Ishida let out a sigh, thinking to himself, "What a hassle. It was much simpler when I was on my own." But then another thought crossed his mind, "Well, at least I remembered to bring some food along. It's not for me, though, it's for her," he mumbled while glancing at his inventory screen. Inventory. Food supplies. Empty, 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 empty. Medicinal items. Instant healing potion, X4. Empty. Equipment. Empty. Miscellaneous. Empty. Forget about the food, Ishida mused to himself. If they deliver the new Nichiren blade, I'll have 2 of them. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. He pondered for a moment, then decided, anyways, I should head back home first before anything else. Some time later, as darkness settled and night approached, Ishida continued his journey toward his home, which was still quite far away. As he walked beside a dense forest, a sudden scream pierced the silence, echoing from deep within the trees. At the same time, he sensed the presence of demons lurking in the forest. That scream sounded like it came from a human. He thought, feeling a surge of concern. Should I go check out what's going on? He asked himself, debating whether to investigate. Just as Ishida was trying to make up his mind, the scream echoed from the forest again. This time, he didn't hesitate and dashed straight into the trees. Relying on his senses, he navigated through the forest, trying to pinpoint the source of the screams and locate the demons. As he concentrated, he realized, there are at least 4 demons, and, his thoughts paused as his eyebrows shot up in surprise, there are at least 4 humans out there too. Urgency surged through him, and he quickened his pace, determined to reach the spot where he sensed the demons. As he skidded around a turn, he spotted a small girl sitting alone beside one of the forest trees. Ishida's heart pounded in his chest as he got closer to the little girl sitting by the tree. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she held onto her stuffed toy as if it were her lifeline. Just as Ishida was about to reach her, a dark shape leaped out from the shadows, a demon, its eyes glowing with a wicked light. Without a second thought, Ishida unsheathed his Nichiren blade, its sharp edge catching the moonlight. He quickly placed himself between the demon and the girl, ready to protect her. The demon growled, its claws extending as it got ready to attack. In a heartbeat, Ishida swung his sword with practiced grace, executing a flawless defensive strike. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. He declared, his voice resonating with the energy of his technique, as the air around him seemed to shimmer with power. The demon's form flickered momentarily, and just as Ishida's blade was about to land its decisive blow, the creature vanished into the night, leaving only a faint whisper in the wind. "What the?" Ishida murmured, his eyes darting around the area, alert for any signs of another unexpected attack. The girl's soft whimper brought Ishida's attention back to her. He knelt down and gave her a reassuring smile. "It's okay now. You're safe," he said gently, even though his mind was still buzzing with questions about the disappearing demon. The girl raised a trembling finger, pointing in a particular direction, trying to communicate something despite her fear rendering her speechless. Ishida followed her gaze, turning to the direction she indicated. He could sense more humans and demons in that area, realizing there was more happening than he first thought. "It's okay, I'm here. Don't be afraid," Ishida reassured her, as the girl wrapped her arms around the staffed toy in her hand. His mind was racing with thoughts. What should I do? I need to find out what's happening over there, but should I bring this little girl with me? I can't just leave her here alone too, and there's no one around to look after her as well, he thought, feeling the weight of the situation pressing on him. 24. New challenge. Ishida stood currently at a 6 vs 1 situation, which was not much of a problem for him, but with the little girl with him, it turned out to be much difficult as he had to protect her from 6 directions and also fight at the same time. Above all, the levels of those demons weren't even something he could play around with. According to the system, they were all demons from 9 to 11 level range, from which, one was at 11 level, who looked the closely resembling to human, one of them were 10 and others were at level 9. "Give the little girl to us, and we will maybe leave you." The demon, who was at 11 level, spoke with a laughter. "Where are the other people? I know there were more people here, where are they?" Ishida questioned, taking a defensive stance, as the girl held his more tightly in fear, as Ishida slowly put his hand at his head. One of the demon laughed, and replied, "We ate them." Ishida's face turned into more surprise and anger. All of a sudden the faces of his family members came to his mind, increasing his anger for those demons to another level. "Well, not all yet. Now, as we have a new meal as well with the kid." Saying this, the demon started approaching Ishida. Ishida quickly closed his eyes. "I have to defeat these demons with the kid. Also, the humans I am sensing are at a little distance, maybe they are the family of this kid. But I have to finish it quick," Ishida thought to himself. As the circle of demons tightened around them, Ishida quickly assessed the situation, ensuring the little girl was safe. He gently placed her behind him, positioning himself as a protective barrier between her and the menacing creatures. His senses were sharp, ready to counter any attack. The demons lunged forward, their claws glinting in the moonlight. Ishida took a steadying breath and initiated his first move. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. He declared, his voice firm and focused. His sword traced elegant, crescent-shaped slashes through the air. These arcs of light formed a shimmering shield, intercepting the demons' advance and forcing them to hesitate. One demon, more aggressive than the others, darted in from the side, aiming to bypass Ishida's defense. With a swift pivot, Ishida adjusted his stance, swinging his blade in a powerful crescent arc that met the demon mid-charge, slicing cleanly through its torso. The creature disintegrated into ash before it could reach the girl. The remaining demons snarled and regrouped, launching a coordinated attack from multiple directions. Ishida, unfazed by their numbers, prepared to unleash another technique. As they closed in, he called upon his next move, moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. His sword danced with precision, creating chained crescent slashes that lashed out at the surrounding demons. These chained arcs of light wove through the demons' ranks, binding them in radiant chains that cut into their forms. The demons struggled against the binding slashes, their movements hindered by Ishida's relentless attacks. Another demon, slightly taller and more human-like, broke free and lunged at him with a defiant roar. Ishida sidestepped swiftly, keeping the girl shielded behind him, and brought his sword around in a wide, sweeping arc. The crescent slash cleaved through the demon's neck, severing its head and reducing its body to dust. With the chains of the third form still active, Ishida continued his assault. The remaining demons found themselves ensnared by the luminous bindings. He struck with precision, cutting down 2 more demons in quick succession. Their bodies disintegrated into ash as his blade found its mark. Now, only one demon remained, hesitating as it realized its companions had fallen. In a desperate attempt, it charged at Ishida, its claws outstretched in a final attack. Ishida met its charge head-on, his sword moving with unwavering precision. He executed a final, decisive slash that cut through the demon's torso, ending the battle in a burst of silver light. Fatigue, 35/100. HP, 480/500. Ishida took a quick scan around him and found no other demon remaining, walked over to the girl, and sheathed his sword at the sheath and picked her up in his arms. "Now let's go, find your family," he said, with a smile, as started moving towards the direction he was sensing those humans and demons from. 25. Ishida's promise and his strength. Ishida raced quickly through the forest, having already beaten some demons, but he knew they weren't the last ones he'd find here. There were more demons ahead of him. But he had a special reason to keep going, the scared kid clinging to him. Ishida believed the child's family was somewhere in the forest. "We're almost there," he said, looking down at the kid with a comforting look. "Don't worry, I'll save them," he promised. In no time, Ishida arrived at what seemed to be the center of the forest and spotted a small group of people, a woman, 2 young girls, and a man. Although Ishida could feel the presence of demons nearby, he couldn't see them for some reason. He hurried over to the woman, who appeared to be in her 30s. She was sitting to one side, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Her face showed sheer terror, just like the 2 young girls and the man. The man, clutching a stick with bleeding hands, stood protectively in front of the woman and the girls despite his injuries. When the little girl noticed the group, she immediately pointed her finger at them, trying to speak. Ishida glanced down at her and then made his way swiftly toward the people ahead. Initially, they were all frightened as he approached, but when they saw the child in his arms, their fear eased a little. The woman hurriedly stood up, reaching out to take the child, who leaped into her arms and hugged her tightly. "Who are you?" the man asked, sounding confused. I am." Ishida began to reply, but before he could finish, he sensed something move in one of the trees near the man. Without a second thought, he drew his sword. The sight of the weapon made the woman step back, and the man took a defensive stance, thinking Ishida might be a threat. "Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace," Ishida announced, leaping over the man. With a crescent-shaped slash, his sword connected with a demon's arm, slicing it cleanly, and the severed limb fell to the ground. The demon let out a painful grunt before retreating back into the tree it had emerged from. Meanwhile, Ishida landed gracefully behind the man. "I'm Ishida," he declared, finally introducing himself. "What are you doing here?" he asked, wasting no time. The man, regaining his composure, hesitantly asked, Are you a demon slayer?" Before Ishida could respond to the man's question, he sensed another demon lurking near the woman and children sitting next to him. "I guess we can do the Q&A later," Ishida said, swiftly moving in front of the group. This time, instead of using his sword, he relied on his raw strength. He grabbed the demon's hand, yanking it out of the tree, and hurled it to the side with impressive force. "You!" the demon yelled, full of rage. But before he could say anything else or try to run away, Ishida's sword sliced through his neck. The demon fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The family was shocked and scared, especially the kids who screamed when they saw Ishida take down the demon. Ishida looked at them with a mix of pity and sadness. He understood what it was like to see such horrible things happen right in front of you, to feel the fear when demons are trying to hurt you. Suddenly, a wave of anger hit him. He thought about how many kids and families had to face the same nightmare he did. He couldn't help but feel their pain. For a moment, as he looked at the family, he saw them as his own. The family he lost to the demons, the ones he couldn't save. Those demons only lived to destroy and ruin lives. "I'll put an end to every demon out there," he vowed silently to himself. "Any demon that tries to tear apart another family, I won't let them get away with it, no matter what." Swiftly, Ishida moved in front of the family, surprising them with how fast he got there. With a reassuring smile, he turned to them and said, "Don't worry, this won't take long." His words and calm demeanor helped ease the family's fears, making them feel a bit more at ease than before. He then took a step forward, heightening his sensing abilities. "From what I saw until now, these demons can dissolve their form inside these trees. Although they have physical form, they hide themselves in the trees. So, I need to point out the trees they are in with my sense to find them out," he said as he focused on the trees now, rather than at everywhere, he thought. As Ishida stood guard, the forest seemed to come alive with the sinister presence of the demons. Suddenly, they launched their attack, emerging from the shadows in a coordinated assault. The first demon lunged directly at Ishida, claws extended, but Ishida was ready. "Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace," he shouted, his blade cutting a crescent through the air. The demon's head separated from its body, turning to ash before it hit the ground. Before he could take a breath, 2 more demons charged from his left and right. Ishida spun gracefully, his sword weaving a deadly arc. With 2 swift slashes, both demons were reduced to nothing more than dust, their attacks thwarted in an instant. The remaining demons, undeterred by their fallen comrades, rushed forward in a frenzy. Ishida's senses were on high alert, his body moving almost on instinct. Another demon leaped at him from above, but Ishida sidestepped, his blade flashing in the moonlight as he struck it down mid-air. A 4th and 5th demon tried to flank him, hoping to catch him off guard. But Ishida was too quick, his sword sliced through the first, then seamlessly transitioned to the second, ending their threat in the blink of an eye. 3 demons remained, their eyes filled with a mix of rage and desperation. They attacked simultaneously, hoping to overwhelm Ishida with their numbers. But Ishida, unfazed, faced them head-on. With a powerful leap, he evaded their initial strikes, landing behind them. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace, he declared once more, his blade moving with precision and speed. In a flurry of motion, he dispatched the final 3 demons, their bodies disintegrating into ash. As the last of the demons fell, the forest grew still once again. Ishida sheathed his sword, turning back to the family with a reassuring smile. "You're safe now," he repeated, his voice calm and steady, ensuring them that the nightmare was finally over. 26. Why Sakura became Slayer. After he took down the demons, he quickly slid his sword back into its sheath and made his way over to his family. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Is everyone all right?" "Yes, thank you for protecting us," the man replied. "Are the demons really gone?" asked the woman as she stood up with her children behind the man. "For now, yes. I don't think there's any reason to worry at the moment," Ishida replied, noticing the man's arm and neck were covered in wounds, and his clothes and hands were stained with blood. "You're injured," he said. "It's nothing. It'll heal. The important thing is that we're safe," the man insisted. "Wait, I think I have something," Ishida said as he opened his inventory. "I have an instant healing potion, though I'm not sure if it works on others," he thought. He pulled out one of the 4 potions he had in his inventory and handed it to the man. "Drink this. It might help with your injuries for now," he suggested. The man hesitated for a moment, then took the potion and asked, "Do I need to drink the whole thing?" "Yes, that's fine," Ishida reassured him. The man, trusting Ishida's words, opened the bottle and drank the entire potion. As soon as he did, a screen suddenly popped up in front of Ishida. Recovery for instant heal potion minimized to 70% for an unknown user other than the player. "I get it now. So, if someone else drinks the potion, it heals them 70% instead of fully, like it does for me. That's interesting," Ishida thought to himself. "Wow, it worked like magic. The pain's gone, and my wounds have stopped bleeding," the man exclaimed. "But you'll still need to take other medicines to heal completely," Ishida reminded him. "By the way, is that house in the middle of the forest yours?" "No," the man replied directly. "Got it," Ishida said. After this, Ishida helped the family make their way across the forest. From their conversation, he learned that they were on their way home when the demons attacked them while they were walking near the forest. During the attack, the demons had taken their youngest child, whom Ishida later managed to rescue. After guiding them safely out of the forest and chatting with them a bit more, Ishida said his goodbyes. He made sure to give a special farewell to the child he had saved, feeling a sense of relief and accomplishment. One question kept popping into his head: why is there a house in the middle of the forest? And who does it belong to? After a long walk, he finally made it back home. He headed straight to his room and flopped onto his bed. Ishida thought to himself, "I need to get my everyday task given by system done and wait for my missions to start with the Demon Slayer Corps. But do I really have to move to the Corps headquarters? Anyway, my goal is clear: fight the demons and keep innocent people safe." With that in mind, he quickly took a bath and lay down for a nap, just as he had planned. In reality, the Slayers who lived close to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters could stay in their own homes and head out on missions from there. But since Ishida's house was a 2-day journey from the headquarters, they advised him to move closer, where other Slayers also lived. Meanwhile, Sakura returned to her house to find it empty. She walked in, sat on her bed, and pulled out the sword she received after her training was complete, the same one she used in battles. She whispered to herself, "I will become just like you, fight alongside you, and one day, I'll be next in line for your position." She set her sword aside, changed into some comfy clothes, and headed to the kitchen to cook something. The walk home from the final selection left her feeling hungry. As she gathered ingredients, she thought, I should move to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I hope I can see him again. In reality, she didn't have to live at the Corps headquarters since her house was nearby. But the chance to be close to that special someone she wanted to be like, she won't miss that. A.N. Who is that person? Guess. 27. What's on that house? 8 days went past in a blink of an eye. Ishida came back from the market, as usual completing his daily tasks up early in the morning. He went to buy some necessary items he needed. With the help of daily quests of system, Ishida was able to gather a lot of experience points and leveled himself up to 21. His stats also improved a lot in this span of time, with the stat points he received through completing the daily quests and as well as receiving stat points for leveling up. Furthermore, he had unlocked a breathing form as well. Though, unlike the previous breathing forms, its cost of mana points were too high for using more than once. Name: Ishida Hitosuki. Level: 21, EXP 1800 needed to level up. Rank: Mizunato. Fatigue: 00/100. Title: None. Breathing style: Moon breathing. First form: Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form: Pearl Flower Moon Gazing. Third form: Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form: Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. Sixth form: Perpetual Night, Lonely Moon, Incessant, consumes 200 MP for each use. HP 520/520. MP 500/500. Attributes: Strength 62, Vitality 52, Agility 50, Intelligence 50, Sense 54. Remaining points 00. After some times, he heard a knock at the door. Ishida paused, the sound of the knock resonating through the quiet room. He set down the items he had purchased at the market and made his way to the door, curious about who might be visiting. As he opened it, he was met with the sight of a rugged, middle-aged man standing with a large, wrapped object in his arms. "Are you Ishida Hitosuki?" the man asked, his voice deep and steady. "I am," Ishida replied, nodding. The man introduced himself. "I am Takashi Hoshino, a swordsmith from the Demon Slayer Corps. I've brought you your Nichiren blade." Ishida stepped aside to allow Takashi inside. The swordsmith moved with purpose, unwrapping the sword with careful precision. The blade was sheathed, its handle beautifully adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. "This blade is crafted with the essence of the sun," Takashi explained, handing it to Ishida. "It is forged to resonate with your spirit and your moon-breathing techniques." Ishida took the sword gently, feeling its weight in his hands. It was perfectly balanced, as if it had been made just for him. With a deep breath, he unsheathed the blade, eager to see its color. The moment the blade was fully unsheathed, it began to change, shifting from its original hue to a deep, pitch black. Ishida knew it was going to happen, so he didn't have much of a reaction to it happening. Takashi observed with a keen eye. "A black blade," he mused, his voice tinged with intrigue. "Rare, and said to be a sign of potential and mystery. It seems the sword has chosen you, Ishida." Ishida gripped the hilt tightly. "Thank you," Ishida said, his voice filled with gratitude. Takashi nodded, satisfied with the outcome. "Remember, a sword is only as powerful as its wielder. Train hard, and it will serve you well." With those parting words, Takashi took his leave, leaving Ishida alone with his new weapon. "Now I have two sword. But what's difference between the you?" Ishida wondered. Meanwhile, Sakura had also received her sword from the swordsman visiting her house to deliver it. As soon as she unsheathed her sword and held it, the color of the sword changed into blue, which she was very happy about. Because, she knew that she was in the right path until now to her dreams. Now, only thing that matters is how she performs in her missions, especially as she will be working with Ishida as teammates at mission, and knowing how skilled Ishida already is, she have to work much harder to keep herself at the righteous path. That's why she decided to team up with Ishida at the first place. Suddenly, from the window of her house entered a crow, the same crow that was given to her by the Demon Slayer Corps after the final selection exam. As the crow entered through the window and sat in front of her, it spoke, "Sakura, I come bearing your orders." At the same time at Ishida's house, the crow given to Ishida had arrived at his house just as Sakura's. As Ishida listened to it, "Make your way to the forest to the south. People are disappearing at the forest in an old house. At the same time Sakura and Ishida were given the same mission as it was planned, both at the forest. Hearing the crow say about forest and old house, and the direction, Ishida immediately knew which forest it was. He already felt a sensed something off about the forest and the old house in middle of the forest, and also the fact that no one lived there. Ishida stood up with determination, as he spoke, "I will be there." At the same time Sakura also looked determined to prove herself, as she replied, "We will be there." With that said, both of them left their house locked and left for the given location of the mission. For Ishida it would take more time than Sakura, because of the difference of distance between Ishida and Sakura's house. 28. The Hidden Threat. After the crow had given the direction of the mission to both Sakura and Ishida, without wasting time they both left for the forest from their place. It took Sakura almost 13 hours to reach the forest, while she reached there Ishida hadn't reached there yet. She thought for waiting there for some times, but realizing how necessary it was to act quickly at this mission, she entered the forest all alone. On the other hand, Ishida was still a little far from reaching the location. Even with his speed that he had acquired through training and stat upgrade, it was still not enough to cover the distance of the forest from his house, less than 13 hours of Sakura. "I hope she waits for me and not enter the place all alone," he thought, "although, I don't think it would be too difficult for even her if the same demons I fought last time in that forest are the one causing the problems. They were too weak even for her," Ishida thought. In reality, Ishida had set a very low standard for Sakura. Although she was capable in her own way, she has a lot of improvements to make yet. Her gripping style to performing breathing forms are not necessarily the worst but not good as well, which Ishida noticed during the final selection exam. But, then again, comparing him will just be wrong, because his case was very special and different than anyone out there. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had already entered the forest, was just walking slowly inside. It was already evening time, so it was very obvious that there will be demons around this time, so she felt a bit regret for entering the forest at first. But was already too late for her to return. "Why Ishida is not here yet?" she thought, but her thought was interrupted by a sudden scream coming out from very nearby to her, as she tried her best to remain calm, as she went towards the source of the scream. But, after some times when she reached the place and looked around she found no one around. No trace of any life form in existence to that place at all, nor any existence of demon that she could see. Only trees and darkness all around her that she could sense. "I thought the scream was from here, but there is no one here," she thought. But, suddenly she sensed a demon nearby as she quickly unsheathed her sword and blocked one of the demon's claws that was coming towards her. The demon came out of tree, just like the demons Ishida fought. As she blocked the attack with demon used its force to make her push back as it retreated back inside the tree where it came from. Sakura was momentarily blank at what just happened. Did that demon just came out from that tree and went back inside? How couldn't she sense the demons at all? In reality, these demons were oddly powerful in terms of hiding their presence. It was only because of Ishida's heightened perception that he got through the system upgraded stats that he could sense the demons the last time he faced them in the same forest. But for someone like Sakura, who had just passed out at the final selection, and had very few times of fighting strong demons, had no chance of sensing the presence or attack of these demons. Sakura stood amidst the darkness of the forest, her senses on high alert. The demons' ability to blend seamlessly with the trees made them a formidable foe. Despite the initial shock of the attack, she quickly regained her composure, tightening her grip on her sword. As the demon lunged at her again, she deftly parried its claws, though the impact pushed her back slightly. She reminded herself of the training she had undergone, knowing she needed to rely on her instincts and skills to survive. The demon emerged once more, and with a focused mind, she executed a powerful slash. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash, her blade struck true, and the demon dissolved into ash with a chilling scream. For a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of accomplishment, but the respite was short-lived as all of a sudden another attack came from the left side of her as she almost gets hit by the claw of the demon but shielded herself with sword, which made her skid back a bit and towards another nearby tree behind her. In almost an instant another demon came out of the tree behind her back as she instinctively looked back and almost at the end moment jumped out of the demon's attack, but the demon's claw had left scratches at her leg, as she landed at the ground with a pain running through her leg as he landed. It seemed the attack of the claw from the demon had landed at her calf as she jumped, almost at the last moment, the demon got a bit of her leg with its claw. She landed at her legs as she looked down to see the place the demon left the scratch on, as she felt a small pain and it was bleeding for a bit as well. The demon's scratch even took out some part of her clothes as well. As she stood up, but before she reacted another demon charged towards her with its claws as she tried her best to move out but she couldn't. As she couldn't evade the attack she went with her sword as she slashed towards the direction of the demon, but completely missed the attack. At this moment she tried her best to remain calm but she couldn't. Without thinking she launched another slash towards the demon as again this time the demon dodged the attack completely, as she frustratedly thought, I missed again, why can't I put a sleigh? In the meantime, Ishida hadn't arrived at the location yet. What would happen now? 29 arrived in time. Pant. 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 Sakura took deep breaths as she was almost completely surrounded by the demons hiding in the trees in middle of the forest and Ishida hadn't arrived yet. So, did her best to hold on to fight and defend herself against the demons. As the demons were almost at most of the trees now, there was at least 20 to 23 demons in trees surrounding her. And no matter where she tried to escape, there were no, because she was in middle of the forest at this point and to get out of from so many demons who could travel from one tree to another easily. Sakura tried her best to attack the demons several times, but her attack got missed or did very small damage to the demons. Her hands were almost giving up already of holding the sword and fatigue was taking over, slowing down her movements. Her health was lowering slow by slow and his feet was giving up at the same time. But, still somehow managed to steady herself as she dodged one of the attacks from a demon, as she said, water-breathing third form, flowing dance. Saying this Sakura's blade shimmered as she launched into the flowing dance. Her first strike was a swift horizontal slash, catching the nearest demon by surprise. The sword cut cleanly through its neck, and the demon dissolved into dark mist, vanishing with a hiss. Without pausing, she pivoted on her heel, using the momentum to drive a vertical strike into the second demon. The blade pierced straight through its chest, and its eyes widened in shock before it crumbled into shadows. As she completed her spin, Sakura spotted the third demon lunging at her from above. With a fluid motion, she sidestepped and brought her sword upward in a sharp arc. The blade sliced through the demon's torso, splitting it in two before it faded into nothingness. With this desperate attack she takes down 3 down in a row, but the problem was it had taken a lot toll her body as well and those were not the last demons as well. She landed at the ground, as her legs started to give up completely, as another attack was launched towards her, but she had no strength to block or evade the attack, as the attack closed in on her, but before it could reach her the attack suddenly stopped, as she heard a voice say, I have been known you for less 15 days, but I already had to save you twice now. With a desperate burst of energy, Sakura managed to take down 3 demons in succession. But the effort left her drained, her body shaking with exhaustion and her breath coming in ragged gasps. She hit the ground hard, her legs ready to give out as the rest of the demons circled around, sensing her weakness. Another demon lunged at her, claws ready to strike. Sakura, too tired to move or defend herself, could only watch as the attack closed in. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion, and she knew she couldn't stop it. Just as the demon's claws were about to hit, a blade sliced through the air, stopping the attack in its tracks. The demon vanished into smoke, disappearing before it could reach her. Sakura blinked, trying to understand what had just happened. I've known you for less than 15 days, came a voice filled with a mix of frustration and relief, and I've already had to save you twice. Ishida stood in front of her, sword in hand, looking both annoyed and relieved. His presence was like a light in the dark, giving her hope when she felt all was lost. He moved quickly and skillfully, taking out the remaining demons with ease, each swing of his sword precise and sure. When the last demon was gone, the forest was silent except for the rustling leaves and their heavy breathing. Ishida turned to her with a slight smile, offering his hand. Looks like I got here just in time, he said. Sakura took his hand, grateful for the support. Thanks, she said. Ishida looked at her up and down. She already had injuries, bleeding from her hands and leg. I don't think you can continue in this condition. You can leave if you want, I can continue alone here, Ishida said, as he turned around. If you want, I can leave you outside the forest. And I hope you can return from there alone, he said coldly, as he turned around looking for something. I can continue. I almost defeated 4 to 5 demons there. I can do it, she said. Ishida glanced over at Sakura, his gaze cold and unyielding. Look, this isn't a place for half-baked heroics. If you want to play warrior, first learn how to stand without crumbling. I don't have time to babysit someone who's more of a liability than an ally. I have to complete the mission as soon as possible, he said. Just as the words left his mouth, a realization hit him as he turned back, as he brought out one of the potion of instant heal out of his inventory. Take this, he said, as he threw the bottle to her, as she somehow managed to catch it. Ishida looked at Sakura, noticing her teary eyes and the strain in her expression. He sighed, his earlier frustration giving way to a sense of responsibility. Here, he said, reaching into his inventory and pulling out a small bottle. Take this. Sakura caught the bottle, her hands trembling slightly. She glanced up at him, confusion etched on her face. It's a healing potion, Ishida explained, his tone softening. It'll help with your wounds. She nodded, uncapping the bottle and taking a cautious sip. It tastes awful, she grimaced. Just drink it, Ishida insisted, his voice a mix of gentle urgency. As she finished the potion, the effects were almost immediate. Her wounds began to close, and the fatigue lifted from her limbs. Wow, she murmured, astonished by the rapid recovery. Ishida nodded, offering a faint smile. Now that you're feeling better, are you ready to continue? Yes, Sakura replied, determination returning to her voice. I'm here to complete the mission with you. Ishida sighed, as he nodded, walking towards the house that he was suspicious of and the house that has been reported for people getting missed in. Good, now focus on the mission in hand. We need to enter the house, and according to what has been reported, people has gone missing in that house, so there might be normal people too inside and obviously demons too, Ishida explained, walking forward. Oh, I forgot to tell you because of all the things you told to me, I heard a scream coming from the place I was standing when you came. Ishida's face serious, as he walked faster, as he murmured, and you are telling the most important thing now. The Ishida-Sakura duo will be going for their first mission. Do you think they will be able to be successful? 30. Who are you? Ishida and Sakura were on their mission as they walked towards the old house. Ishida had been there a few days ago. The house was famous for all the strange disappearances happening in the forest and nearby areas. When they got to the front of the house, Ishida immediately knew the place from his previous visit. But something felt different this time. He could sense a demon's presence tonight, which he didn't notice before. Ishida wondered if he just missed it during his last visit because he was so busy trying to save the family and deal with everything else going on at the time. Concentrate, Ishida said to Sakura as they were about to enter the house. Together, they stepped onto the creaking porch, the wood groaning under their weight. The door swung open with an eerie creak, revealing a dark interior that seemed to swallow the light. Ishida entered first, his senses on high alert, with Sakura following closely behind. The air inside was stale and cold, a stark contrast to the humid forest outside. Dust motes danced in the feeble light filtering through the grimy windows. The house was eerily silent, every sound amplified by the oppressive quiet. The house seemed to be very small from outside, but it doesn't look that small from inside, Ishida thought, as he looked around. All of a sudden, the room lit up in some of lights lighting up from the ceiling of the room, showing a very shattered place all around. As they walked forward, a hallway. Ishida exclaimed as from the door walking forward they found a hallway. After walking forward for some moments they reached a point where the path spread in two ways. One going straight, another at the right. Which path should we take? Asked Sakura, following closely behind Ishida as the both momentarily paused. We shouldn't go in different. Ishida started, but before he could finish Sakura interrupted him. We should go in different ways, that way we will be able to work better, Sakura suggested. Are you sure? Ishida questioned in a serious tone. Don't underestimate me, okay? I have defeated demons before, she said. Ishida sighed once again, as he looked forward and tried to sense the presence of the demons. He looked back. Then go to the right, if you want to, Ishida said. Sakura nodded, as she responded in a okay. But, remember, I won't be coming to save you again. Try to do things by yourself. Not every time I will come to save you, Ishida said, as he walked straight without turning back even once at Sakura. Sakura was angry, frustrated, but at the same time, she couldn't disagree with Ishida's words. Yes, they were a bit direct, but she had been saved by Ishida already for couple times, and even the final selection, she wouldn't have passed it if Ishida hadn't helped her. So, she needed to do something to prove herself to him and everyone. as she took the right path to the hallway. The both went in their chosen direction, and although Sakura didn't know, cause Ishida didn't say to her, but Ishida had already sensed the bigger and more powerful presence from the straight path, so he decided to send Sakura on the right. But it's not like she wouldn't have to face demons on the right, they were there as well. Sakura took a deep breath as she ventured down the right path of the hallway. Her mind was focused, and her heart was set on proving herself capable of handling whatever lay ahead. The dimly lit corridor stretched before her, shrouded in an eerie silence that only heightened her senses. The air was thick with the unmistakable presence of demons. Her grip tightened around her sword, the familiar weight grounding her. This was her chance to show Ishida and herself that she could stand on her own. As she moved deeper into the hallway, the shadows seemed to shift and flicker. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the space, and Sakura spun around just in time to see a demon emerging from the wall, its eyes glowing with malice. With a swift motion, the demon lunged at her, claws extended. Sakura reacted instinctively, raising her sword to block the attack. Water breathing, second form, water wheel, she stated, her blade spinning in a circular motion. The attack deflected the demon's claws, and with a quick pivot, she struck back, her sword slicing cleanly through the demon's torso. It disintegrated into ash, vanishing with a hiss. Sakura's heart raced, but she felt a surge of confidence. She could do this. Continuing forward, she encountered another demon, lurking in the shadows. This one was larger, its form more menacing. It roared, charging at her with surprising speed. Sakura held her ground, her mind racing through the techniques she had practiced. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance, she declared, her movements fluid and precise. Her blade shimmered as she danced around the demon's attacks, each strike a calculated effort to find an opening. The demon lashed out, but Sakura was ready, her sword cutting through its defenses with grace and power. The demon let out a final growl before crumbling to nothing. Breathing heavily, Sakura pressed on, her determination unwavering. But as she ventured further, the hallway opened up into a larger room, and she was met with a chilling sight. A group of demons, more than she had anticipated, awaited her with hungry eyes. Fear threatened to creep in, but she pushed it aside. She had come too far to back down now. The demons attacked as one, a flurry of clawed hands and gnashing teeth. Sakura's mind was sharp, her body moving with a speed she hadn't realized she possessed. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide, she cried, her sword weaving through the chaos. Each slash was precise, each step calculated, as she fought off the demons with everything she had. She managed to cut down several demons, their bodies dissolving into ash with each successful strike. Her confidence grew with each victory, but the relentless onslaught was taking its toll. Fatigue began to creep in, her movements slowing as the battle wore on. Just as she dispatched another demon, a sharp pain shot through her side. She gasped, staggering back as a demon's claws raked across her skin. Blood seeped from the wound, and she bit back a cry of pain. She struggled to remain standing, her vision blurring as exhaustion threatened to overtake her. More demons closed in, sensing her weakness. Sakura's heart pounded in her chest, desperation mixing with determination. She couldn't let it end here. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash, she declared, mustering her remaining strength for one final attack. Her blade cut through the air, cleaving through the nearest demon. But there were too many, and she was outmatched. As the demons advanced, Sakura braced herself for the inevitable, her mind racing with thoughts of failure. She closed her eyes, preparing for the worst. But the attack never came. A sudden burst of energy filled the room, and Sakura's eyes snapped open in shock. A figure stood before her, blocking the demon's advance with a swift, powerful strike. The demons recoiled, hissing in frustration. Sakura's heart skipped a beat. Ishida, she whispered, hope and disbelief mingling in her voice. But as the figure turned slightly, she realized it wasn't Ishida. Hey, how you doing? Did I not to get saved again? The first thought came to her mind, as she felt anger and frustrated at herself. But, if not Ishida, who it was that came in time to save her? 31. Savior needs saving. The guy in front of Sakura was holding a sword, keeping the demon at bay. He glanced back at the demon, gave it a strong shove, and jumped into action. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire, he shouted, rushing at the demon with quick steps. As he avoided its attack, he swung his sword in a wide arc, flames dancing along the blade. The fiery slash struck the demon's neck, slicing it clean off. In no time, the demon's head hit the ground and crumbled into ash. He turned back to Sakura, who was now on her feet, staring at him with a puzzled expression. "Are you the only one? I thought they had already sent 2 low-level Slayer already. Or the other one already died," he said, as he started walking towards Sakura. "By the way, you owe me for saving your life." Unbeknownst to him, a demon was right behind him and was approaching him for an attack. Suddenly, Sakura ran towards him. "Water-breathing second form, water wheel," she said, leaping forward into the air, performing a front flip jump over him, and with circular motion her sword cut through the head of approaching demon behind, as the demon faded away. "Wow, you can still fight," he exclaimed. Sakura looked back at him. "Now I don't owe you anything." "Great. By the way, I am Kazuki Aozora. And you?" "Sakura." As she said it, she again felt the pain from before. Her wound had not recovered yet. "Hey, are you all right?" Kazuki walked towards her. As for now, the room was empty without any demons. Kazuki stood tall with tousled, medium-length black hair that fell effortlessly over his forehead. His eyes were a striking azure, bright and lively. He wore a uniform-type dress consisting of a dark, button jacket and trousers, paired with a white belt and tabi socks. "Image. I am," she said, as she looked up to him. "But, why are you here?" she asked. "It's a long story. In short, I was told that 2 new selected corps members were sent to a more challenging mission than their rank, so I was sent to help you out," he said, but as he looked around there were demons walking towards them. As he looked back to Sakura, "I guess, I will have to explain later." "What?" "It seems we don't need to go outside for our dinner tonight," one of the demons spoke with an evil smile. "Hey kid, you can help right?" "I am not kid, I am 16, she responded, standing up and taking a fighting stance. "I know, I was just confirming," he replied with a smirk. "By the way, I am 17. Are you serious? You want to speak about these things while we are surrounded by demons, who needlessly to say, looking at us like their dinner," he exclaimed. Kazuki grinned at Sakura, his eyes glinting with excitement. "I find it helps to keep things light before a fight," he said, tightening his grip on his sword. Sakura rolled her eyes, though there was a hint of a smile on her lips. "Fine, let's just make sure we're not the ones on the menu tonight." The demons encircled them, their eyes gleaming with malice. One demon, taller with a twisted grin, spoke, "Fresh meat delivered right to us. How convenient." Kazuki smirked, unfazed. "Guess we'll have to disappoint you then." Another demon, its voice dripping with mockery, sneered, "Arrogant little slayers. You think you can take us all on?" Sakura stepped forward, her determination unwavering. "We've faced worse. You're just another obstacle." With that, they both shifted into their stances, poised and ready. Kazuki took the lead, his sword igniting with vibrant flames. "Flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun," he announced, charging forward with a fiery strike that clashed with one demon's claws, sparks flying in all directions. Sakura joined in, her movements fluid and precise. "Water-breathing third form, flowing dance," she called, weaving elegantly through the fray, her blade clashing with another demon's attacks. As the battle wore on, the demon's relentless attacks began to take their toll. Sakura found herself struggling to keep up, her earlier wounds slowing her movements. One demon's claw grazed her arm, drawing a wince of pain. Kazuki glanced over, concern flickering in his eyes. "Sakura, hang in there." But as he turned back, a demon lunged at him with surprising speed, forcing him into a defensive stance. The demons were relentless, their numbers seemingly growing as more entered the fray. "We can't keep this up," Sakura gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts as she fended off another attack. Kazuki, now fighting back-to-back with her, gritted his teeth. "I know, but we have to hold on a bit longer." The air was hostile with the sounds of blades striking against each other and the howling of demons. Kazuki and Sakura were cornered and in trouble as there were demons all around them looking with a wicked grin. "Any brilliant ideas?" Sakura panted, her back against Kazuki's. Kazuki, his own energy waning, shook his head with a grim smile. "Not yet. But it's not over till it's over." But before they could do anything, a third person arrived on the scene, moving with a speed and precision that left both Sakura and Kazuki in awe. It took only moments for the person, who was indeed Ishida, to clear the room, his blade a blur as he dispatched each demon effortlessly. It was Ishida, his expression as stoic as ever. He barely glanced at Sakura and Kazuki as he turned his attention to a group of villagers huddled on the other side. "You live in the village near the forest, right?" he asked them. The group, consisting of 2 women, a little girl, and 2 men, nodded nervously. "Don't be afraid, everything is fine. I will walk you back to your village," Ishida assured them, his voice calm and steady. Kazuki, still catching his breath, looked at Sakura with newfound respect. "Who is he?" "He is the person you were told about. His name is Ishida," Sakura replied, watching Ishida with a mix of admiration and slight embarrassment. "I see. That means you two know each other?" Kazuki asked. "Obviously, yes," Sakura responded. "It didn't seem like he knew you at all," Kazuki observed. Sakura's face turned a bit pale, and she smiled awkwardly. "He's just a little too cold. And a little too strong for the lowest rank of the Demon Slayer Corps, isn't he?" Kazuki noted, intrigued by Ishida's prowess. "I am intrigued," he said thoughtfully. 32 Memories. After some time, Ishida left the family to their respective home in the near village, as Sakura closely followed him, because they were teammates, and Kazuki followed him because he was intrigued by his shown power some moments ago. The demon that both him and Sakura struggled to fight against, he in less than 30 seconds took down those demons like they were nothing. Wasn't he at the same rank as Sakura, at the lowest rank for a demon slayer? How could he be so strong? He needed to know the answer. But the whole time after defeating the demons to taking the family back to their village, Ishida didn't spoke a single words to Sakura, and for Kazuki, it seemed like for Ishida he was non-existent. After the first look, he didn't even look back again. Although, he tried to speak from front and introduced himself, Ishida just nodded his head looking at another direction, without much facial expressions. And as the family was with them, both Sakura and him didn't speak that much at all. As Ishida, Sakura, and Kazuki made their way out of the village, the tension in the air was palpable. Sakura, unable to hold back any longer, broke the silence first. "Hey, can you stop pretending like you can't hear us?" Sakura's voice had a hint of frustration, but also genuine concern. Ishida paused, turning slightly towards her, his expression softening just a bit. "What?" he asked, his tone gentler than before. Sakura echoed his question with a smirk. "Why are you ignoring me? And him?" She nodded towards Kazuki. Kazuki chimed in with a playful grin. "I do have a name, you know." Ishida raised an eyebrow, a trace of seriousness in his gaze. "And what would that be?" Kazuki chuckled. "I told you just minutes ago, didn't you hear?" "Okay, enough of that," Sakura interjected. "Ishida, this is Kazuki. Kazuki, meet Ishida. Now, what happened back there? How did you manage to save the family?" Ishida shrugged. "They were in trouble. I got them out." He started walking again, leaving little room for further questions. Sakura caught up with him, persistent. "I need more than that, Ishida." "What you need is better training," Ishida replied, his voice firm yet not unkind. "You struggled against those demons. How will you handle stronger ones?" Kazuki jumped in, defending Sakura. "Hey, she's doing fine. You're the one who seems to be way ahead of the curve. By the way, how old are you, scolding her like that?" Ishida stopped, genuinely puzzled. "My age? What's that got to do with anything?" "Well, you were lecturing her," Kazuki teased lightly. Sakura brought the conversation back to business. "Wait, we are going somewhere else with the conversation now. The question was what happened inside?" she asked. "Nothing much. I think the leader left before I reached. So, there wasn't much to do," Ishida responded in an uninterested tone. "We need to report back to the Demon Slayer Corps," he said. "Yeah, I need to report too," Kazuki agreed, remembering his duties. "You were on a mission here?" Ishida asked, curiosity piqued. "Yeah, I was sent to save you both," Kazuki replied with a shrug. Ishida smirked slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Kazuki. "You did a good job, then." Kazuki laughed and pressed on. "Seriously, though, how old are you? You seemed like you've been training for years." Sakura nodded, adding, "Yeah, you're really skilled. How old are you?" With a sigh, Ishida replied, 14, as he continued walking. Both Sakura and Kazuki halted, surprise etched on their faces. Sakura's surprise quickly shifted to a playful smile. 14. I thought you were older than me." Kazuki nodded in agreement. Yeah, man, you're pretty tall for 14. That's true, Ishida was 5 feet 6 inches while being just 14, while both Sakura and Kazuki was older than him. Kazuki 18-year-old, and he was currently at the rank Kanu, after becoming Demon Slayer almost 5 months ago. Whereas, Sakura was 16 already, and while when she started her training she was the same age as Ishida, now she was older. With this, the three made their way towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, as it was almost getting dawn time. In their way, Ishida mostly remained silent, while both Kazuki and Sakura spoke non-stop. For a moment, both of them reminded Ishida of someone, his late siblings. 33. Why? Ishida, Sakura and Kazuki approached the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, while most of the road both Sakura and Kazuki had their fair share of conversation while Ishida remained silent. He time to time looked at both, as they both reminded him very much of Ichiro and Yuzu. They were very similar to these two, in both personality and age. His mind flooded with memories of his family, his siblings and his mother. But he promised himself not to let those memories be obstacle in his way, or become his weakness. He would need to make those memories his strength and avenge his family at all cost. After the reporting of mission was complete, Ishida was told to move in the headquarters of Demon Slayer Corps, as it was getting problematic to reach him in that far distance, and to give him mission. So, Ishida returned back to his home, as Sakura and Kazuki returned to their way as well. After returning, as suggested by the Demon Slayer Corps, he took his stuff and left his house, as for his thinking, for the time being, and joined the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. There were other Demon Slayers too in that place, and he learned about the Hashiras as well from here. Which was a surprise for him, because after the final selection when the two girls were stating the ranks, they never mentioned the rank called Hashira even once. He was a bit confused about it, but then focused more on the things that needed focus. With missions with Sakura and sometimes solo, and doing daily tasks he continued his growth. 1 week after moving in the Corps headquarters, Ishida had completed a total 4 missions in last 1 week. From these only one was with Sakura, and others were him alone. Because, Sakura got injured from the first mission and couldn't join in. The speed he completed his missions stunned everyone, even some of the Demon Slayers were surprised. In just 1 week, he went from being at the Mizunoto, to being at Mizuno rank. Although, the corps was intrigued by his ability, he was only ranked up 1 rank. Name Ishida Hitosuke. Level 24, EXP 8000 needed to level up. Rank Mizuno. Fatigue 00/100. Breathing style Moon breathing. First form Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form Pearl Flower Moon gazing. Third form Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. Sixth form Perpetual Night, Lonely Moon, Incessant, consumes 200 MP for each use. Seventh form Mirror of Misfortune, Moonlit, consumes 300 MP for use. HP 580/580. MP 530/530. Attributes. Strength 64. Vitality 58. Agility 54. Intelligence 53. Sense 54. Remaining points 00. In 7 days, because of the missions, his level went from 21 to 24 in no time and also unlocking 1 new breathing form. He was growing constantly with a rapid pace, which he himself didn't expect it from himself. At the 8th day, early morning, Ishida woke up at the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, as he received message from his Kasugai Crow, about a mission. A mission to a village where disappearance has been reported, from market to everything was closed, and people were afraid to go outside now. To Ishida's surprise, the village was none other than the place he himself comes from. Though, his house was a little far from the village, it was considered to be on that village. And the market was also the market that he used to go every day to sell fruits and all. Hearing this, he immediately got ready to leave for the mission, alone. Because, Sakura had small injury, although, he could give her the instant healing potion, but if he did that, and in front of the other demon slayers, he have to do a lot of explaining to do, so he simply didn't. After that he left for the mission to his village. But one thing was bothering him very much was that, without the attack on his family, they mostly never heard about any demon incident in their village that much. Yes, there were incident nearby villages, but not that much on his village. And even the time after the attack on his family, there was no single incident of demon, and he didn't even sense any demon nearby while being there, and yet, just 1 week after he left there was incidents of disappearance. Why? 34. New revolution or confusion. A.N. Previous untitled chapter was uploaded mistakenly and is deleted now. So, sorry for such a pathetic mistake. But, will try to do my best to not repeat these type of mistake again, thanks. Now the story. After almost 2 days on the road, Ishida finally got to his village's market just as evening fell. The first thing he did was visit Akira. Akira was the only person Ishida knew who understood anything about demons, especially about Ishida himself being attacked by one. Akira was the only person in the village Ishida could turn to for answers about these demon attacks and to gather some much-needed information about the disappearances. As Ishida made his way through the market, the eerie silence struck him immediately. The usual hustle and bustle were gone, with no one outside, and all the shops were either closed or in the process of closing. He could feel the fear hanging heavily in the air. When he reached Akira's shop, he saw it was already shut. Without wasting any time, Ishida headed toward Akira's house, which was nearby, so it didn't take him long to get there. Upon arriving, Ishida detected the unmistakable scent of demons lingering around. Despite the unease creeping in, he kept his composure as he approached the house. Noticing the door was open, his heart skipped a beat, and his face turned a bit pale. He cautiously stepped inside, sword drawn and ready for anything. As he walked inside, the only thing he saw was blood, just blood. Nothing else. He quickly scanned the room. There was blood scattered on the floor, and things were thrown around in a chaotic mess. With just a moment's glance at the room, Ishida could tell what had happened, a demon attack. But the question remained, where had Akira gone, or where had he been taken? Ishida could still sense the scent left by the demon, and from how fresh it was, he could easily tell that it had happened half an hour or even less before his arrival. He immediately tried to follow the scent left by the demon and walked outside the house. Soon, after walking a bit, he realized that the scent was leading toward the nearby forest as he began to sense the demons very close to him. Ishida moved through the village with singular focus, following the demonic scent into the forest. The moon cast a cold light on the path, but he paid no mind to the eerie glow around him. His mind was set, his resolve unshakable. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the scent grew stronger. He knew he was closing in. Suddenly, a voice, smooth and mocking, broke the silence. "So, the little demon slayer has finally arrived," it taunted. Ishida didn't flinch, his eyes scanning the darkness for his target. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the shadows, her figure outlined by the moonlight. Her eyes, sharp and violet, locked onto Ishida's. Her height was average, but her eyes and look were completely different. The most striking feature was her eyes, which glowed with an eerie light, displaying the kanji, Roku, 4-6. Her violet gaze was chilling, reflecting malice and confidence. What does that mean? Ishida thought as he looked at her eyes, when suddenly a screen popped up over her head. Level 21, Lower Moon. Lower Moon. Ishida questioned himself as he assessed the level of the demon in front of him. Level 21 means it won't be very easy. You don't look surprised. I thought a lower-ranked demon slayer would run away after seeing me by now, she taunted as she walked forward. Where is he? Ishida asked in a serious tone, referring to Akira. Who? The human I brought just now? She asked casually. Yes, where is he? Well, we demons generally don't let humans suffer after being killed, so we eat them. I guess the person you're talking about has already become my food. You know, I need strength to rank up and... Before she could finish her words, Ishida was already on the move. I've heard enough, he said, unsheathing his sword and leaping toward the demon. She gave a slight smile. Moon-breathing first form, dark moon, evening palace, he said, and immediately the eyes of the demon turned to surprise as she tried to step back. However, before she could, a crescent-shaped slice from Ishida's sword slashed through one of her hands, completely severing it from her body, and it fell to the ground. Ishida stood on the ground and took a few steps away from her to prepare for his next move. Why did I go for her hand? He questioned himself but tried to gather his thoughts for the next attack. Before he could launch another attack, the hand he had just severed from her body faded into ashes, and immediately another hand regenerated in the same place on the demon. The demon was a bit surprised and astonished as she looked at him. How can it be? I had already killed you. It can't be. I shouldn't have left the body there, I should have eaten him right then, she murmured. How are you alive? I have already killed you, she said loudly. Hearing the demon's words, Ishida felt a bit surprised and unsure because the demon he saw that night was not her. It was a man, and even aside from that, it looked completely different from what he remembered. So why was she saying she had killed him? 35. You did good. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Ishida asked, but she just laughed vigorously. No problem, I will kill you again if I have to. She ignored Ishida's question completely, as she took long strides towards Ishida. Kill me again. Are you really stupid or what? Ishida mocked as he prepared himself in a fighting stance and held the sword in front of him, ready to attack. But before he reached her, suddenly the whole forest around him started to fill with a dark mist, causing Ishida to lose his sight due to the thin mist surrounding them both. What the hell is this? He questioned himself, as he closed his eyes to sense the movements of the demon. But before he could completely regroup himself, the demon suddenly appeared from behind, targeting his neck with her claw-like hand. At the last moment, Ishida sidestepped, causing the attack to miss his neck and graze his shoulder instead, as her claw tore through the jacket he was wearing, leaving a scratch in its place. In retaliation, as he was now able to sense her, he swung his sword towards her, but her speed was too quick as she moved out of the way in time, creating distance between herself and Ishida. She was in complete disbelief. Even after blinding Ishida and blocking his sight with the surrounding mist, he didn't take a single moment to adapt to the situation. Excellent. You're not really that bad for a human, she said, clapping her hands as she motioned her hand in a pattern as the mist around them started to become more thicker than it already was, and all of a sudden there was a whisper of her voice coming from all directions towards Ishida. You can't do it. You are not good enough. You are going to die. Just like your family. Whispers of doubt, whispers of fear started roaming around Ishida, and he could only hear those whispering sounds around him. Ishida felt a sense of uneasy around him. With the all things, it was getting difficult for him to focus his mind on the fight and keep up with the moving threat of the demon that he had to fight and defend himself from the attacks of the demon at the same time. But, before he could focus his mind, the demon already was in attack, as again she directly went for the kill and targeted his neck. But again, as like before, at the very last moment, Ishida sensed her presence and her attack and used his sword as a shield to block the attack. But, because of the sheer force of the attack, Ishida got pushed back, as he skidded backwards to finally stop after hitting a tree. Fatigue, 55/100. HP, 480/580. MP, 530/530. With that attack he lost a lot of HP at the same time, and because of all the stress, his fatigue was rising at the same time. If he had to win, he needed to strategize his next move and make a plan to defeat the demon in front of him, because as the things was going, he had no chance to bring the demon down. Focus. 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 Ishida's mind was screaming those words, as if trying to awake his senses at the highest level, cause with the situation he needed it, it was a necessity. Suddenly, Ishida's lips curved up with a small smirk. I can sense. I can see her. He thought, as the demon again came for an attack from behind the tree, and at the exact same spot that she was targeting from the very start, his neck. But to her surprise, this time Ishida didn't block the attack, instead he evaded the attack at the perfect time before it hit him with extreme speed. Just after evading the attack, he made a distance between him and the demon and prepared for his next move. He focused his mind in one place, his sword, as he finally was ready to make his move. Moon breathing fifth form, moon spirit calamitous eddy, he said. Moon breathing fifth form used, -50 MP. MP, 480/530. As Ishida invoked the fifth form, moon spirit calamitous eddy, his sword unleashed a powerful typhoon of crescent-shaped slashes. The air whirled violently around him, pulling the thick mist into its spiraling vortex and dispersing it rapidly. The oppressive fog thinned, revealing the forest and clearing Ishida's sight. Caught off guard, the demon staggered back, her whispers of fear silenced by the roaring winds. With the mist gone, Ishida could clearly see the battlefield, sharpening his focus and locking eyes with his adversary. The clarity renewed his determination, stripping the demon of her stealth advantage. Breathing heavily but with newfound confidence, Ishida steadied his stance. The demon snarled, realizing her mistake in underestimating him. Now, it's my turn, Ishida declared, his voice calm and resolute. With the path cleared, he prepared to launch his next move, ready to end the battle on his own terms. Fatigue, 75/100. HP, 455/580. MP, 480/530. No, I can't lose to an human, I will become the strongest demon under him. She screamed in agony as she went for another attack towards Ishida, but Ishida only smiled a bit, before moving to his fighting stance. The demon's attack was evaded by Ishida, as it seemed Ishida was not only matching her speed, he was faster than her at this moment. Moon-breathing third form, loathsome moon, chains, Ishida said. Ishida charged forward, his sword a blur as he used the third form, loathsome moon, chains. The blade danced in a series of chained crescent slashes, each one flowing fiercely into the next. He aimed directly at the demon. Your time is over, he said as the chained slashes forming a relentless attack. The demon was caught off guard, unable to escape the swift and precise strikes. With one final, powerful swing, Ishida's slashes converged, striking the demon with full force at her neck, the place where she was targeting Ishida throughout the fight. The crescent arcs crashed down, and in a bright flash, and hit at her neck, as she left a scream of agony and oh as the sword hit her, her head fell right at the ground, as she said her last words, I don't want to die. Before she perished like ash and her body disappeared. Breathing heavily, Ishida lowered his sword as he dropped to his knees. Fatigue, 100/100. HP, 430/580. 480/530. Because of all the quick move and fast fight he went through, his fatigue stat hit its max as his vision started to blur out, as he couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. Akira-kun. I couldn't save you. With that words, he fell to ground unconscious. Before, falling completely unconscious, he heard sound of footsteps coming towards him, but he had no strength left caught up and he heard these words before falling completely unconscious, you did good. 36, Jiyu Tomioka and Ishida. 3 hours later, Ishida's eyes fluttered open, finding himself in the familiar confines of his own room. Confusion clouded his mind. How had he ended up here? The last thing he remembered was losing consciousness in the forest after defeating a demon. Wasting no time, he stepped out of his room and noticed a tall man standing silently by the window. The man had dark, shoulder-length hair that partially obscured his face, and he wore a distinctive haori, one half patterned with green and yellow squares, the other a deep maroon. His arms were crossed, and his gaze was distant, watching the world outside. Ishida hesitated, then softly cleared his throat to get the man's attention. Excuse me, how did I end up here? He asked quietly. The man turned slightly, meeting Ishida's gaze with a calm intensity. I found you in the forest. You were unconscious, he replied, his tone steady. Ishida nodded, processing the information. Thank you. I guess I owe you for that. It was necessary. Are you feeling all right now? The man asked, giving a small nod in acknowledgement. Yeah, I think so, Ishida replied, glancing around. You brought me back here, but I don't think I caught your name. Jiyu Tomioka, the man said simply, his eyes returning to the window. I'm Ishida, he offered, feeling compelled to reciprocate. So, you, like windows? Jiyu blinked, slightly taken aback by the question. I find them calming, he admitted after a pause. Yeah, I get that. It's peaceful just watching the world go by, Ishida agreed, moving to stand beside him. The room fell into a comfortable silence. After a moment, Jiyu broke the quiet. You became a slayer in less than 40 days. I didn't expect that. Yes, but... Ishida paused, realization dawning on him. Wait, were you the one who saved me and took me to Akira-san after the demon attack? Jiyu turned slightly and nodded. But my question remains, how did you become a demon slayer so quickly? Ishida walked to the kitchen, filling a glass with water. He took a sip, gathering his thoughts. I can't tell anyone about the system. It would sound unbelievable. But what can I say about becoming a slayer so fast? Turning back to Jiyu, Ishida spoke carefully. Well, Akira-san helped me recover quickly after the attack. Once I was back on my feet, I threw myself into training. I guess I was just motivated, you know. After everything that happened, I wanted to be ready. Jiyu listened, his expression unreadable but attentive. Ishida continued, I pushed myself hard. Maybe it was luck, maybe determination. Either way, it felt like the right path. Motivation can be a powerful force, Jiyu said thoughtfully. Relieved that Jiyu didn't press further, Ishida placed the glass down and offered, "Would you like some water?" "No, I'm good, thanks," Jiyu replied immediately. "Or something else? I'm a good cook, and there might be some food left," Ishida suggested, unsure of what more to say. "No, it's okay. You can cook for yourself if you want," Jiyu said, moving toward the door. "But I need to leave," he added, stopping Ishida from speaking further. "I've already sent the information about your mission to the Demon Slayer Corps through Kashgai Crow." "I see. Thanks," Ishida replied with a nod. "I need to leave too. I'm heading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters." Jiyu nodded and proceeded to walk out of the house. Ishida followed, retrieving his sword from the living room, likely placed there by Jiyu. As he locked the door, Ishida asked, "Did you bring me here alone?" "Yes," Jiyu confirmed, tossing a key to Ishida. "Your house key. It was in your pocket." "Thanks," Ishida responded, pocketing the key as he followed Jiyu. After that they both walked together towards the Demon Slayer headquarters. Most of the way, Ishida and Jiyu were both silent throughout the journey until they finally reached the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Jiyu left Ishida on his own, saying he had some important work to do, and told him to rest. Ishida entered the headquarters and headed directly towards the house he was given to live in, inside the Slayer Corps headquarters. He remembered Sakura, who was currently in the care of a medical facility, which was not a medical facility, but Ishida liked to think of it as one. So, instead of going there now, he decided to visit her later and went to the headquarters room given to him. There were several other rooms for other slayers as well, and Sakura took one of them too, but because of her injury she was being monitored. And also she kind of liked that place. The next morning, Ishida had already completed the daily quest given by the system and was currently sitting comfortably in his room. He hadn't been given any new missions since returning from the previous one. So, he decided to check his profile and allocate the 5 stat points he received from the daily quest he had just completed, as well as the experience points he gained from the previous mission. Name: Ishida Hitosuki. Level: 25, EXP 14,500 needed to level up. Rank: Sachinoto. Fatigue: 00/100. Breathing style: Moon breathing. First form: Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Second form: Pearl Flower Moon gazing. Third form: Loathsome Moon, Chains. Fifth form: Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy, consumes 50 MP for each use. Sixth form: Perpetual Night, Lonely Moon, Incessant, consumes 200 MP for each use. Seventh form: Mirror of Misfortune, Moonlit, consumes 300 MP for use. HP 580/580. MP 530/530. Note: after use, it will take the user to get back to his full HP to recover the used MP. Attributes: Strength 64, Vitality 58, Agility 54, Intelligence 53, Sense 54. Remaining points 12. Wait, when did I get promoted to that rank? If I remember correctly, that's 3 to 4 ranks higher than Mizuno, which I thought I was still in, Ishida thought. For a moment, he considered it might be a mistake in the system, but then he continued thinking about the points he had left and where to allocate them. I have 12 points, so, 2 points for strength. Strength, 64 plus 266 carat. Good. Now, 4 points to vitality because I would like more HP and greater resistance to fatigue. Vitality, 58 plus 462. HP 620/620. Remaining points 6. 6 points left. I'll allocate 2 points to each of the 3 stats. I think that will be good enough. I want to maintain a very balanced stat distribution for each ability. Agility 54 plus 256. Intelligence 53 plus 255. MP 550/550. Sense 54 plus 256. It's all good. Now, I just need to wait for the next mission to see the improvements, Ishida thought. However, the rank issue remained unchanged in the player profile provided by the system. Even if he had ranked up that much, someone would have informed him, right? At least, that's what Ishida was thinking at the moment. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the crow given to him for communication purposes by the Demon Slayer Corps. The crow flew in through the window of the room and perched on the table in front of Ishida. The crow perched on the table and cawed, caw. Ishida Hitosuke, you are summoned to the Yubayashiki residence for an important meeting with the Demon Slayer Corps. Ka. Yubayashiki resident? But why me? Ishida felt a surprise. Why would they summon him in meeting? 37. Ishida meets the Hashiras. Ishida followed the crow, guided through winding paths until he reached the Yubayashiki residence. Known for its serene beauty and the enigmatic family that led the Demon Slayer Corps, this place held an aura of mystery and reverence. Ishida's thoughts wandered as he pondered the reason behind his summons. Could his sudden rank advancement from Mizuno to Tsuchinoto be related? Finally arriving at the entrance, the crow perched on his shoulder, announcing, "Wait here. The Hashira will arrive shortly." Hashira. Ishida echoed, intrigued. How many will be here? The crow offered no further explanation and took flight, leaving Ishida with his questions. Guess that's all the information I'll get for now, Ishida mused aloud. A gentle voice broke the silence, "You're early." Ishida turned to see Shinobu Koko approaching, her presence as calming as ever. Having met her previously at the Butterfly Mansion when Sakura was injured, he was familiar with her soothing demeanor. "Shinobu-san," Ishida greeted, feeling a mix of respect and curiosity. "Do you know why I've been called here? What's the meeting about?" With a serene smile, she replied, "Patience. You'll find out soon enough." Her gaze softened as she added, "I've heard about your encounter with one of the 12 Kazuki. Congratulations on your success." "Thank you," Ishida said, rubbing the back of his neck, a bit sheepish under her praise. As they walked into the front yard of the mansion, he couldn't help but ask, "How strong are the Hashira, really?" Shinobu chuckled softly at his question. "The strength of the Hashira," she repeated, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Your unique breathing style sets you apart. Continue to grow, and perhaps one day you'll find out firsthand." Ishida waited with Shinobu in the serene garden of the Yubayashiki residence, feeling the weight of anticipation in the air. The first Hashira to appear was a man with striking, flame-like hair and an aura of unwavering confidence. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination that matched his bold appearance. He approached with a smile that seemed to light up the space. "Ah, someone new," he said, his voice full of vigor. "Welcome." Ishida nodded, a bit taken aback by the Hashira's sheer presence. "Thank you," he replied, taken aback by the energy of the person in front of him. The Hashira chuckled, a sound full of warmth and enthusiasm. "Keep your spirit up. The journey's just as important as the destination." Shinobu smiled, as she glanced towards Ishida. "He is Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. He is one of the experienced and senior Hashiras," she introduced, with a bit of whispering voice, "just Ishida can hear." Ishida nodded slightly, with a smile. After this, for the next 8 minutes in total arrived the other 7 Hashiras, most of them only looked at him with a simple nod, and nothing else. Other than one, who couldn't get to stop speaking. "Hi there!" Mitsurai exclaimed, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "You're Ishida, right? I heard you took on one of the 12 Kazuki. That's so brave." Ishida, feeling a bit shy under her cheerful gaze, nodded. "Yes, I guess." Mitsurai leaned in, eyes alight with curiosity. "You know, I always wonder about the little things, like, what do demons do for fun? Isn't it fascinating to think about what they might enjoy?" Ishida was taken aback by her whimsical question. "I don't know. I guess, that's an interesting thought." Mitsurai giggled, clearly delighted. "I think about those things all the time. But enough about demons. Have you tried the sweet shops around here? They have the best mochi." Before Ishida could respond, Obanai Iguro approached quietly, his presence as enigmatic as ever. His heterochromatic eyes, one hidden behind a bandage, were sharp and watchful, and his snake, Kabarameru, rested comfortably around his neck. "Mitsurai," Obanai interjected, his tone slightly curt, "we're not here to discuss sweets." Mitsurai pouted slightly but nodded, casting a quick glance at him. "Oh, right. I just got a bit carried away." Obanai's gaze shifted briefly to Ishida, measuring and intense. "Don't get distracted. Focus on why you're here." After 10 minutes, all Hashira were standing in front of the mansion, as Ishida also stood beside Shinobu and Jiyu, as they were the only, who he was a bit familiar with. But, other than that, he was intrigued by the thought of standing with the strongest demon slayers, the pillars of Demon Slayer Corps, just after some days of becoming a Demon Slayer Corps member. As he was thinking, the door of the mansion in front of them opened and walked out a little girl, as she made an announcement, "The master of the mansion has arrived." With that announcement being made, a man came out through the door. The man had long, dark hair and a calm face marked by unusual scars. His skin was very pale, and his gentle eyes held a quiet strength. Clad in traditional robes, he seemed both kind and wise, drawing people in with his peaceful presence. As soon as he came out, everyone bowed down at their knees, as Jiyu gestured Ishida to do the same, as he followed. "Good morning, everyone. I am happy to see every members present for the yearly Hashira meeting." He welcomed everyone with a gentle and welcoming voice. "We also have a new member, Ishida Hitosuki." Ishida looked at him, and sensed a very gentle and comforting presence from the person, so he was head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ishida thought, as he responded to his introduction with a respectful nod. As the introduction settled, Muichiro Tokaito, the Mist Hashira, spoke up in a formal and respectful manner. "Master, could you kindly elaborate on the Demon Slayer member, Ishida's inclusion in this meeting?" Everyone had the same question, including Ishida himself. Without Jiyu, the Water Hashira, it seemed a bit about why Ishida was here. Everyone respectfully turned towards Kaguya Yubayashiki for an answer. 38. Ranking up. "First of all, to start with, I have heard everything from the Water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, about you," Kaguya continued in response to Muichiro's question. Ishida looked a bit towards Jiyu, who was standing beside him, thinking, so he knew everything all along, as he again refocused on Kaguya. "And I also heard about your family. I know what you might have gone through after such a huge loss. But still, your decision to fight back to avenge your family and to train to become such an exceptional swordsman with such a unique breathing style is commendable." As he said those words, the Hashiras gave him an appreciative look. Well, some of them. Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, glanced at Ishida with fiery admiration. "What a spirited young man. Such determination is the heart of our corps." Jiyu Tomioka, the Water Hashira, remained silent but nodded subtly, feeling a quiet sense of approval and responsibility for having recognized Ishida's potential. Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Wind Hashira, crossed his arms and kept a stoic expression. "Let's see if he can truly stand with us when the time comes." Jiome Haimjima, the Stone Hashira, clasped his hands together, his eyes closed in contemplation. "May his strength be as enduring as the mountains, and his spirit as unyielding as the earth." Obanai Iguro, the Serpent Hashira, observed Ishida with a critical gaze, his thoughts guarded. "He has potential, but time will reveal his true worth." Muichiro Tokaito, the Mist Hashira, was lost in thought, his mind wandering as usual, only vaguely registering the conversation. "I wonder if I'll remember this moment later." Shinobu Koko, the Insect Hashira, smiled gently, pleased with Ishida's resolve. "I hope he finds success and peace in his journey." Mitsurai Kenroji, the Love Hashira, glanced at Ishida with gentle admiration. "His courage is truly inspiring. I feel a connection with him already and would love to learn more about his journey." Tengen Uzui, the Sound Hashira, tilted his head with a flamboyant grin. "I hope this kid's journey will be as flashy and exciting as mine. It'll be interesting to see how his unique style adds to our ranks." Kaguya Yubayashiki continued, "First of all, the first thing I wanted to tell you, Ishida, was about your rank promotion. You have been promoted to Tsuchinoto rank, directly from Mizuno rank," he announced. Ishida nodded, as he finally understood the reason for the system changing his rank. But it also intrigued and surprised him at the same time that the system knew what was going to be announced beforehand somehow. "Who is this system?" Kaguya Yubayashiki, maintaining his gentle demeanor, continued, "The second reason for summoning you here, Ishida, is to formally introduce you to the Hashiras. As you stand before us, understand that each of these esteemed warriors has faced their own trials and emerged stronger." He gestured around the room, acknowledging the Hashiras with a nod. "These formidable individuals are not just your comrades but your mentors as well. They embody the values and skills we hold dear in our corps. By meeting them today, you become part of a legacy of strength and unity." Kaguya's tone was both welcoming and solemn. "Learn from them, Ishida. Share your experiences and draw wisdom from theirs. The path ahead is challenging, but with the guidance of the Hashiras and your own resolve, I am confident you will rise to meet any challenge." Ishida nodded with a smile, "Thanks." After this introduction, he had to leave the place as the Hashiras and Kaguya had to continue the yearly Hashira meeting, and although Ishida had ranked up tremendously, he was far from being a Hashira. After leaving the meeting place, he quickly returned to his given headquarters room, from where he went to the butterfly mansion to check on Sakura. Although he was not interested in doing missions with her, because she got injured during a mission with him, he felt it was necessary to visit her. As he reached the butterfly mansion, Ishida stood at the doorway, greeted by the lively voices of Sumi Nakahara, Kiyo Teraki, and Nao Takeda. Their cheerful welcome brought a warm smile to his face. "I'm doing well," Ishida replied, his voice friendly and appreciative. "By the way, is Sakura inside?" Sumi, eager to assist, was the first to respond. "Oh, Sakura just left for a mission a little while ago." Kiyo added with enthusiasm, "Yes, she was teamed up with someone else this time." She seemed quite excited. Nao, with her gentle smile, reassured him, "Don't worry, Ishida. Sakura's been recovering well, and she was in good spirits when she left." "Oh, I see. I will return later then." "Thanks," Ishida said as he left the mansion after bidding farewell. "Left for a mission. I guess that's good, that she is doing fine now," he thought as he walked through the Demon Slayer headquarters. Caw, caw. The crow arrived again as Ishida stopped walking and looked up towards the crow, which came down and landed on his shoulder. Ishida, moved towards the forest in the north. There have been reports of missing people from the nearby village. Caw, caw. Ishida listened to the crow. "I guess I also have a mission now. No time to rest," he thought as he followed the direction given by the crow to the north, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After reaching there, evening time. Moon breathing first form, dark moon, evening palace. With the crescent slice of the first form of moon breathing, Ishida's sword sliced through the neck of the last standing demon as he completed the given mission and even rescued 3 people taken by the demons that he had just killed, finishing his mission. "I have gained only 1500 EXP from this mission, but these demons were weak, so I guess that makes sense," Ishida thought as he walked out of the forest in the village, taking the rescued people to their homes. "But I want to face demons at a higher level, like the demon I faced," he thought. And as soon as this thought came to his mind, the crow came again, this time with another mission. What's this mission going to be? Let's find out in the next chapter. 39. New Teammate. Ishida headed south to a mountain forest for his next mission, following a tip from a crow. People had been disappearing in those woods, and 4 swordsmen were sent to investigate. Sadly, 3 of them were killed by demons, and only 1 survived, returning badly injured but with some information for the Demon Slayer Corps. This mission was tagged as high risk by the crow, which made him curious. Unlike his usual solo missions, he was to team up with 2 other members, although he didn't know who they were. The plan was to meet them near the mountain, where he was heading at the moment. After some time, he finally reached the given location, where the first thing he noticed was a familiar face looking at him with a bit of urgency, as if saying, "You're late." It was none other than Kazuki, who Ishida had met during his first official Corps mission. But he was not alone, there was someone else there who didn't look very familiar to him as he walked towards them with a curious look. "You're a bit late, you know that, right?" Kazuki said with a nonchalant look. "We've been waiting for some time now." Ishida looked towards Kazuki and then at the person standing behind him, who was also looking at him now. "Are you Ishida?" The question came from the girl standing behind Kazuki. She seemed to be in a very serious mood. The girl standing in front of him had long black hair, red ribbons, bright green eyes, and a green and red outfit. She had a necklace with a green pendant and looked at him with a neutral expression. Ishida simply nodded to that question. She didn't seem to be much older at best, she would be Ishida's age. Her height was much shorter than Ishida, who stood at almost 5 feet 7 inches, while she was a little closer to Kazuki in terms of height, as he was 5 feet 4 inches. "Do you know all the information about our mission, or will you need me to explain?" she asked with the same serious and neutral expression. Ishida glanced at Kazuki again and looked back at her. "No, I know everything. We can start the mission." "Good. Let's go then," she said as she walked ahead towards the mountain forest, their destination for the mission. Ishida and Kazuki remained standing, as Ishida was surprised and astonished by her reaction or lack of one. She didn't even give her name to Ishida and went ahead. "What's up with her?" Ishida asked Kazuki. "She's ignoring you," Kazuki responded. "I saw that. I'm asking why." "For the same reason you ignored me and Sakura the last time. And the first time we met," Kazuki responded with a smirk, as if he had been waiting to say that line to Ishida for some time. Saying this, Kazuki immediately walked in the direction she had left just moments ago. Ishida also followed him soon after. As he caught up to Kazuki, he remembered something. By the way, what's her name? Oh, she didn't even tell you her name, did she? Kazuki said with a smile, which vanished immediately under Ishida's glare. It's Karen. Karen something, I forgot, he replied. Ishida nodded as they moved forward. Inside the jungle. After some time, they finally caught sight of Karen. She seemed to be inspecting something. So you both came? I thought you would have run away, she said without even turning towards them, but still they could sense her taunting without looking at her face. Ishida didn't react to her statement as he walked forward to look at whatever she was examining. He found that it was footprints. According to Ishida, they were human footprints, followed by dragging marks. As Ishida stood up and followed the trail, it vanished into thin air after just 4 to 5 steps. This must be the demon dragging the slayers, Ishida said with a bit disappointing voice. Of course, the slayers can't drag the demons, so obviously it's the other way around, Kazuki said, but his smile vanished, but this time for the glare Karen gave him. Ishida looked up at the mountain above, as the forest continued throughout the mountain, to below at the ground beside the mountain, where they were currently standing in. Before moving to the mountain top, we need to search through the forest below, she said with a commanding voice, for that we will spread out in 3 directions, that way we will cover more ground, she continued. Wait. I think staying as a team is better for all of us, you know. Spreading out will make it easy for the demons to pick on us one by one, Kazuki said in a worried tone. Don't tell me you are afraid of demons. 'Cause if you are, you can leave any time, she said, as she pointed to the left of the place they were currently standing. I will leave you two to decide for yourself then, she said, walking away towards the direction. Ishida didn't understood why she was acting like that, or maybe he understood but didn't wanted to accept. In any case, she had been already decided to be their teammate, so they had to work as a team. And for now following her plan was what Ishida was planning to do, although for Kazuki. Ishida looked towards Kazuki, who was also looking at him. What do you? Ishida started, but before he could finish he was interrupted by Kazuki. I will take this direction then, he said, as he pointed towards the opposite direction of where she left, which was the direction of where they just came from, the entrance of the forest. Ishida narrowed his eyes. What? He exclaimed. Ishida narrowed his eyes, a skeptical look crossing his face. What? You can't just head back that way. Kazuki threw his hands up in mock surrender. Hey, listen, buddy. I'd rather face a dozen demons than be caught in the crossfire between you and Miss No-Nonsense over there. He gestured vaguely in the direction Karen had gone, a dramatic shiver running through him. Ishida couldn't help but smirk at Kazuki's antics. You're exaggerating, he replied, trying to maintain his serious demeanor. Kazuki shook his head with theatrical dismay. No, I'm not. Did you see the way she looked at me? It's like she could cut through steel with that glare. And you, with your silent, brooding hero thing? I refuse to be the casualty of your ego war. Ishida shook his head. Don't be such a baby, and go to that direction. We are wasting too much time. I guess I have no choice, he said, as he moved towards the given location for him as Ishida moved towards the remaining direction. The demon here have killed slayers as well, but I don't even sense any demons around. Did they leave or something? Ishida thought as he progressed through the forest. 40, Chapter 040, Leave Us Alone. Inside the forest. After searching the surface level of the forest for some time, the trio found no trace of demons at all, except for drag marks at the entrance of the forest. Beyond that, they managed to find nothing, at least on the surface area. This was something Ishida could predict because he couldn't sense any demons or anything nearby other than the 2 teammates he had for this mission, Kazuki and Karen. By the time they had finished searching the forest, both Kazuki and Karen were tired and hungry. Although Karen didn't express it, anyone could tell she was tired and hungry, while Kazuki was, as always, very direct about his needs. So, although Ishida didn't think it necessary, he had to leave the forest because of them and planned to return later to continue. Next evening, all 3 of them came back to the forest again, and this time, their target was the mountain forest, which they hadn't explored yet. We will apply the same strategy as yesterday, Karen started as she stood in front of the mountain forest, which was very dense, and the trees were very different from the ones at the ground level. Kazuki was feeling a bit anxious just by looking at the forest and its appearance, though he couldn't find a reason for this feeling, even to himself. Karen acted as the unofficial leader of the trio, a role neither Ishida nor Kazuki agreed with, but they tolerated it for now. You. Karen pointed towards Ishida, who slightly looked at her with a bit of annoyance on his face, which he quickly fixed. Take the left, from that way around. She pointed out the path, and then she turned to Kazuki. You take the middle, and I will take the right, she said. Is that okay? Fine. Ishida said, walking ahead, not wanting to waste more time listening to her. The mountain was unlike most mountains. It was a mountain with a dense forest, which inclined towards the other side, making the side they were going up a slanting forest path rather than a mountain that needed to be climbed. Ishida walked ahead, and just as he took a turn to the left, as instructed by their unofficial leader, he started sensing a presence for the first time since arriving at the forest. He picked up his speed and walked towards the place where he sensed it. Meanwhile, at an unknown place. Who is this new Demon Slayer member? A person bowed down in front of the authoritative figure asking the question. Ishida Hitosuke. The authoritative figure gestured for him to continue without responding verbally. He is the kid you ordered her to kill. But it seems she didn't complete her work properly, and he has been alive until now, even becoming a demon slayer, he explained. I see. The person replied without much reaction. He killed her after just 40 days of training and 10 days of being a slayer. Should I personally go and kill him now? He might possibly pose a threat to. Before he could finish, his voice trembled, and he swallowed his words out of fear of what might happen if he finished his statement. Do it. But don't kill him outright. Bring him to me. He has the potential to become. He trailed off, laughing out loud. At present, inside the forest, Ishida, who had just sensed some movements and the presence of a demon nearby, started increasing his speed in the direction of the presence and movements. But after some time, when he reached the location, he had already walked up to halfway up the mountain. As he looked around, there was nothing. Again, just like before, he stopped sensing the presence he had been sensing earlier. He looked around for a moment, but to no avail. What the hell just happened? Was all he could think at the moment, because he had never been tricked by his senses or made any mistakes before. How was it that he sensed something and then found it was nothing? As he proceeded to take a few steps forward to continue his search, he immediately realized something was wrong. But even with his quick realization, he was too late. Suddenly, a green vine popped out of the ground, wrapped around his legs, and turned him upside down, lifting him high above the ground. In a moment, he was already more than 30 feet in the air. He saw another wave of the same vines wrapping around his legs, coming toward him, this time targeting his hands. Quickly gathering his thoughts, he brought out his sword from his inventory, which was the sword given by the system at the very start and which he always kept with the other sword given to him by the Demon Slayer Corps. As he drew the sword, he first cut through the vines coming towards his hands, causing them to fall to the ground. Then he went for the vines wrapping around his legs. As he cut through them, he started to fall to the ground. He steadied himself, but just then he realized there was someone waiting for him below, directly beneath him. He couldn't process what it was, and he was approaching it quicker than he would have liked at that moment. He didn't know what to do at the moment, so he quickly, instead of sending his body ahead, put out his sword in front, as his plan was to use the sword as bait and keep himself away from the thing, whatever it was. Without knowing what it was or anything else, that was the best he could think of in the few milliseconds he had. To his surprise, it seemed to work at first as a claw wrapped around his sword, stopping him in the air. Now, he could just jump out of the way and fight with his second sword even if he couldn't retrieve the first one. However, before any of this could happen, the creature, whatever it was, wrapped its claw-like green hands around the sword and used its strength to throw both the sword and Ishida, the person holding it, into the distance. Blown away by the sheer strength of the creature, Ishida had no control over where he was going. He came to a stop after a few seconds, hitting a tree with a huge thud, creating a dent in the tree. As he fell to the ground, his sword slipped out of his hand, and at least one rib in his back broke from the impact of crashing into the tree. He heard the noise of it approaching him as he managed to grab his sword. With the help of his hands, he mustered enough strength to stand on his feet. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up from the ground and sensed the attack coming toward him. This time, he was ready as he brought his sword in front of him and, with precision, blocked the attack. It was now him who used his strength to push back the creature in front of him. The creature skidded backward several feet from where it had stood while attacking Ishida. As he took a good look at it, Ishida finally saw its strange appearance. It stood at a considerable height, but unlike the demons he had faced earlier, which closely resembled humans, this one was more akin to a snake but with hands. It seemed to move with its tail, which skidded along the ground like a snake. It had the same color as the vines that had initially wrapped around his legs. "What are you?" Ishida questioned as he looked into its eyes. They were the same type of eyes he had seen before, similar to most of the demons he had fought. But demons usually looked like humans, as they had become demons from humans, Ishida thought to himself. The snake-like figure in front of him hissed, "Why do you filthy humans have to come here and disturb us from living a normal life? Why can't you just leave us alone?" It asked with anger evident in its loud and deep voice, which had a layered tone. 41, Chapter 041, Not the End Yet. Ishida found himself in a dense forest on the mountainside, standing face to face with a demon unlike any he'd encountered before. This one was nothing like the other demons, who usually had some human features. Instead, it resembled a giant green snake. It had arms, but no legs, moving around by using its long tail. "What do you mean we're bothering you? It's you demons who go out and attack innocent people, treating them like your food, not us." Ishida shot back, his voice tinged with anger but still managing to stay calm. The snake-like creature hissed as it slithered quickly toward Ishida. "I owe no explanations to a lowly human like you. I won't let you pass, and I'll kill you here like the others," it declared, charging at him. Ishida quickly drew his sword, focusing intently on the snake. But then, he sensed movement beneath him and leaped into the air, landing a few feet back from where he stood before. The same vines that had caught his legs earlier were emerging from the ground again, trying to grab him just like the last time. But now, he was prepared for them. The snake paused, acknowledging his quick reactions. "Impressive reflexes. You're much better than the ones before you," it admitted, raising its green hands with claws like other demons. "But you're still just a human." With that, the snake made a gesture, and suddenly vines started sprouting from all around Ishida, reaching out to ensnare him. "You'll fall, no matter what." So, this is its power, Ishida thought as he jumped to put some distance between himself and the pursuing vines. But the vines grew even longer, chasing him into the air. "This is tougher than I expected," he admitted to himself, gripping his sword tightly. "Moon-breathing first form, dark moon, evening palace," he called out. With swift, precise strikes and crescent-shaped slashes, he cut through the vines with ease and landed back on the ground. However, as soon as he touched down, the demon was already behind him, ready to attack. Ishida quickly brought his sword up to block the demon's clawed hand. But he soon realized it was another trap when he sensed the vines beneath him again. Using his strength, Ishida pushed the demon back, leaping forward to dodge the emerging vines. He then launched a direct attack at the snake-like demon, surprising it with his strength, speed, and agility. The creature, who had underestimated Ishida as just another human, now realized he was dealing with someone far more formidable. As Ishida launched his next attack, calling out, "Moon-breathing first form, dark moon, evening palace," he aimed to deliver a decisive blow to the demon. His sword moved with incredible speed and precision, the crescent-shaped slashes cutting through the air toward the snake-like creature. However, just as the blade was about to connect, the demon reacted with surprising agility. It coiled its long tail, using it as both a shield and a spring to propel itself backward at the last moment. The powerful momentum allowed it to narrowly avoid the full brunt of Ishida's attack. Simultaneously, the demon utilized its vine-manipulating powers to create a dense barrier of interwoven vines between itself and Ishida. These vines, thicker and more resilient than before, absorbed much of the impact from Ishida's strike. Though the slashes cut through many of the vines, the barrier bought the demon enough time to reposition itself, escaping a fatal blow. The demon hissed, its eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and newfound respect for Ishida's skills, acknowledging the narrow escape. "You are indeed formidable, human," it admitted grudgingly. "But I am not so easily vanquished. I can't rely on the vines again. I haven't had enough food lately to keep using them," the demon thought, feeling a hint of desperation. However, it kept a calm exterior, trying not to reveal its inner turmoil. But Ishida sensed something different. He picked up on a new emotion from the demon, a fear that wasn't there before. This insight gave him an advantage, understanding that the demon was not as confident as it appeared. The demon, its eyes burning with a desperate intensity, lunged at Ishida once more, its claws slicing through the air with a deadly intent. Each movement of the demon was a blend of raw power and fluid grace, its tail whipping through the dense forest floor, leaving trails of disturbed earth in its wake. Ishida stood firm, feeling the cool mountain breeze against his skin, his heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of the battle. As the demon closed in, he took a deep, steadying breath, his senses sharp and focused. Moon-breathing second form, pearl flower moon-gazing, he whispered, the words a calm mantra amidst the chaos. His sword, an extension of his will, moved with an elegance and precision that belied the fierce energy behind it. As he swung, the blade created an arc of shimmering moonlight, a protective halo that encircled him. The demon's claws met this barrier of light, sparking against it with a harsh crackle, and were deflected in a shower of sparks and energy. The demon recoiled, momentarily thrown off balance, its frustration evident in the subtle twitch of its tail and the hissing exhalation that escaped its lips. Sensing its hesitation, Ishida seized the moment, his eyes narrowing with determination. He shifted his stance, feeling the ground beneath him, firm and supportive, and launched into his next move. Moon-breathing third form, loathsome moon, chains, he proclaimed, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of battle. With a burst of speed, Ishida's sword danced through the air, each strike a crescent moon in motion, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow. The demon struggled to keep up, its attempts to counter thwarted by the relentless precision of Ishida's attack. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the only sound the rhythmic clash of blade against vine and scale. Ishida's final strike was a masterstroke of timing and power, his blade piercing through the demon's defenses with a clarity that cut through both flesh and fate. The demon let out a guttural cry, a sound that resonated with both pain and a chilling finality. As the creature's body began to dissolve into the ether, its eyes met Ishida's. In that fleeting moment, there was a shared understanding, a connection forged in the crucible of combat. The demon's voice, now a fading whisper, carried a chilling message: he will kill you all. HP 600/610. Fatigue 40/100. MP 580/580. Ishida stood firmly on the ground, relieved. Good thing I didn't have to use any of my more energy-draining breathing forms, he thought, glancing back at the spot where the demon had just turned to ashes. But something still lingered in the air. I can still sense demons around. This isn't over yet, he realized, staying alert and ready for whatever might come next. 42, Chapter 042 Rescued. After taking down the demon that looked like a snake, Ishida got back on his feet. He couldn't rest yet because he still felt the presence of other demons hidden in the forest. It was important for him to find and defeat them to keep everyone safe. This demon wasn't very strong, Ishida thought to himself. But it mentioned something about not letting me into their place. If I remember right, it said something along those lines. He figured it must have been a guard or a gatekeeper, which is why it was weaker. That makes sense, right? Ishida asked himself, shaking his head to stay focused. No matter what, I need to get to the bottom of this. With that determination, Ishida put his sword back in his inventory and checked his stats. He noticed he had earned nearly 3,000 experience points for defeating the demon. Oddly, the demon's level didn't appear above its head like the others he'd encountered before. And the experience points weren't shown by mistake, they'll be displayed from now on. Ishida kept moving through the forest, veering slightly to the right. He wondered, I wonder what Kazuki and she are up to right now. Should we think about meeting up again? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, they can handle themselves, he reassured himself as he pushed onward. Just a little while earlier, Kazuki, after parting ways with his team, felt a bit anxious. Even though he's been on missions longer than Ishida, he knew he wasn't at Ishida's level, especially considering how quickly Ishida had advanced as a demon slayer. Despite this, Kazuki was determined. He knew that no matter how tough things got, he had to keep going and fight for the reasons he became a demon slayer, to prove his worth. He pressed on deeper into the dense forest, climbing the steep mountain path with long strides. His goal was to cover as much ground as possible and reunite with his two teammates quickly, all the while hoping he wouldn't encounter any demons alone. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. As he advanced, he moved with extra caution. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. He froze, scanning the area for the source but saw nothing. Just as he was about to dismiss it as his imagination, he heard a hissing noise. What on earth is that? He wondered, quickly drawing his sword and getting into a defensive stance. Time seemed to stretch as he stood there. The forest returned to its eerie stillness, with no sounds or signs of movement. Everything was completely silent, and he remained perfectly still, waiting for any hint of danger. Hearing birds chirping above, he glanced up. Yeah, right, keep it up. I'm already on edge. He muttered sarcastically as the chirping quickly faded away. He turned back in the direction he had been heading and was about to sheathe his sword to continue on when the sound of rustling leaves startled him again. Panic began to creep in once more. Without him noticing, vines had been quietly spreading across the ground around him. They began rising, with branches twisting and curling towards him. What the heck? He exclaimed, realizing the danger. Instinctively, he swung his sword at the encroaching vines as they surged in his direction. Kazuki's heart raced as he watched the vines twist and coil around him as if they had a mind of their own. They erupted from the forest floor, weaving together to create a tangled web that aimed to trap him completely. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire. He shouted, channeling the fiery energy into his blade. With all his strength, he swung his sword, and the flames roared to life, slicing through the encroaching vines. The air was filled with the sharp scent of burning leaves as he fought to break free from their grasp. The vines were relentless, regenerating faster than Kazuki could slice through them. They seemed to pulse with life, each cut tendril giving rise to two more. His muscles ached from the effort, and his breaths came in ragged gasps as he faced the endless assault. Just as he was beginning to feel overwhelmed, a low, sinister laugh echoed through the clearing. The vines parted, revealing the demon behind them, a massive, serpent-like creature with dark green scales that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes were narrow and cunning, filled with a malevolent intelligence that sent a chill down Kazuki's spine. A little mouse caught in my trap, the demon sneered, its voice a chilling whisper that seemed to creep into Kazuki's very bones. You've ventured too far into my territory, human. Kazuki stood firm, sword raised defiantly. I mean, it's kinda what my job is, you know. But nothing personal, he said, his voice carrying a hint of nervousness. The demon slithered closer, its muscular arms ending in razor-sharp claws that glinted ominously in the light. It moved with a sinuous grace, its tail coiling around the trees as it circled Kazuki, searching for the right moment to strike. Kazuki knew he had to act quickly. He launched into a flurry of attacks, his sword a blur of fiery arcs as he struck at the demon. Flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun. He exclaimed, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful overhead slash aimed directly at the menacing creature. The demon was lightning fast, its tail whipping up to block the attack. Kazuki lost his footing and hit the ground hard. Seeing its chance, the demon lunged forward with its claws ready to finish the fight. Just as the claws were about to hit Kazuki, a figure darted out from the shadows and placed themselves between him and the demon with a quick, decisive move. Butterfly breathing, 8th form, Emperor's Venom, said the newcomer in a girly voice, swinging their sword in a deadly arc. The blade shimmered with a dangerous, colorful light as it sliced toward the serpent-like demon. The demon hissed and pulled back, sensing the threat. It twisted its body with incredible agility, just managing to dodge the brunt of the attack. However, the tip of the blade grazed its scales, leaving a faint, gleaming mark. The demon's eyes narrowed, showing a mix of anger and caution. It slithered back a bit, taking a moment to reassess its opponent. Kazuki, scrambling to his feet, felt a wave of relief wash over him when he realized the newcomer was none other than Karen. And here I thought you didn't care, Kazuki said, glancing at Karen, who stood protectively between him and the demon, which had been pushed back by her attack. You should focus on your fighting techniques and footwork instead of cracking bad jokes. It might help you stay alive, she retorted without even glancing back at Kazuki, who had finally gotten back on his feet. Ishida ventured deeper into the forest, leaving Karen and Kazuki in a tense standoff with the demon that nearly overpowered Kazuki. Thanks to Karen's timely intervention, the tide turned. But what fate awaits them now? Find out in the next chapter. 43, Chapter 42.5, BU. Another human, huh? Wow, looks like I'm in for a tasty dinner tonight. The demon chuckled menacingly, sending chills down their spines. Kazuki stepped up beside Karen and murmured, "This guy's odd. He's talking like we're his next meal." Karen shot back, if you fight like you did before I got here, you might just end up on his plate. Without a moment's notice, the demon raised its hand, and out of nowhere, thick vines started shooting up from all sides, trapping them in. Kazuki quickly asked, "Got any plan here?" As they watched the vines closing in fast, Karen, focused and calm, replied, "I've got something in motion. Just steer clear of those vines and wait for my plan to kick in." She positioned herself confidently, slicing through the advancing vines with ease using her sword. Kazuki mirrored her movements, cutting through the vines just as skillfully. But as they prepared to confront the demon itself, thinking they'd stopped the vine onslaught, a sudden cracking noise came from beneath them. More vines burst from the ground, forcing them to leap out of the way just in time. "How long till your plan works?" Kazuki called out, noticing the vines closing in again, leaving them with nowhere left to run. "Any moment now," Karen assured him. "Until then, we've got no choice but to keep fighting." "Yeah, seems like fighting's always been the only way," Kazuki agreed, bracing himself for the next wave. Meanwhile, Ishida found himself deep in the forest, almost at the mountain's peak. He was focused and determined to explore as much of the forest as he could while climbing. He stayed alert, ready for any surprise attacks from any direction. So far, he could still feel the presence of demons in the area. However, after the encounter with the demon he had faced earlier, he hadn't run into any others yet. This made him more confident in his initial thought that the demon he fought was likely just a guard for the others living there. It made sense that it was stationed far from where the main group was. He hoped he'd get more answers once he came face to face with the other demons. As he wandered further into the forest, the spooky vibe began to intensify. The darkness, already thick with the night, seemed to grow even darker with each step he took deeper inside. A creepy, unsettling feeling started to creep up on him, making him feel more uneasy with every move he made. This feeling, Ishida thought as he ventured deeper into the forest, his eyes scanning and analyzing everything around him. "It's unlike anything I've ever felt before." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from a distance. It didn't stop but kept growing louder. He paused for a moment, trying to figure out where it was coming from. As soon as he pinpointed the direction, he turned quickly and sprinted toward it at full speed. He had heard this sound a few times before but couldn't find anyone when he got there. Determined not to miss it this time, he pushed himself to move as fast as he could toward the source. The sound grew louder as Ishida got closer to its source. It felt like he was chasing the noise, but then, just as abruptly, it stopped, and so did he. Confused, he wondered if it was just like before, another trick, leading him to nothing. "So, you finally made it." A voice suddenly echoed. It was deep and creepy, sending shivers down Ishida's spine, spreading through his entire body. The presence he felt was far more powerful and intimidating than anything he had sensed before. Ishida spun around to find the source of the voice, and to his shock, he was met by a demon resembling a snake. This one was much larger and taller than the demon he had previously fought and defeated. "Stop trying to scare the kid, will you?" Another voice chimed in from behind him. This one sounded a bit more feminine. Ishida turned to see another demon approaching, adding to the unsettling atmosphere around him. Level, unknown. Level, 19. Above the heads of the two demons, Ishida noticed level tags from the system. One was marked as unknown, while the other showed a level of 19, which was lower than the female demon he had faced last time. He wondered why the level of the previous demon wasn't displayed and why one of these demons had an unknown level. Did that mean its level was higher than his own? These questions swirled in his mind as he stood between the two demons, deep in the forest. Meanwhile, Karen and Kazuki were facing their own enemy, struggling against the relentless attacks of vines. Karen was agile, dodging most of the vine attacks and countering swiftly. However, Kazuki's slower pace was causing her some trouble, and the demon they faced was faster than both of them. What would they do in this tough situation? And what secret plan did Karen have up her sleeve? 44, Chapter 43, Ishida vs. Aya and Karen's Plan. Ishida glanced nervously from side to side, feeling a bit uncomfortable standing right between the two demons. These creatures were at a level that he knew he couldn't handle easily right now. He stayed on high alert, keeping a close watch on both demons. Surprisingly, they weren't moving around much like he had expected. Instead, they stood there with a surprisingly calm demeanor, which only added to his unease. The female demon on Ishida's left chuckled. "Look, You've made the kid so nervous he can't even talk. She said. And his friends are already dead, so let's not scare him even more now. She added with a casual tone. Ishida's eyes widened in shock, fear creeping over his face as he looked at the demon. Dead, he thought to himself, staring at both demons before lowering his gaze to the ground. They can't be, he tried to convince himself, but doubt gnawed at him. Although they were his teammates, he realized he didn't know much about them. He knew Kazuki's rank and that he was decent in a fight, but as for Karen, he knew little. What if a demon like the one he faced earlier attacked them? Could they handle it? Were they strong enough? Or had he made a mistake by not checking on them before venturing further into the forest? Questions swirled in his mind, and fear began to build, not fear of the demons standing before him, but fear for his teammates on their mission. What if they were actually dead? Or was the demon just bluffing now? The demon on Ishida's right let out a deep, rumbling laugh. You accuse me of making the kid nervous, yet you're the one who rattled him with news like that. You're more cruel than I am. Ishida took a deep breath to steady himself. No matter what happened, I can't lose focus on my task now. Plus, I believe they're still alive, he reassured himself. Gathering his courage, he looked up at the demons and asked in a firm, steady voice, ignoring the comments about Kazuki and Karen, so, you're the ones living here, responsible for the people disappearing and the slayers going missing too. He was trying to get a better understanding of what was really happening, showing no trace of fear in his tone. The only response Ishida received was a loud, mocking laugh from the female demon on his left, soon joined by the one on the right. Their laughter fueled his frustration and anger. Stop laughing, he shouted, his voice echoing with intensity. The demons paused, their eyes now fixed curiously on the small human before them. Do you think the lives of innocent people, innocent humans who've done nothing wrong, are something to laugh about? They're not, he declared with conviction. The female demon sneered at his boldness. A kid trying to teach us what to do, she taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. You have no idea what you're talking about, kid, the female demon sneered, her voice tinged with anger. You know nothing about demons or us, yet you make it your mission to take us down every day without understanding why we exist. Ishida was taken aback by her words, but before he could respond, a sudden bright light erupted from both sides, blinding him. He squinted against the intense flash, struggling to keep his eyes open, but the brilliance overwhelmed his senses, making it nearly impossible for him to see. A few seconds later, the bright light faded, and Ishida was finally able to open his eyes. He looked around to see where the two demons had been standing just moments ago before the blinding light had appeared, and his face was filled with confusion and questions. On either side of him stood two beings. The top half of their bodies looked human, except for their deadly, demon-like eyes and some strange facial marks. To his left was a woman where the snake-faced demon had been. She had pale, alabaster skin, silver hair, and red, slit-like eyes. Her skin was decorated with serpent scales and silver tattoos on her shoulders. She wore a silk blouse with silver embroidery, shimmering with scales and featuring an elegant design with an ornate collar. On the other side of him stood a male figure. He had bronze skin, black hair, and golden eyes. His upper body was adorned with flame patterns, and he wore a leather vest with gold embroidery, flame motifs, a rugged finish, and studded edges. The only way Ishida could tell they were the same demons from a few moments ago was by their lower bodies. Unlike their human-like upper bodies, their lower halves were still completely snake-like, just as before. Ishida was surprised and a little shocked, but not as much as he might have been a few months ago. Back then, seeing something like this would have made him faint in an instant. But now, after becoming a demon slayer and witnessing so many strange things, he had a mental note reminding him that nothing is truly unreal. You're handling this pretty well, kid. I thought you'd be scared by now, with fear written all over your face. But you seem pretty calm, the female demon remarked. You're something special, kid. The issue is, though, you made it into the forest, got past Botan, the first demon, so easily, and ventured this deep. But, unfortunately, your journey ends here, the male demon said in a creepy voice. As they both took an attacking stance, Ishida quickly drew his sword and prepared to fight. With a swift backflip, he created some space between himself and the demons, readying himself to attack or defend better against their moves. Taking on a kid 2 against 1 seems a bit unfair, the male demon's voice echoed. Aya, I'll leave him entirely to you. I'm sure you can handle him on your own, right? Of course. A kid like him is no match for me, she replied with a demonic smirk. Great, I'll be watching, he said, and suddenly vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared above, his snake-like tail coiling around a tree branch as he settled in to observe the fight. Ishida stood between the two demons, carefully observing and analyzing everything. When did he get up there? He wondered to himself, amazed by the demon's speed as he appeared in the tree so quickly. Don't ignore me now, the female demon said. I'm no less of a threat than he is, and I'm the one you'll have to fight or be killed by, if I'm being honest. Ishida turned his attention to her, and they faced each other. Meanwhile, the demon above watched with interest and a slight smile. You're quite an interesting character, he thought, looking at Ishida. Ouch! Kazuki yelled out in pain as the demon's power hurled him into a tree. He hit the ground hard, feeling every bit of the pain. As he lay there, struggling to get back on his feet, vines began to coil around him, making it even harder to move. But before the vines could fully trap him, Karen, who had also been knocked back by the demon, dashed over and sliced through the vines with her sword, freeing him just in time. You guys are such fools. Just give up already. You haven't even laid a finger on me, and you can't beat me, the demon taunted, taking a break from its relentless assault. Even the demon was growing weary of their fruitless attempts, as none of their attacks had hit home except for Karen's quick surprise strike at the beginning. Are you okay? Karen asked, kneeling down to help Kazuki get back on his feet. Are you sure your plan is working? Kazuki whispered, barely able to stand with Karen's support. He was exhausted, and Karen wasn't in much better shape, both feeling the weight of their injuries and fatigue. It should start working any moment, she replied, her eyes fixed on the demon. Just then, the demon unexpectedly clutched at the small wound from Karen's initial surprise attack. What's happening? The demon exclaimed, clutching its side where the wound was. Confusion quickly turned to panic as it doubled over, blood dripping from its mouth and staining the ground. Its eyes widened in shock, and it stumbled backward, clearly affected by something unseen. Now. Karen finished her sentence, leaving both Kazuki and the demon puzzled, wondering what exactly Karen had done. Do you have any idea what Karen actually did? Share your thoughts in the comments below. 45, Chapter 044, Ishida vs. Aya. What did you do? Kazuki yelled at Karen, as they watched the demon fall to its knees, screaming in pain. Karen quickly replied, no time to explain. We need to act now. You go from the right, and I'll take the left. Kazuki nodded, determined. Right and left, got it, he said, readying himself for the fight. He was already in pain, knowing full well that after this battle, he might need more than a week to heal from everything he'd been through. But since he'd already endured so much, he figured, why not just finish it? With that thought in mind, they split up, each heading in opposite directions. The demon tried to get back on its feet, but the pain was just too overwhelming. In reality, Karen's first move was with the 8th form of her butterfly breathing technique, called Emperor's Venom. This attack allowed her to inject venom into the demon's body through the wound she inflicted. As the name suggests, the venom seeped into the demon without it even realizing, spreading throughout its body to eventually render it helpless. However, Karen was worried because her sword barely scratched the demon with that initial strike. It made only slight contact, which was enough to momentarily weaken the demon, but would it be enough to keep it down for long? We need to strike fast before it recovers, Karen thought, as she and Kazuki readied their next attack. They both moved in sync, aiming to hit the demon while it was still writhing in pain. Deep in the forest, Ishida was lost in thought, trying to guess the demon's powers. What could her abilities be? Will she have the same strength as the last demon? He wondered, watching Aya, the demon, as she circled him, her eyes locked on his. What's the matter? I thought you'd make the first move. Aya taunted with a wicked grin. Well, if you're not going to start, I will, she declared, launching her attack with incredible speed. Ishida was ready, though, and quickly blocked her bare-handed strike with his sword. She increased her strength, forcing Ishida to struggle as he tried to fend off her relentless attack. Her power was formidable, but Ishida wasn't weak either. Just then, she smirked, ready to make her next move. But before she could, Ishida summoned all his might and pushed her back with his sword. She skidded a few feet away, while Ishida stood firm, his eyes fixed on the demon with a serious expression. Despite being pushed back, the demon's smile didn't fade, which puzzled Ishida for a moment. Still, he didn't dwell on it. He raised his sword, preparing for his next attack. But suddenly, he realized he couldn't move. His legs felt rooted to the spot. What's happening? He wondered, glancing down at his legs. Then it hit him, he was trapped. Vines, like those used by a previous demon, were wrapped around his legs. However, these felt much stronger. So, she caught me without me even noticing, he thought, recognizing the power of these vines. What? Are you scared now, kid? Aya taunted, her smirk unwavering, filled with confidence and not a hint of fear. Ishida looked down briefly, then faced her with a sigh. You really think these can stop me? He retorted, his voice calm yet defiant, making her raise an eyebrow in surprise. He strained against the vines, trying to break free, but after a couple of attempts, he realized they were much stronger than he expected. These are tougher than I thought. I guess I'll have to, he mused to himself. You can't break them. You're going to die here, she interrupted, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ishida let out a small chuckle, raising his sword to cut the vines around his legs. But before he could swing, a vine suddenly shot out and wrapped around his right arm, the one holding the sword, halting his movement. I told you, you can't break free. Are you trying to make me look like a liar? She exclaimed, her voice dripping with mockery. With his arm restrained and the vines tightening around him, Ishida closed his eyes for a brief moment, centering himself. He could feel the energy coursing through his veins, a testament to his moon-breathing training. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he focused on the power within him. You're not the only one with tricks, Ishida murmured under his breath. With a sudden surge of power, he invoked the fifth form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. His sword began to glow with a brilliant, silvery light, and he swung it with precision and determination. The energy from his blade erupted in a vortex, slicing through the constricting vines with a force that sent them recoiling. MP, Sad Face -50, 530/580. Fatigue, 30/100. HP, 575/610. The vines snapped, freeing his arm and legs in a spectacular display of moonlit energy. Aya's eyes widened in disbelief, her mocking grin replaced by a look of genuine surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Ishida could break free so effortlessly. You underestimated me, Ishida stated calmly, his voice carrying a confident edge. Aya, recovering her composure, quickly retaliated by summoning more vines. They shot towards Ishida with the speed and intent of striking serpents, aiming to wrap around him once more. But Ishida was already a step ahead. With agility honed from countless battles, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the grasping vines. In midair, he twisted his body gracefully and propelled himself toward the safety of a nearby tree branch. He landed lightly on the branch, his movements fluid and controlled. From his vantage point, Ishida looked down at Aya, who was glaring up at him with a mix of frustration and determination. The forest around them was a tangle of shadows and light, the vines still writhing below like angry serpents. Ishida stood tall on the branch, exuding an air of calm confidence. A faint smile played on his lips as he met Aya's gaze. You'll have to try harder than that, he called down, his voice steady and unwavering. As the vines writhed below, Ishida's gaze shifted to the demon observing the battle with keen interest. The demon's presence was a stark reminder of the greater challenge ahead. Ishida needed to focus on freeing himself, but he also had to keep an eye on the demon, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard by another attack. 46, Chapter 045, Being Challenged. In the middle of the forest, Kazuki shouted, flame-breathing third form, blazing universe. He jumped forward, aiming his attack at the wounded snake demon in front of him. On the other side, Karen was also getting ready to strike. Kazuki raised his sword as he leaped and swung it downwards, flames swirling around it in an arc. He was sure the fiery slash would hit the demon, but something unexpected happened. The demon quickly raised some defensive vines in front of it. Kazuki's sword cut through the vines, but when it finally got close to the demon managed to grab the sword. Even with its injuries and poison weakening it, the demon caught the sword just in time, using one hand to press on its wound and the other to seize the sword. Kazuki struggled to free his sword from the demon's grip, but it was no use. With surprising strength, the demon pushed Kazuki and his sword away. Kazuki, who was still in the air from his attack, was sent flying backward. He crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, stunned by the impact, and lost consciousness. The demon turned to look at the other side of it, one down. It thought. But, before the demon could react, the sight of Karen, who was already made her move, and at a very close distance from the demon had no time to react at all. Karen's eyes were focused, her breathing steady as she executed her move. Butterfly breathing, 7th form, blossoming mirage. She called out with determination. She plunged her sword into the ground, and in an instant, large ethereal flowers bloomed around her. The air filled with shimmering pollen, and a flurry of delicate butterflies erupted, swirling around the demon. The vibrant display obscured its vision, leaving it bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Karen dashed forward with incredible speed, her form almost blending with the butterflies. The demon tried to sense her movement, but the pollen clouded its senses. In a graceful yet deadly motion, Karen emerged from the mirage, her sword gleaming with intent. With a swift, precise strike, she sliced through the demon's neck. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief as its head separated from its body, falling to the forest floor. Its snake-like body writhed for a moment before collapsing, defeated. Karen stood amidst the falling petals and butterflies, her sword poised in victory. She looked over at Kazuki, who was regaining consciousness, a relief spreading across her face. The battle was over, and the forest was safe once more. Ishida and Aya kept staring at each other, locked in a silent battle. Ishida was standing on a tree branch, watching the demon below him. The demon tried hard to grab him with its vines, but Ishida was just out of reach, so the demon eventually stopped trying. Suddenly, Aya looked up at another demon that was even higher up than Ishida. Ishida's gaze followed hers and landed on the demon at the same time. It was like they were having a conversation without saying anything. Aya nodded suddenly, which left Ishida baffled. He had no clue what they were silently agreeing on, and it only added to his confusion. "Kid, you have pretty interesting friends it seems," Aya spoke up suddenly, as now instead of attacking with her vines, she leaped all of a sudden with an attack towards Ishida, stretching her extending claw-like hand. Ishida leaped off the tree backward, just before she hit the tree, as she hit the tree branch, as the branch of the tree broke and fell down at the ground. "Actually they are not my friend," Ishida said, but as he was about to land back at the ground, and his feet was about to touch the ground, he could immediately sense the danger, the vines coming out of the ground underneath. As Ishida's feet touched the ground, he sensed the danger immediately. With a swift motion, he used one foot to propel himself upward, avoiding the vines that shot out from beneath him. Just in time, he escaped their grasp and launched into his next move. In midair, Ishida aimed his sword at the demon, calling out, "First form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace." He swung his blade, creating crescent-shaped slashes that arced through the air towards the demon. As his attack neared, the demon's hair suddenly grew longer, extending forward to shield it. The slashes met the hair, slicing through more than half of it. Strands fell to the ground, severed by Ishida's precision. Ishida landed gracefully on a nearby tree branch, his eyes locked on the demon, ready for its next move. He smirked slightly and said, "Seems like you'll need more than those same tricks to stop me." The air was tense as Ishida and Aya continued to face off, the forest around them echoing with the sounds of their intense battle. Aya, undeterred by Ishida's initial success, seemed to be gathering her strength, her presence growing more menacing with each passing moment. "So, not friends, huh?" Aya taunted, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Then, what brings you to meddle in this forest?" Ishida, maintaining his stance on the tree branch, replied calmly, "I don't need a reason to stand against demons who harm others. That's reason enough." Aya's eyes narrowed, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Ah, the righteous type. Let's see how your righteousness fares against true power." Without warning, Aya's hair began to extend and twist, forming into long tendrils that lashed out towards Ishida. Anticipating this, Ishida leaped to another branch, narrowly avoiding the strike, but the attack didn't stop, as it followed him. "Moon-breathing, 2nd form, Pearl Flower Moon-gazing." He called out, his voice clear and determined. He swung his sword in a defensive arc, creating crescent slashes that formed a protective barrier around him, deflecting Aya's attack, as her long twisting hair hit the crescent-shaped small barrier, and was pushed back. Aya, watching from below now, chuckled. "A defensive stance. You must think highly of my abilities." Ishida, maintaining his composure, replied, "Caution doesn't mean fear. It means respecting your opponent's strength." Aya's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she observed Ishida's movements. "You're interesting," she admitted, her tone laced with genuine curiosity. "But let's see how you handle this." Aya's aura flared, the air around her shimmering with power. The ground rumbled as vines erupted, twisting and writhing with a life of their own. These vines shot toward Ishida, intent on ensnaring him. Ishida, unfazed, adapted quickly. Gathering his focus, he prepared his next move. "Third form, loathsome moon, chains," he shouted, swinging his sword to unleash chained crescent slashes that cut through the oncoming vines with precision. The slashes wove through the air, severing the vines as they approached. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the clash of powers creating a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. Aya, though momentarily taken aback by Ishida's swift counter, was not deterred. Her eyes narrowed in determination, and her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Impressive, but I'm far from finished." With a flourish, Aya summoned more of her power. Her hair, which had been cut earlier, regenerated swiftly, and now it moved with even greater speed and strength. The forest itself seemed to respond to her will, branches elongating and entwining to form a living maze. Ishida, realizing the increasing difficulty of the situation, remained resolute. He could feel the pressure mounting, but his resolve only strengthened. He leaped between the branches, using them to keep a strategic distance. As Aya launched another wave of attacks, Ishida's mind raced as he calculated his next steps. He knew he had to find an opening, a weakness in Aya's formidable defense. "You have spirit, I'll give you that," Aya called out, her voice carrying a mix of admiration and challenge. "But spirit alone won't be enough." Ishida smirked, his confidence unwavering. "It's not just spirit. It's skill, determination, and a refusal to give up." Aya's eyes gleamed with a mix of frustration and respect. Her attacks, though powerful, were being met with equal skill and tenacity. For the first time, she felt the thrill of being truly tested. "This is new," Aya murmured to herself, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of being pushed back. Being challenged like this, it's almost exhilarating. 47, Chapter 45.25, Unfinished Business and New Quest. As the dust settled in the middle of the forest, the remnants of the battle lay scattered around Kazuki and Karen. The air was still thick with tension, the scent of scorched earth mingling with the sweet fragrance of Karen's ethereal flowers. The butterflies that had aided her attack fluttered gracefully around her, slowly dispersing into the open forest air. Karen approached Kazuki, who was struggling to push himself up from where he had been thrown. His body ached from the impact of crashing into the tree, pain radiating through him with every slight movement. Despite his best efforts, he winced and fell back against the rough bark, breathing heavily. "You shouldn't try to move just yet," Karen advised, her tone calm and professional. "The impact you took was severe. It's better to rest for a moment." Kazuki chuckled weakly, attempting to lighten the mood despite the pain. "And here I thought I'd impress you with my resilience," he joked, though his voice was strained. Karen arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement breaking through her otherwise composed demeanor. "Resilience is important, but knowing your limits is even more crucial. You're no good to anyone if you're out of commission." Kazuki nodded, acknowledging her point. "Yeah, I guess you're right. That demon packed quite a punch, didn't it?" "It did," Karen replied, glancing at the now lifeless form of the snake demon. "But we managed to take it down. That's what matters." Kazuki attempted to shift his position, grimacing as he did so. "I didn't expect to get thrown around like that. It's been a while since I've faced a demon that strong." Karen crouched down beside him, assessing his injuries with a critical eye. "Your ribs might be bruised, and you probably have some internal bruising too. You should really rest and let your body heal." Karen stood up, casting a quick glance toward the deeper part of the forest. Her expression was resolute, though her words remained measured and detached. "Kazuki, I'll head further into the forest," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. "Ishida might not handle everything on his own." Kazuki nodded, recognizing the necessity. "Yeah, he probably needs backup. You should go." Karen looked at him, her gaze steady. "Are you sure you can manage here alone?" Kazuki gave a slight, pained grin. "I'll be fine." Karen gave a small nod, acknowledging his words without any unnecessary sentiment. "I'll leave, then." With that, she turned and began to move swiftly through the forest, leaving Kazuki to rest and recover. "She's getting quicker," Ishida thought as he leaped from one tree branch to another. He was desperately looking for an opening to launch his attack, but her speed kept increasing, while his own fatigue was beginning to slow him down. Fatigue, 45/100. HP, 560/610. MP, 530/580. My HP okay for now, but I'm running low on MP, he realized. He dodged yet another attack and swiftly jumped down to the ground, only to spring back up to a nearby branch, trying to keep up with her relentless pace. What? Are you just going to keep running? Is that all you can do now? She taunted, once again, just like she had been doing for the past 10 minutes. Your taunts are getting more repetitive than my dodges, you know that, right? Ishida shot back as he avoided another attack. He was getting a bit bored with all the dodging. This is getting old. Plus, if this drags on, she has the upper hand. Being a demon, she can probably fight all night without a problem, and with this dense forest, she might even manage in the sunlight. I'm the one who needs to wrap this up quickly, he thought, letting out a sigh. Dodging her attacks wasn't too hard for him yet, even though she was speeding up. The real issue was how long he could keep up this pace. Unlike her, he had limits. Fatigue, 50/100. HP, 560/610. MP, 530/580. I can feel it building up every second, Ishida thought with a sigh as he glanced at the screen. Suddenly, he snapped his attention back to the incoming attack. Instead of dodging, he stood firm on the branch and raised his sword in front of him. Alright, here goes nothing, he muttered. Ishida braced himself, feeling the fatigue pressing on him, yet he knew this was the moment to act. Aya's attacks were non-stop, and while dodging had kept him safe so far, he needed to turn the tide. He steadied his grip on the sword, ready to make his move and regain control of the fight. As Aya's tendrils whipped up from below, Ishida's focus sharpened. Third form, Loathsome Moon, Chains. He yelled, his voice echoing through the forest. With precise swings of his sword, he sent out a series of crescent-shaped slashes. These arcs of light danced and twirled through the air, forming a lethal pattern that sliced cleanly through the attacking tendrils. Aya, however, seemed unfazed by the loss of her vines. She moved with a graceful power that hinted at her strength, her eyes glowing with a mix of challenge and delight. It was clear she enjoyed testing her abilities against such a worthy opponent. She sprang from the ground, her movements fluid and shadow-like, launching herself at Ishida with astonishing speed. Ishida, anticipating her advance, leaped backward to another branch, keeping his distance while his mind raced through his options. He needed to conserve his energy yet deliver a decisive blow. As he landed, Aya was already upon him, her claws slashing through the air with deadly precision. He barely managed to parry the blows and block some, each clash of her claw and Ishida's blade resonating through the trees. Aya's speed was incredible, her attacks a whirlwind of motion that seemed to close in from all sides. Ishida could feel the air pressure from her blows, each one a testament to her relentless pursuit. He knew he had to match her pace, pushing himself beyond his current limits if he wanted to find an opening. As Aya pressed her assault, Ishida's mind focused on the rhythm of their battle. Waiting for the perfect moment, he could feel the ebb and flow of their movements. Then, seizing a brief opening, he made his move. Fifth form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. MP, -50, 480/580. With a swift, powerful motion, he spun his blade in a wide arc, creating a typhoon of slashes that spiraled outward. The force of the attack was immense, a vortex of crescent energies that surged toward Aya, threatening to engulf her in its fury. Aya's eyes widened at the sudden onslaught, but she reacted with remarkable agility. Her body twisted and turned, weaving through the tempest of slashes like water flowing through a rocky stream. The edges of the crescents barely missed her, but she continued to advance, her resolve unyielding. As the typhoon dissipated, Ishida found himself face to face with Aya, who was now within striking distance. Her eyes locked onto his, a fierce intensity burning brightly. She lunged forward, her claws aimed directly at Ishida's chest. In that instant, Ishida knew he had to act. With a burst of speed, he sidestepped her attack, feeling the rush of air as her claws passed mere inches from his side. Pivoting on his heel, he brought his sword up in a fluid motion, aiming for the opening he had been seeking. Aya, caught off guard by his sudden maneuver, turned her head just in time to see Ishida's blade descending. The strike was swift and precise, slicing through her neck in a clean motion. Her eyes widened in shock as her momentum carried her forward, her body collapsing to the forest floor in defeat. EXP. Received, 10,000. Level, 25, EXP 2,800 needed to level up. Skill unlocked, Moon Breathing 4th Form, Crescent Moon, MP, 25/per use. The notification popped up before him, but he had no time to focus on that, as his mind almost immediately switched focus to the other demon. As he turned around, the demon was still there, with a slight smirk showing in his face, as Ishida looked confidently towards the demon. My fatigue will start to go down now. I even got some EXP, though I didn't level up, which is understandable. But, I am sure I can take him on, right now, he thought, as he looked down, at the place the previous demon, Aya, disappeared moments ago. It was too easy to be true. I don't even know what to expect from him now, Ishida thought with an expressionless face, as he again turned to the demon, who hasn't moved yet from the place he was. What was his plan? If he wanted, he could have double-ganged on Ishida, and tried to overpower him, but he didn't. He let Ishida fight 1v1 against Aya. But why? Don't think too much, kid, the demon spoke, its voice a smooth blend of amusement and finality. My work here is done. So, I will leave now. Ishida, still on edge, tried to decipher the demon's intentions. What do you mean, your work is done? Why didn't you join the fight with Aya? The demon simply chuckled, a sound that echoed eerily through the trees. Let's just say it wasn't necessary. Besides, the real fun is yet to come. With that cryptic remark, the demon began to slither away, its serpentine body moving fluidly through the trees. Ishida, unwilling to let it escape, immediately gave chase. His instincts told him that letting this demon go would be a mistake, and he wasn't about to let it slip away without a fight. He lunged forward, sword at the ready, aiming to cut off the demon's escape. But the demon was swift, its movements agile and deceptive. It slithered with a speed that made it difficult for Ishida to keep up, darting through the dense forest with ease. Ishida swung his blade, attempting to land a strike, but the demon dodged effortlessly, its body weaving through the branches and foliage. Despite Ishida's efforts, each attack missed its mark, the demon always a step ahead. As Ishida pressed on, he noticed the faint light of dawn beginning to filter through the canopy. The realization hit him suddenly, the demon was retreating because sunrise was approaching. Even in the thick forest, daylight would soon make it unsafe for demons to remain. The demon glanced back at Ishida, a sly smile playing on its lips. We'll meet again soon, Ishida. Consider this just the beginning. With those parting words, the demon disappeared into the shadows, leaving Ishida standing amidst the trees. His frustration was palpable, but he knew he couldn't pursue any further. The rising sun was both a blessing and a reminder of the limits of the demon's reach. As the forest gradually brightened with the coming day, Ishida took a moment to catch his breath. The battle had been intense, and while he had won against Aya, the escape of the other demon left him with unanswered questions. He sheathed his sword, feeling the weight of everything that had happened that night. What did he mean by "we'll meet soon"? Ishida pondered, deep in thought. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. New quest unlocked. Do you want to accept? Y/N. Ishida looked at the screen, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why a quest all of a sudden? He wondered. It had been quite a while since his last quest, even before the final exam. Since then, he had been caught up with Demon Slayer core missions and hadn't received anything from the system. Why now, out of the blue? Perhaps, in time, the reason would become clear. 48, Chapter 45.50. Ishida stood there, staring at the screen in front of him. Right now, he couldn't remember anything about the demon that had just run away or anything else he had said. He was just lost in whatever he was looking at on the screen. But, he didn't realize he wasn't alone anymore. Someone had come up behind him, watching him with a puzzled expression, wondering why he was just frozen, staring at one spot. Ishida. A voice broke through his thoughts, snapping him back to reality. He turned to see Karen standing there, looking at him with a curious expression. What's going on? She asked. Ishida glanced at her, then walked past without giving much explanation. The mission's over, he said, leaving it at that. He didn't bother with more details. Suddenly, he remembered Kazuki and noticed he wasn't with Karen. His mind jumped to the worst conclusion, that something had happened to him. The demon had taunted him earlier, saying his friends were dead. But seeing Karen here meant that wasn't entirely true, right? He's nearby and hurt. But you still haven't answered my question, Karen said, her voice turning more serious. Not much to explain, Ishida replied. There were 2 demons, kind of like snakes. You probably know that already, he added, noticing the marks on her hand. They were definitely from the same type of demon he had fought, or at least that's what he thought, and he was right. I took down one, and the other got away, he explained briefly. It was clear Karen wanted more information, but Ishida didn't elaborate. He started heading down the mountain, ignoring her frustrated look. She didn't press further and just followed him down. Morning's here already, Ishida thought. First, I need to get back to the Demon Slayer headquarters. On the way, I can handle some daily quests. After that, I'll focus on the main quest. No way I'm going to miss out on that. But soon, they found Kazuki, and together they made their way out of the forest. Ishida wanted to use a healing potion to help Kazuki, but he hesitated. He remembered how he had easily given the potion to Sakura and Kazuki before without thinking much about it. It seemed so convenient to have something that could heal such serious injuries with no effort. Back then, Sakura and Kazuki hadn't questioned it, probably because they were too caught up in the moment, and the other people he'd helped were too scared to doubt anything. But now, with Karen around, Ishida realized she wouldn't just accept it like the others. She was more observant and wouldn't let something suspicious slide by without questioning it. So, he decided to be cautious this time and didn't use the potion, avoiding any potential suspicions, which meant, as Kazuki couldn't walk out the forest with his injuries, he needed to help him to do so, which he did. Karen, as not getting answer, parted ways and left them, as Ishida and Kazuki went towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and soon they reached back there. Ishida firstly took Kazuki at the Butterfly Mansion for treatment and came back to his given room there. New quest unlocked. Do you want to accept? Y/N. The screen popped up again, capturing Ishida's attention. A question mark means it's unknown. So I'm not getting any details about the quest's name or its nature. He muttered to himself, sitting down in his room. Wait, what other information is available for the quest? Don't tell me all I get is that question mark and the yes or no options, he said, hoping to extract more details from the screen. In the past, system-given quests had come with more information. During his last mission, he had even unlocked a new breathing form. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he assumed that the missions he undertook for them were the quests. However, it now seemed they were separate entities. Although he earned points, experience, and leveled up by defeating demons on core missions, these system quests appeared to be something entirely different. For more information regarding the quest, you first need to accept the quest. The screen appeared in front of him, immediately after his question regarding more information for the quest. A screen popped up right in front of him just as he asked for more details about the quest. So, I have to say yes to the quest without knowing anything about it first. Ishida sighed, feeling a bit let down because he didn't get any information about what he was signing up for. Still, he looked at the screen and said, I accept. Without showing any emotion. He figured that no matter what the quest turned out to be, it would surely be an exciting challenge. He wasn't the type to give up easily, and after coming this far, he was determined to keep pushing forward until he achieved his goal. Quest, become the strongest. Quest level, 28. Rewards. Reward 1, EXP 20 00000. Note, EXP. For defeating enemies is excluded. Reward 2, added stat points, 40. Level 28. Ishida mumbled to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity about the level number for this new quest. I'm at level 25 right now, so this quest is 3 levels above where I'm currently at. Judging by the rewards, it looks like it's going to be super challenging. I mean, obviously, this is going to be the toughest quest I've faced so far. At first, Ishida thought the quest would kick off right away, but then he realized it wouldn't start until the next afternoon for some reason. So, he had some time to prepare until tomorrow afternoon before diving into the quest. So, after realizing he had some time, Ishida decided to finish his daily quest for the day, which was still pending. He got to work, tackling each task one by one. The next day, by the afternoon, even though Ishida was gearing up for the big quest assigned by the system, he didn't waste any time. He managed to complete 2 more missions from morning till now, along with his daily quest too. Alright, it's quest time, he said to himself, standing in his room. He had already accepted the quest, and now it was finally time to dive in and start it. In 3 seconds, you'll be transported to the quest location. Get ready. The system's message popped up, but Ishida was already set and didn't need to do anything more. Are you ready to proceed with the quest? Y/N. Taking a deep breath, Ishida looked at the screen and read the prompt. Yes. I'm always ready, he declared. Just like in his previous quests, everything around him turned pitch black. This time, though, he wasn't startled by the sudden change. He had gotten used to this kind of thing. Calmly, he closed his eyes and waited for the darkness to lift. Now, this is different, Ishida murmured, his voice carrying a hint of surprise mixed with curiosity. Despite the unexpected surroundings, he steadied himself, ready to take in the first glimpse of the place where he found himself standing. 49, Chapter 45.75. When Ishida opened his eyes, the darkness slowly disappeared, and he was kind of amazed by what he saw. He expected to see a forest, just like always, but this time, it was something totally different. It was his first time seeing a city spread out before him. Ishida had never been to a city before. When he was a kid, he once asked his dad to take him to Tokyo, but his dad said no and promised they'd go later. Unfortunately, his dad passed away, and after that, Ishida never even thought about going to Tokyo. However, the city he was looking at didn't feel like Tokyo to him at all, even though he'd never actually been there. The streets were totally deserted, and the whole area was wrapped in deep darkness. There wasn't a single spot of light anywhere, as far as Ishida could see. Where am I? He wondered out loud. He kind of hoped for an answer from the system, but nothing came. Not wanting to just stand there doing nothing, he decided to walk a bit further. As he moved forward, he started to notice something familiar. The presence of demons was all around him. Of course, what else could it be but demons? He thought to himself, realizing what he was sensing. And he was right. No matter where the system dropped him, there was always just one job for him, taking down those nasty demons. As he glanced around, taking small steps, a notification flashed in front of him. Defeat enemies 0/20. Remaining time 8 minutes. 8 minutes? The system's even giving me a time limit to take them down. Ishida thought with a slight smile. I guess that makes it more interesting, something new to look forward to, even if it's still too easy. Time begins now. With that announcement on the screen, Ishida's first task kicked off, and the timer started ticking away. Alright, let's get started, Ishida murmured, standing firm as he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. His eyes sharpened as he sensed the first demon sneaking up from behind. In one smooth motion, he turned slightly and, with a single slash, beheaded the demon before it could even get close. Level 13 of the demon. What? The demon didn't even manage to reach Ishida before realizing its head had been severed by the warrior in front of it. As usual, its body collapsed to the ground and slowly disappeared. Enemies defeated 1/20. Remaining time 7 minutes and 51 seconds. 9 seconds? Not sure if that's fast enough. Just 9 seconds, that's all it took for Ishida to take down the demon. It happened so quickly that the demon hadn't even realized it was defeated until a second before its demise. Ishida took a deep breath, feeling the adrenaline rush through him. The city was still eerily quiet, with only the soft glint of his sword catching the moonlight. He knew more demons would show up soon, drawn to him like moths to a flame. The second demon was hard to see against the shadows, but Ishida's instincts were sharp. He dashed forward with smooth, precise movements. With a swift swing of his sword, the demon met the same fate as the first, its head cleanly severed, and its body dissolving into the night. Enemies defeated 2/20. Remaining time 7 minutes and 44 seconds. 2 down, he muttered, feeling that familiar thrill of battle. The next wave came in threes, their dark shapes looming ominously. Ishida's focus narrowed, his mind quickly calculating their positions and movements. He lunged at the closest one, his blade cutting effortlessly through its body. Without a pause, he spun to face the second, blocking its claw attack and countering with a precise upward slash. The third tried to sneak up on him, but Ishida was ready. He pivoted, delivering a powerful strike that sliced through the demon's middle. Enemies defeated 5/20. Remaining time 7 minutes and 32 seconds. With each victory, Ishida's confidence grew, the rhythm of battle becoming a familiar dance. More demons emerged from the shadows, but Ishida felt no fear. Instead, he embraced the challenge, his heart racing with the excitement of the fight. He leaped into action, his sword a blur as he took down two more demons in quick succession. Their roars echoed in the night, but they fell just as quickly as they appeared. Enemies defeated, 7/20. Remaining time, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Time was running out, but Ishida's determination only grew stronger. He charged forward, his body moving instinctively as he cut down the demons with precision and grace. Each strike was deliberate, each movement calculated, like he was conducting a deadly symphony. Enemies defeated, 12/20. Remaining time, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Breathing heavily but undeterred, Ishida pushed on. The remaining demons seemed to hesitate, sensing their doom. But it was too late for them. Ishida was unstoppable. He took out the next four with a series of rapid, accurate strikes, his blade singing through the air. Enemies defeated, 16/20. Remaining time, 6 minutes and 48 seconds. The last four demons charged as a final desperate attempt. Ishida faced them with steady determination. He rushed forward, his sword carving a path through the darkness. One by one, the demons fell, unable to withstand his onslaught. Enemies defeated, 20/20. Remaining time, 6 minutes and 26 seconds. The city became silent once more, the heavy darkness lifting slightly as if acknowledging his victory. Ishida sheathed his sword, feeling the weight of the battle fade away. A notification appeared, acknowledging his achievement. Task completed. Experience gained, 1,500. Ishida grinned as he looked at the screen, thinking, I expected this to be tougher. Then he reminded himself, I bet this was just a warm-up. Still, I'll happily take those 1,500 experience points. He was waiting for the next set of instructions from the system. Soon, a message popped up. Next destination marked. Ishida was confused at first, not understanding what it meant. But when he looked up, it all made sense. Right in front of him stood a massive 7-story building, the tallest among all out there, and he noticed a small arrow-shaped marker above it, indicating that this was where he needed to go next. Just then, another screen appeared. Reach the destination within the given time. Remaining time, 9 minutes. Ishida chuckled softly and thought, so, there's another task. I doubt it'll be just a simple stroll over there, right? He answered his own question with a confident, nope. 50, Chapter 45.90. Sakura called out, Ishida, as she knocked on the door, waiting for a reply. But nobody answered. After a moment, she figured out that the room was empty, so she turned around and headed back outside. The sky was already getting dark, and Sakura was gearing up for another mission. Realizing Ishida wasn't in his room, she thought to herself, well, he must have already left for his mission, as she made her way outside towards the butterfly mansion. She'd heard about the mission Ishida and Kazuki had been sent on. The news that Kazuki had gotten seriously hurt during it had reached her, so she planned to check in on him. When Sakura reached the outside of the butterfly mansion, she was welcomed by 3 charming girls who greeted her together in perfect unison. Good evening, Sakura-san. They all said with cheerful smiles. Good evening. Sakura replied, smiling back at them. Have you finished your mission for today? One of the girls asked. I'm just heading out for one now, Sakura answered, looking past them. Then, turning her attention back to the girls, she asked, Kazuki is here, right? The girls nodded in sync, just like they always did. He's resting right now, still recovering. But just a little while ago, he came out to do some training, one of them explained. So, can I see him now? Sakura inquired. I think he's sleeping, but if you want. Another girl started. He's sleeping. Sakura mumbled quietly to herself. Then, raising her head again, she said, it's okay, I'll see him tomorrow then. Thanks. After saying goodbye, he started to leave, but then he heard someone calling her name from behind, and she stopped in her tracks. Hold on, Sakura-chan. It was Kazuki's voice. He had just woken up, heard Sakura speaking, and came outside to see her. A little while later, Sakura was sitting by the bedside, and Kazuki was on his bed. They were catching up, having a conversation for the first time in over a week. Why weird? Sakura asked, curious about what Kazuki had been telling her. He was explaining the mission that got him hurt and why he was resting here. He also mentioned Karen, the third person who joined him and Ishida on the mission. While talking about her, he used the word weird, which made Sakura question him further. Well, I'm not sure. There are a lot of reasons, but she came off as really full of herself. Although, I'm not even sure arrogant is the right word. But you mentioned she saved you during the mission, right? Maybe it was just that you were feeling weak, and she called you out on it, Sakura suggested, piecing together what Kazuki had said and what she knew about him. Yeah, she's definitely a. Kazuki started to rant about Karen without really thinking. But then he suddenly caught what Sakura had said and shot her a look. Weak. Hey, I saved you once, remember? Yeah, and then what happened? Remember? She said, pausing to give Kazuki a sharp look back. Ishida had to save you, didn't he? Yeah, whatever. They continued chatting for a little while longer. Eventually, Sakura had to get going because she had a mission planned even before she came to visit Kazuki. Where's Ishida? Kazuki finally asked. He'd been wanting to know from the start, but he held off because Sakura seemed more concerned about his injuries. I think he's off on a mission of his own right now. I haven't seen him, so I'm not totally sure. She replied as she stood at the door, ready to leave the room. Wait, are you going on this mission by yourself? Yeah, I've handled a few solo missions before. Though, I guess I've been lucky because they've been pretty easy, she added before saying goodbye to Kazuki and heading out. As Kazuki watched Sakura leave, he turned his gaze to the ceiling and lay back on the bed. It looked like it would take him at least a couple more days to fully recover and be ready for his next mission. I'll join you soon, he thought, closing his eyes. This seems easy, but, somehow, I doubt it'll be as simple as just walking up to that building, right? Ishida murmured with a calm, serious look on his face as he began to head towards the building he needed to reach in exactly 9 minutes. Time remaining 00:08:54:00. As he made his way down the road, Ishida glanced around and noticed an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity in his surroundings. The area he's familiar with and the one he's in now are completely different. Everything around him is nothing like what he's used to. Adding to that, everyone around him looks totally destroyed. Cars, which he'd only ever heard of before, were scattered around. They weren't in one piece, as if they'd been through an actual fire. T.S. note, did you catch the name drop? Cough, oops, my bad. Are you going somewhere? Suddenly, a voice called out from the side of the road. Ishida turned towards it and was shocked by what he saw. There stood a little girl, covered in blood, with tears streaming down her face. What? But, how? Ishida stammered, trying to comprehend the scene before him. His mind raced back to memories that were still fresh. Just a few days ago, he had wandered through a forest on his way home and heard a little girl crying. He had saved her and her family that day. But now, he wondered, why? Why is she here? Ishida's mind was a whirlwind of unanswered questions. How could this be the same girl he had rescued with her family? And why was she now covered in blood? You recognize me, don't you? Her voice echoed in his mind. He hadn't heard her speak before. Back then, he thought maybe she didn't know how to talk yet or was too scared by the situation. But now, nothing made sense to him. She knew Ishida, and he knew her. Was this some kind of hallucination? No, it couldn't be, could it?
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.